live. We are on part 4 of the Podathon. I don't know if it's my eyes or my camera, lack of caffeine, but things are looking blurry for me. Probably are for you. I don't know what's going on. It's 7:30 in the morning, and honestly, I haven't slept much. I've been enjoying our friend Dave Wright, absolutely crushing the overnight hours. We had plenty of people from around the world, a host of accents, everything about the fantasy community that is awesome happened in part 3. So, what we had to do is we had to bring something big for part 4. We had to kick it off, get some energy going, and we had to give you guys great guests and great people. So, what we're doing is we're wrapping up with Dave and Jeff over on the last stream, and we're bringing them here. So, Dave, what's up, buddy? Magic of Television. You already bounced right over.
There we go. We're crushing it here, Mike. Do you mind kicking us off here? As I'm going to tweet out the links and everything to get people on over here. So if you mind, let's go in here for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I was just telling everybody, Dave, is I can't think of a better way to start part 4 than with these two guys.
Heck yes.
We have an announcement coming that we were teasing in the 6 o'clock hour with the amazing Gladys Taylor. She brought it up. She was hype. It was great to watch Gladys hyping Jeff and Ryan, who we have backstage right now. It was amazing to watch what you did hosting around the world. I mean, we had people from everywhere on and watching folks kill it. Herm has the outstanding pinch hitter jumping in and taking over with you for the Podathon when I don't think that man slept last night. You guys went all out. How are you feeling? You still awake? You still alive?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm not sure who, Mike, I know you switched over here, so you might not have caught what Jeff is. Jeff really had a really powerful moment at the end, sharing his personal story with a leukemia diagnosis and how the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society has helped him acquire some life-saving medication that he can take once a month and his white blood cells are fine. And just to see what that charity meant to him and share it with here in the Podathon, I never would have had a chance. I'm not sure if I would have had a chance to get to know that from Jeff.
That's awesome.
I wish I had more time with Jeff. I wish I've had more time with all of the guests the Podathon. And I think that's what makes it so special. They're half-hour segments. We're having 72 different guests or segments this Podathon. We're almost 2/3 of the way in, I believe. And it's the hearing the stories, hearing their strategies is fun too. Getting to know their Scott Fishbowl stories has been unbelievable. But just the connections that you make in the fantasy football space, it's all for the kids, all for our charities, but it takes a village, and to make those connections with people. Mike, we've known each other for a long time. I feel like I've gotten to know you a lot better through this process. And I know we got to get to the upcoming guests here. But you asked me a question. I'm having an effing blast.
I love it, man.
These guys have been awesome, and girls.
So why don't we give you 2 more friends? I love making friends. Why don't we bring out the Going for 2 guys?
You're all over them for a second, Mike. I'm going to just work on getting the tweet out or the stream.
Let's do it. All right. So what we have for our special guest in the 7:30 hour is my friends Jeff Lambert, Ryan Seifers. What's up, guys? How we doing?
What's up, man? What's up?
Awesome. Excited to be here.
Yes,
we have been hyping this segment. Like, this segment has been the hype of the show. I have people in the chat right now begging us to bring out Jeff. All I'm seeing. Where's Jeff? Where's Jeff and Ryan? Let's get ready. Going for 2. We have a shout out to Going for 2's Gladys. It has been like the Going for 2 morning. Like, I don't even need caffeine because this crew from Going for 2 has been hyping us up nonstop.
That's
absolutely
awesome.
Killing it. So having you guys on, Jeff, I know that you've brought this crew together. You have put together a community that has exploded since you and I met 2 years ago. Your Discord has blown up, and I'm seeing guys from your site everywhere. So talk to me about what's been going on with Going for Two. I feel like in the last, not that you guys weren't big when I met you 2 years ago, but I feel like in this last year, you guys hit your stride and kind of exploded. How have things been going over there? And tell me what the journey's been like for you.
Yeah, it's been awesome, and you're right. It's definitely grown quite a bit. A couple years ago, we decided to turn me and Ryan's single podcast into a podcast network, and bringing on some of the writers that have never done podcasts before, live video, to give them an opportunity to sort of get in front of the camera and do what we kind of did. And it kind of blew up from there. It went from just me and Ryan's show to now we have about, I think, 7 or 8 live shows throughout the off season and during the season. Some of the people that were doing it, like I said, never done podcasts before, never done video before. It was the first opportunity to jump in and do that. So that really took us to a different level. And then just on the on the writer side of things too, we got some great new writers that have come on. My thing's always been giving people their first opportunities to write. People that have zero experience. Come to me, I'll get you started into this business and show you the ropes. And then if you want to stay with Going for Two, that's great. But if you ended up moving on to something bigger and better, absolutely, support that as well. And, a couple of guys have moved on to different things. And, I see a couple have been in the chat that have been with me for a while. So it's a cool thing. I've been doing this now for almost 6 years. So it's a lot of fun.
Oh man. And that people are talking about what you guys are transitioning into. The act that we're following with Jeff, but I can't tell you, knowing what's going to happen on this one, that we're not going to keep things rolling. Now, Ryan, as an OG of the label, man, how are you feeling with everything kind of happening around you and everything? Because I always love what I hear when people are giving folks their first shot, and I think every year with the Fishbowl, that's such a it's an explosion of new talent that we see. So how are you feeling as an OG, like, seeing all this happening at one time here?
I love it because we get new people coming in all the time with what Jeff's done, bringing the podcast network. We bring them on as guests on our show. We always try to bring in different people then. Kind of like, not obviously in head with you guys having 72 guests on in 48 hours. Like, we're slowly trying to bring people in their podcasting for it. And that's a big part of what Jeff's done. It's so fun to help either get people started or just getting to know everybody, because everybody's been awesome who's been with us. And
I couldn't echo that more. I mean, everyone I've met from your group is just like not only just smart people, but good people. And you love that, right?
Yeah. Everybody gets it's a good community within Going for Two, and it helps build out from there. So I'm a big fan. It's awesome. I've been here for 5-6 years now with you.
Yeah. Yep. Brian's been since the beginning, and it's great too because some of the guys like Jeff Bell and Jay Felicio that were with Going for Two, they kind of got their start there. They've gone on to do different things, but whenever they have someone ask them like, hey, how do I get into this business? They send them to me. Multiple of my writers and podcasters, came from Jeff Bell and Jay Felicio and people like that have gone to do other things. And then because of their platform, they send people to me, that want to get their start in the business. So it's like a good cycle.
Oh, I love it. And Jay's actually how we met. Jay was one of the first people to welcome me to the community. I was stoked to have him on yesterday afternoon with his crew over at Front Yard. So I always love seeing Jay and, work with Jeff for a long time coming up through Fantasy Intervention. So, those are definitely guys that, big time analysts in this industry. So, and I see you giving a ton of people their shot. I feel like, a bunch of people are tweeting out, hey, I'm starting to do my content over at Going for Two. They said that's awesome. I mean, there's nothing better than, seeing a brand that is literally dedicated to growing the community and expanding it, as opposed to just kind of, where a lot of people are looking for that experience. Where do you get it, right? And I feel like we all have that with our jobs where, hey, if you had experience, I'd hire you. I'm like, cool. Right. Everyone's saying that, you know what I mean? So doing grassroots like that is awesome. And you guys have produced some major talent.
Yeah, it's definitely been a huge thing. I love doing it. And I'm always on Twitter looking for people that say, hey, how do I get into this business? And I'll reach out to them and say, hey, this is what we do over Going for Two. We always have room for more writers. We always have more room for more content. We'll find a spot to fit you in there. So, and I try to do that all the time.
Love it. Now, speaking of your Discord, huge community now. How many? Thousands, if I'm not mistaken, right? You guys are
not quite up to 1,000. We did so before Scott Fishbowl. Ryan kind of hinted that we should, sort of redo our Discord because it became just a thing for our writers originally.
okay.
He's like, hey, we should build a community. So we did that before Scott Fishbowl really started this year. We had probably 60 subs, in the Discord, and that was it. And like 30 of them were my writers. But since Scott Fishbowl, I opened it up and I have the draft, a chat for every draft position. I have a main chat for everybody that's, in the Scott Fishbowl. We're running constant mocks. We've gone from about 60 subs to I think we just surpassed 700 in about 3 weeks. So that's a pretty major jump there, 60 to 700. So it's been awesome. I see a couple of the names that I recognize in the chat that have been in the Discord. We're running mocks constantly. Like my sleeper account has like 150, 200 mocks that I've been running over the last couple of weeks. And my notifications are like off the hook because a lot of the mocks I'm not in, but I still get all the chatter when they're talking in their mocks. It all comes to my phone, even though I'm not even part of the mock. So it's been a lot of fun though. I really enjoyed doing that.
Love it. I see my man Justin kicking in the chat. And I will say, Jeff, if you could get him in a couple more mocks, my man needs to practice. I drafted with him on Thursday, and he could use a little practice there. But I see we have Dave back, and I wanted to make sure he was here.
I've been talking to Jeff for like 3 or 4 weeks now. He's been teasing me. We're 11 minutes into his appearance. Mike, is he going to keep teasing? What's going on here?
Well, I was waiting for your camera to come back on.
I know.
You earned this
but
moment.
I was so anxious, I turned off my computer by accident. So,
all right. Well, why don't you talk about his Discord generosity, and let's get to the announcement. You've been teasing this enough, Dave. Take it over with Jeff and Ryan, because I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this moment.
This is going for 2. I believe their 3rd or 4th year that they've been involved in. No, it's the 3rd year they're sponsoring the Podathon.
4th year on. Yep.
4th year on.
Yep.
But the last 2 years, you guys have stepped up in a huge way. And I'm not going to say anything else because this is your moment. I want to hear. Let's hear it, well, guys. What's going on? What do you have for the Podathon? This thing we've been teasing for a long time now? You take it away.
All right. So last year we kind of pulled all the writers and the podcasters, and we all got donations, and I came live and I donated. It was $500 last year, which I thought was pretty awesome. So
huge. It was huge.
This year I was like, let me open it up to listeners and readers and people in the Discord and just see if we can get any traction there. And it took off beyond even my expectations. I actually was adding up the amount last night, which is a cool story in its own right. I've already kind of announced it on the Discord because it was such a cool thing. At 1 o'clock at night last night, I'm like, guess what the amount is? And it's crazy. So we're going for 2, right? The total amount is $2,222. 4 2s. Like, how does that even happen? You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. I had to keep doing my math. I was like, am I adding this up right? Am I forcing it to be this amount somehow in my head? But no, I kept adding it, and that's what landed on every single time. So it was awesome.
Nobody remembers the extra point. So that's the saying over at wow. Say it one more time. One more time for the people in the back.
$2,222. And because someone had sense of humor, 69 cents, as Gladys just pointed out. Someone did donate 69 cents, just so I had to say 69 cents on the
Very nice. Very nice.
Now, Davis, if my math is correct, this donation is also going to put us over the $40,000 mark, if I'm not mistaken.
Mike, you're letting the cat out of the bag here about I have a spreadsheet that does all of this stuff.
Of course you do. You're the spreadsheet king.
But I don't have the math. It's just the computer. That's the big Wizard of Oz moment. This guy. All right, we're at 39 right now, 39 and change. We're at 3,500, I'd say, or 39,500 right now. That's where we're at.
All right. So 22,69.
Yes, that's awesome. I see a bunch of the names I recognize that their Twitter names must be the same as their Discord names because I see a bunch in there. It's
the Discord just stepped up, man.
Yeah,
everybody just
there was there was one donor that DM'd me privately. He didn't want to be announced as a donor, but he offered to match up the next $500 he was going to match. And we hit that $500 like in 2 days. So he was able to match that amount, which jumped us up, even more. But it's been awesome. I mean, every day I'm getting, getting donations in my email box every single day. It was really cool.
That is,
Scott Fish was listening in earlier, and I hope people, Scott, realizes just this is what it's all about. It's what the Scott Fish Bowl has turned into. It's we've had people in the UK talking about people getting together in the UK and doing charity fundraisers. We've had a separate podathon. The podathon came from the Scott Fish Bowl, and then we have an entire company, fantasy company, getting together with and then the Discord users, their subscribers, their audience, what you guys have cultivated over there, and that kind of mantra has grown, and what you guys have done has stepped up in a huge way. So it's a big testament to what you guys are doing over there, going for two. When you said that it was going to really surprise, I am blown. When you say blown away.
Yeah, I didn't want to tease it because I think when we first talked, I was like, "Yeah, I want to beat last year. I want to beat the $500."
Which was great. That was really generous last year.
Yeah. So, and when we kept just going and going and going, and I'm like, "Man, this is amazing. This is amazing." So it definitely even surprised me.
What that is, you guys, I'm going to sign off. You guys are going to take over the rest of the podathon. You got way to step like that. I'm going to drop them up. Like, what else is there to be said? Like that, guys. I hope you guys realize that when you're going to see pictures posted from Toys for Tots and just you guys, your community going for two has been a huge part of that, and I hope it really is a call to action for other sites. I'm almost a little. I'm a little just, there's so many, that's such a simple thing to do is, hey, that's something I want to take together where I'm involved in fantasy. I want to take that to next year. And that's from you guys right there. So hey, why didn't I hey, let's get everyone put in $5 and just see where it goes from there.
Yep.
So I think that's a good call to action for everyone who's listening. There's been a ton of people. There's going to be 72 different guests who've been on or different, whatever have been on. And I think that's a call to action for all the, first off, let's say everyone who comes on is incredibly gracious, but it's I think that's a call to action from you guys, and you guys, that's how you step up and be leaders right there. So going for two, it's more like going for 2-2-2-2 with you guys and 6-9. So I could keep talking about this, and I know I'm so excited. I'm going to open the floor up to you guys. We've got plenty of time to get into the nitty gritty of what you guys are doing for going for two. And I know you were doing that a little bit before I got back on. Let's talk a little bit. We've gotten that. I feel pretty emotional here about how exciting this is. Let's talk about the nuts and bolts Scott Fish Bowl. How many years have you guys been playing? What pick are you in? What division are you in? And let's go from there.
All right, you go first, Ryan. I've been talking enough.
So this is my 5th Scott Fish Bowl. Picking from the 3 spot this year. Pretty excited for it. This area in the draft. Probably shooting that quarterback area at the start and going BPA the rest of the way through. Because scoring this year is a little bit wild, even a little bit wilder than before. Between changing the kickers and all that, it's a little bit different this year. I'm excited. And I said our 3 group is also in there, which we've been mocking for. Everybody's getting it. I'm excited to pop from that spot. And I want to hopefully make it to the semis again this year or farther.
Yeah, so I'm at the 6th spot. I've always been a 12. This is my 5th year as well. Me and Ryan got in on the same year, and I've always been a 12. This is the first year I took a 6, only because I didn't want to be affected by the 3rd round reversal. So I think being right there in the middle, I was able to get the top 6 quarterback that I want. I think there's 6 quarterbacks and then a teardrop, so I'll get my top 6 quarterback at the 106, and then I won't be affected by the switch of the rounds.
That makes me more nervous than anything because I swear every mock, I'm 8 mocks in and I forget about it every time.
Yeah.
I'm planning my next pick and I'm like, oh, the round reversal. Literally every time. I never remember.
Yeah, last year I went because I had the 12th pick obviously, and I went 4 running backs in the first 5 rounds. Unfortunately, were Jake Dobbins and Cam Makers, and my season was pretty much over at that point. But This year I'm gonna go quarterback at that 106. I think most of my mocks I've gotten either Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow, which either one I'll be happy with. A few times I was able to stack Lamar Jackson with Mark Andrews. I don't know if that's actually going to happen in the real thing, but that would be a really cool thing to do as well, to get that on the comeback and get Mark Andrews.
All right. So I think that's a pretty good intro to what you guys are doing from your spot there. And I think that's a lot of that is really sound advice, but we've got from Drew here. What strategy deviations are you guys eyeing up this year? Because we know it's a big, large tournament. Some people are like, hey, let's stick to our structural drafting and then kind of like work within that. But then there's also people like, hey, this is a big tournament. You got to be unique. You got to swing for the fences, or else you're going to, who cares if you finish it in the middle of the pack, at the end of the pack? It's all about trying to finish in first. So where do you guys what kind of strategy deviations you guys going with? And let's start with Ryan here to start with.
One of the things I always want to do is swinging for the fences. Like, I want guys who might be a little bit of a reach, who I think can have a big year. Like last year, I overreached on Jamar Chase, which ended up working out. But like, I want to try to find moves like that I want to do for that. And one of the biggest things I think I want to do this year that I didn't last year is I want to try stacking a little bit more. Kind of maybe make it a little more like DFS play or best ball, with either stacking 2 or 3 guys from the same team for those big games.
Yeah, I think stacking, and then like as far as people who are like trying to stack the week 17 matchups, and you're like, hey, the goal is like it's a big, huge tournament at the end. Why not have some correlation that way? We're seeing it all the time in DFS now. That's like the whole mantra of DFS at the moment, or not DFS, best ball. So I like it, trying to get a little bit of stack. Because stacking is getting kind of tough, especially for some of the expensive stacks. Is there a certain stacks that you're kind of eyeing, or you just kind of be just looking to correlate your stacks a little bit, or is there a couple that you're really trying to eye?
I mean, Jeff mentioned the one, the Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews one. I think that's a huge advantage just because you're getting a stack at 2 positions. They'll give you more freedom. So if you're picking around where he is, I think that's good. Same with maybe Mahomes, Kelsey. It's just the tight ends are falling so hard that makes it harder. So it might even be a second tier guy. So if I'm getting Lamar Jackson round 1, I might shoot for Bateman in the 6th or 7th round. It may not be my star guys who I'm stacking, and I don't know if I want that. I want it to kind of elevate the second tier players a little bit more.
And what about you, Jeff? Any strategy deviations you're trying to do this year, or are you kind of just trying to stick to your strategy and kind of go from there?
No, I'm definitely doing different this year. Like I mentioned, I took 4 running backs in the first 5 rounds last year and ended up getting 2 of them hurt. So this year I want to go with a little bit more of positions early on that aren't as susceptible to get injuries. The quarterback position, I'm going to be going early. I haven't in the past. Last year, I think my number 1 quarterback was Ben Roethlisberger. I was like, oh, he's been throwing for 5,000 yards every single year. He'll do it again, right? Man, that didn't work out so well. So this year I'm going quarterback early, which is something that I haven't done before. And something else that I'm probably going to do this year that I haven't done ever. And if anybody knows me, knows I'm anti-kicker. We have a whole line of clothing that says no kickers. I will be having a kicker on my team this year with the scoring. I looked at it and I just think I can't. I had to do it.
Who are you?
I'm trying to win this thing, man. I'm trying to win this thing. I gotta have it.
I represent the brand, right? That's fine.
Hopefully, Linda's not listening because she's like my nemesis on Twitter with the kickers, and we've gone back and forth a couple of times. But yeah, this year I will have a kicker for sure. And like Ryan mentioned too, stacking as well. I mentioned the Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews stack. I've also had a few mocks where I got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase on the comeback. So that's one that I would be able to get at the 106 there. So those are 2 that are high end stacks that I'm looking hopefully to land one of those 2.
Guys, so I just want to again, hats off to you guys. In case people who missed it earlier, the entire Going for 2 community who was big time sponsors last year, and they've been part of this, their 4th year part of the Podathon, but they donated $500 last year, and they're like, hey, we're going to try to do this again, Dave. But then we got teased. They're like, hey, we're going to really surprise you. And the doors were blown off with a $2,222.69 donation, putting us over $41,000 raised between the FSC eliminators and the Podathon. Guys, I want to, as my furnace kicks on here, I want to kick to you guys. What can you talk about? One more thing that's really on your mind here. It's wide open. And then also one charity that means a lot to you. Let's start with Ryan this time.
I think a charity that means a lot to animal friends. Big dog person, big pet person. I love they give or they help out getting pets adopted, give back charities. We run things for them at my office all the time. It's a little bit more local, but that's something you can see closely. So that's one of the bigger ones in my heart.
Another going for two, Gladys talked about how there was a local Denver shelter that meant a lot to her too, and where she does her adoptions and everything too from. So I'm loving to see the animal lovers over going for two. So what about anything else on your mind that you want to, because we have about 4 or 5 minutes before we wrap up this segment. Anything else you want to like I've taken up enough of your time talking. Anything that's really on your mind that you want to share with people who are tuning in before we switch it over to Ryan? I mean, to Jeff, sorry.
I think one of the things I've been hearing a lot about with that is for their second quarterback range for the Scott Fish Bowl this year is those accurate quarterbacks who just seem to be sliding in or kind of being values in this, whether it's Tua or somebody like Matt Ryan, who've been incredibly accurate quarterbacks who may not have those huge numbers. With this scoring, it elevates them so much. I did it last year with Derek Carr round 3, who's kind of moving up, but there's the next tier of guys like even Mac Jones who are completing close to 70% of the passes because was it 66% that puts them over positives in the scoring. I think those guys are where you're winning. Even like Jared Goff, who's really boring, is probably going to throw for 3,500 yards. He does it accurately, and he dink and dunks. He can dink and dunk you to consistent fantasy points. So I think that's one of the things I'll be shooting for is taking an elite quarterback early and then later on with one of them. I think it's kind of just a little bit of an opportunity.
I think that's a sharp play. Mac Jones was an uber efficient college quarterback. And I know he had a lot of weapons, but he was pretty efficient in year one, didn't push the ball down the field enough, but there's a big leap for quarterbacks in year 2. I think that's a pretty sharp play. I love it. And then, and I really, again, can't echo enough about your charity for pets. Jeff, sir, what's on your mind? We got about 2 or 3 minutes left, and it's wide open. And then a charity that means a lot to you, sir.
Sure. So the first thing I just want to again thank everybody that was part of the Discord that was able to make that as great as it was with all the donations and everything. I want to thank all my writers, all my podcasters. That was tremendous what we were able to do. And as far as charity goes, and I see someone in the chat said, when did Jeff sleep? Because I was up last night till 1 o'clock in the morning, just still mock drafting with everybody. So, and here I am this morning, on the podcast. But yeah, again, I want to thank everybody in the charity that sort of close to me is Toys for Tots. We actually run a Scott Fishbowl Light sort of DFS contest that we do starting in August, where we have it's just a week 1 contest. We make it really short. And we raise money for Toys for Tots for that as well. And then my daughter's school actually has Toys for Tots there. So we'll go shopping at our local Target and bring the toys to the school there. I think last year we raised $1,200 for Toys for Tots. And my wife and I have a lot of fun going to Target and just blowing all that money, knowing that it's all going to a good cause. And the school loves us. We were in the newspaper last year for getting all these toys. So it was a pretty cool thing. And I couldn't do this without my community. The Going for Two community is awesome. From the writers to the podcasters to the fans, everybody that was involved in the Discord. Just a great thing.
Another it's been emotional. I think this is hour 4 or 5 for me. It's been emotional hearing stories about just how people are taking the message of Scott Fish and just taking it into their personal lives, and then just how you guys have taken it into in the fantasy space over Going for Two, guys. I don't think I needed caffeine, guys. You have brought up the energy. You just flexed, and I think you guys a call to action for other fantasy sites. It doesn't have to be huge, just a little individual things. And hats off to the Going for Two community. Thank you guys for being on, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks for having
us.
Definitely.
All right, guys, we've got to do a little housekeeping here. Is that we see Mike? Mike, do you have an announcement for us here as we do a little housekeeping? Or
no, I'll do the housekeeping first, and then I just want to talk to you real quick before we go to the next round.
All right, yeah, let's do. I'll do a couple live reads, and then we'll as I make sure I do the right live reads here. The first sponsor is TSS Fantasy, and they're here to entertain and educate. the crew of Freddie the Jester Reyes, Justin Jesus Herrera, and Nick, you got Flandered Macaronis, along with the man of the hour, Commissioner Cooper, take you on an hour-long trip that is sure to have you laughing and loving fantasy football, going live 5 days a week, which is just wow. Going live 5 days a week and bringing you all you need to know from waivers, trades, start, sit, DFS, and betting. TSS has your back for the 2022 season. Come join us on YouTube for the live episodes as we talk fantasy, play games, and interview some of the best minds in the business, as well as former players. TSS Fantasy, we are the show of the people. And the second segment is sponsored, or the second guest or sponsor for this segment is the Full Tilt Dynasty Podcast, a safe and welcoming community for all types of fantasy football players looking to learn and grow as fans of a great game. Jacob Sanderson, Billy the Stone, and Thomas Tipple cover the entire fantasy spectrum, with every team member having a completely different view on how to approach fantasy. The Full Tilt Dynasty has an unbeatable history of guests across its 6 shows. New and adaptive content every week bring listeners unique game and trivia paired with thought-provoking fantasy football discussions. Subscribe to the Full Tilt Dynasty Podcast, because clear eyes and full hearts can never lose, and your best days are always spent tilting. Some great sponsors there. We're very thankful for them. And our title sponsor, TrophySmack, really stepping up so far. Mike, you got some news for us here?
Yeah, so I've had a lot of DMs booking the Podathon. So I send out a lot of different messages, right? The 8 o'clock spot, I meant to tell these guests that they're never, ever coming on the Podathon, and accidentally sent them the wrong message. I was actually trying to send the message to Haley Steinfeld to tell her I need you on the Podathon and I love you. And I sent it to these jerks instead. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to bail on this segment, and I can take the heat from these guys if you want. It's up to you. I don't know if you're familiar with these guys, but kind of assholes. So
no. They've never done anything like these JWB. I've been reading about their names and how their sponsors all night. Whatever. They've been huge sponsors, but And John Arrington, a longtime sponsor who does a ton of charity work on top of that. Yeah, I don't know these guys.
Yeah, that's all stuff to cover up the horrible things they do in life. They're just trying to buy goodwill. But as long as you're good, we'll let them come on. I just wanted to give you the option to bow out. And while they're backstage and can't hear me, I wanted to talk just you and I.
Yeah, this is actually, I think we paused the show. This is just us talking, so no one will even know this happened.
Perfect. All right. I hate it admitting mistakes, but this was one of them. But just make them feel welcome, I guess. Whatever.
All right, I'll put on the face for the show anyway. All right, on 3, 1, 2. And here is all right. The game is up.
Best guests ever.
Yeah, best guests ever. And it's a great honor to have them on in this segment, Mike. They are some of our very close friends in this space. We spend a lot of our Friday nights, a lot of our group chats talking to Dynasty Coach A, John Arrington, and Wyatt at Wyatt B _FF. Gentlemen, welcome to the Podathon. Prime spot, 8 a.m.
Yeah, this is such a warm welcome to come in here this morning.
We're really excited.
I hadn't actually set up my headphones yet right before I jumped on, so I didn't hear what you guys said. But I mean, I'm sure it was all just glowing endorsements and only good things. So happy to be here.
John, you sound a little raspy. Were you just yelling? I know you were at the live Orlando draft yesterday. Was your draft that bad that your voice is raspy? Are you not feeling that good? What's going on?
There's a reason why the lights are low. I'm not feeling the greatest right now. Honestly, being here has already made me feel like 10 times better. But that guy was there too. He was there yesterday. So.
I have to imagine John spent a large portion of the day yelling about how he doesn't like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, when he went in the first round, I was like, "What are we doing here?" And then, I lost my voice shortly after that. But
it was great having John on. There was a warning. If he talked about Lamar, we would be the show would no. But
hey, it's Wyatt's fault. That's not my fault.
That's leading the witness. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Objection overruled. I guess. All right. All right, guys. All right, we've had a lot of fun going for 2 huge last segment.
Yeah, that was awesome.
There wouldn't be somebody there, honestly, and I know we joked, Mike and I did, no other people that we'd rather have follow it up, guys. Wyatt, I'll start with you. As a huge time sponsor, talk to us about JW Fantasy, and just this is your first time on the Podathon, I believe, sir, right? Or is it?
Yeah, yeah. So JWB, me and one of my very best friends, Justin, who you can find on Twitter at jwill_ff. We've been working together in fantasy football for a very long time, and eventually, like during the pandemic, it just got to this point. Like we keep on doing all this stuff. Like maybe we should just try and like make some content. So we started making content. Kind of struggled at first. Relaunched July, like spring of 2021, and we've just been adding people and having fun. And we found out about the Scott Fishbowl, and we immediately wanted to try and be part of it and do as much as we could with it. And so this year, we made sure to pool together our team and donate as much as we could to the Podathon, because Scott Fishbowl is like the greatest cause you can ask for with fantasy football. It does so much good. It brings so many people together. Like it's literally the best thing in fantasy football to me.
Well said, Wyatt. I love the energy. Man, I love one of my most fun things I've had doing trying to do my best Sal impersonation with a little extra hair on top. But is that just the excitement and what me? Oh,
oh, look, it's Top Gun 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He never saw the episode. I don't believe him. He saw Top Gun. But is the excitement that people have for the Scott Fishbowl Podathon. So or the Scott Fishbowl Podathon and Scott Fishbowl. So I love to hear it, Wyatt. John, welcome in, sir. This is your first appearance on. You've been a longtime sponsor. We've done a lot of time on charity pods together, but first time on the Podathon. Welcome on, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I basically bought my way onto the Podathon, over the past few years, and so all you have to do is throw a lot of money at these guys, and they will put you on the YouTube video, the live stream. So if that's a lesson to be learned here.
It's all for the kids. I'm a sucker for the kids. What can I say? So we'll leave it. We'll even tolerate a bad Lamar Jackson take or two because of it. I'm going to be kicked off if I keep talking like that. But
QB 14 last year in Scott Fishbowl, but being drafted in the first round.
All right, guys. So I know John. Well, actually, John, let's start with you because you were at Orlando. Tell us what pick you had and what your start was from, because I think personally that's like a dream. You've been saying it all morning, but it was a dream start.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just so much fun being at at the live draft and meeting everyone, and it got pretty chaotic. So not in a bad way, but just a lot of fun. I had the 110 spot, and I started off with CMC. I was kind of hoping that that like possibly somehow Kyler was going to fall to me because he kept falling, but then I think he went at like 108, and then at that point I was like, yeah, it's CMC. It's going to be just too easy. And then I kind of assumed I was going to take Russell Wilson on the way back, and sure enough, took Russell Wilson. And then we got into the third round reversal. In the third round, I took Derrick Henry, who I would have been happy with in the second round. I took him in the third round. So like you said, it was kind of a dream start for me, but I can definitely ask what you guys think about it.
Wyatt, what do you think? You're 110er as well.
Yeah, I am also 110. I dig it. I dig it a lot. Getting Russell Wilson in the second, I think, is especially good because he was always going in the turn, and you basically like never had a chance for him, at least in my experience. So I love Russell Wilson in the second round there.
And not to undersell here, my personal dream start is what Wyatt had. Wyatt, set the stage, my friend. It was I view this as like
wow, John.
Thanks. I'm just getting thrown under the bus today, but it's okay. I already feel that way anyway, so might as well just run with it.
John, you would love this start as well. Let's not kid.
No, he did. He started off great.
So I picked the 110 because I thought there was a chance I was going to get Kelsey at the 110 because I kept seeing him falling in drafts, and he's the first non-QB I would take. But he went 104 in my draft, so I was like, okay, got reassess. I'm probably looking at like whatever top skill player after that comes to me because normally the quarterbacks are gone by then. And then there's Kyler Murray staring me in the face, and I'm definitely in Kyler Murray. So 110, Kyler Murray, really happy about it. And then come back around, and Cooper Kupp is still hanging around, and I was deciding between him and Jalen Hurts, but I don't love Jalen Hurts in this scoring system if he doesn't pick up his completion percentage. So Cooper Kupp, easy pick there. And then, lo and behold, Austin Eckler staring at me in the face at 303, who's going in the second round everywhere I look. So,
What?
yeah, Austin Eckler, let's do it. And now I'm like, well, I wanted to go early tight end. And normally, Kittle, Waller, they're all gone by the comes back around me. They're normally end of the third, beginning of the fourth. And Waller falls all the way to 410. And I'm just living in dreamland at that point.
Well, now I just feel like whatever I do from the 110, it's just not going to be as good as you guys. And Wyatt, you were at a live draft as well, too, right? So where were you exactly? You were at Canton, or?
Yes, Canton live draft. We were at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Shout out to Bob Lung, who arranged everything, set up the whole hangout for the day. We drafted at the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which was great. Everyone had a blast. It was a lot of fun. Then afterwards, we went to the DoubleTree. We saw our boy Keith serving us drinks at the bar. We hung out there for a while. It was a good time.
So y'all had one drink all night then?
When we got there, we were the only people there for the beginning, so not so bad. We hung out for a while. Unfortunately, they couldn't make us food though because there was a wedding going on at like 5:30, so they closed the kitchen. But we ordered pizza and got pizza in. Everything was great. We all had a good time. It seemed like everybody had a blast.
And I'm jealous because Mike over here is going to be at the Boston live draft. I'm like the odd guy out here. It sounds like there's going to be a lot more interest in this too. And I know it was a lot of work for Scott, a lot of work for the people running this thing. And there's still a lot of more great other live drafts to come too. But it seems like it was an incredible add to the entire Scott Fishbowl experience. Guys, we've talked a little bit about, just Scott Fishbowl in general, but I just kind of want to say, I know you guys are both very active in some charitable causes and in what Scott Fishbowl is all about. So can you guys kind of talk about what it means to be on here at the Podathon as the big day, as we kick off the last 12 hours of the show? Can you guys talk a little bit about that? And let's start with John here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, your last guest did it perfectly. They donated over $2,000 and just showed everyone what it's all about. And I definitely am not donating $2,000 as much as I would love to, but I've done what I could. But and obviously Spaceman co-hosts charity pods with me, and so we do this as much as we can. And I love anything donating to charity, like anything about it. I love everything about it. And when we do the charity pods, we don't ask for donate to this charity. We say donate to what's important to you. And so obviously Fantasy Cares is amazing, but maybe there's something really special to you that you just want to donate to, and it doesn't really matter which charity it is necessarily. Obviously there's some that are probably better than others, but I just, if you're doing something for the community, whether it's local, national, international, whatever it is, then I'm a fan.
Wyatt, sir, same question to you, my friend.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to echo what I said earlier when I was talking about just the Scott Fishbowl in general, but charity with fantasy is like the best thing that I think that's happened because of fantasy football and how much it inspires people to give to causes that they feel passionate about. And like John was saying, any charity tournament, anything that happens, like hit me up, send me a DM, like I'll come join your fantasy charity tournament. Like I'll make room for it, because giving to charity is, I think, one of the more important things that you can do, because there are so many people in need. And if I can, I'm going to quickly mention the charity that's near and dear to me, which is the Preeclampsia Foundation. It's the charity that I donate to personally, in addition to the different things with Scott Fishbowl. My son was born 10 weeks early from my wife having preeclampsia. There's no known cause. There's no known cure. It happens about 8% of women. And the only actual way they can deal with it is to deliver the baby. And they basically just try to keep the baby in the womb as long as possible. So if you're looking for a place to donate some money, Preeclampsia Foundation.
Love it. Hey, Dave, can I just jump in on the charity tournament front just for a minute?
Yeah.
So, I mean, one of the ways, obviously, we've talked about, we know these guys really well. And I wanted to throw a question to John in particular, rather than Wyatt. And John, we did a.
Why am I nervous right now?
If you remember last year, the group of us from the happy hour chat that we're all friends on, and we all chat in, did a co-host, did a co-owner league for charity last year, and I was trying to remember who won that. I tried to put it in the show notes, but I forgot. But there were two people in particular that won that league. Do you remember who that was?
You know, that is a great question. I don't really pay attention to redraft all that much, so you know, I can't even say I remember that particular league at all.
That explains John's Scott Fishbowl performance too. But
it does, yeah. Wyatt, do you recall who won that league? I'm just trying to remember. I just want for completion so we can talk about.
You know, I'm really trying to remember. I think their names might be Mike and Wyatt. I think.
I'm pretty sure. John, I don't personally remember either because I was busy making the finals of the Fishbowl, so I was also busy at the time. But yeah, I do recall two people on this stream absolutely dominating our first annual Happy Hour Co-owner League for charity and for bragging rights and for this exact moment.
Yeah, I knew that I should have been nervous and you know, rightfully so. But I mean, in my defense, my name's not Redraft Coach A, so I mean, come on now.
And
wow,
you know,
he had that excuse waiting. He's built it in.
He built it into his Twitter.
It's a lifestyle for John.
And then in the chat, we have other losers, which is great to see. Thanks for checking us out.
I think that gives us actually a really good. We've been busting a lot of chops here because I think that's what Happy Hour is all about. We've all spent a lot of time together. So it started early on in the pandemic. John, can you talk a little bit about Happy Hour and what that is, and if in case anyone else is maybe interested, it's been a really awesome time for a long time for us. Can you talk about that, John?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the reason why we're all sitting here busting each other's balls and everything is because we literally talk every day. We're in a group chat together. We talk every day. I mean, I love these guys, even Mike, I guess. But it's you know, I a couple of years ago, like right as COVID started, I started doing virtual happy hours every Friday, and I never knew like what it was going to turn into or you know what it was going to become. But we still go every single Friday. I've only missed a handful over the 2 years that we've been doing it, and it's awesome. Sometimes we might only have like 4 or 5 people. Sometimes we've had like 30 people. It just really depends, and people kind of come and go throughout the night. It lasts 6-7 hours. I mean, we kind of have like the early crew, the mid crew, and then the late night crew. And so sometimes they're going till 3-4 a.m. And depending where they're at, it might not be that late, but for me it is. So it's just we just talk football, life, drink, hang out. I mean, there's nothing. Oh yeah, Levi can get the hell out of here with his 13-17 record last year. But yeah, Happy Hour has been one of the greatest things that I've ever done, honestly, because I've met such great people in the community, and you know, we once again just great friends.
And I just want to add a little bit more onto that. Is that not only does it support people on a personal level when people are down, like everyone in that group is a huge cheerleader for each other when they're down, when they're up, when they're in between, when they're anxious. It doesn't matter. And it goes beyond fantasy. They step up. And this is just, that's kind of, it goes back to what Scott Fishbowl is all about. And they also too, that's on a personal level. And then they support each other on a personal level. We show up for each other's live streams. We share their content, and we really believe in what each other's doing and what we're like, whatever someone's buying in for. If someone just wants to spend some time talking to their best friends every Friday night, we support that. If someone wants to try to make it in this fantasy industry, we support that. Everyone's supportive of each other's goals, and it says a lot to the people who are involved, and also John for getting this thing started. So that's I just want to say mention that, and then Wyatt, can we transition to a little bit what the JWB fantasy crew is all about, because you guys have a really special group of people over there as well.
Yeah, it was really exciting, and I want to quickly say thank you to John for the happy hour, because like when I joined Twitter, I never thought that I would find a group of people that like I consider like true great friends through Twitter, and now like we look forward to like being able to see each other the one time a year or whatever that we get to. It's super cool. But but in the same way, that's kind of how JWB built, because like I said before, me and Justin started JWB, and then through Twitter met Skyler at the FF Buffalo, who really became like the third member of like the executive team of JWB. He's the man behind the YouTube. He does such incredible work, and we just continue to build, through Twitter, all these people that, meeting through Twitter, just trying to build like people that we think are great people and also great fantasy football minds. And it's just been amazing to build a team and be able to put out different kinds of content and help people, be better in fantasy.
And I think it also understands just how sharp people are over at JWB because, and I mean not ourselves, but I just want to emphasize how sharp they are because people are going to Wyatt for his SFB12 projections. That they're going to Nate for his film analysis. They're going to Skylar, who has really the whole package, who's really good with values and understanding where players should go, not only right now, but also how they'll be valued in the future. So I could gush a lot here, but I also want to leave some room open to just talk about, leave the floor open because we've talked about some charities that are important to Wyatt. We've talked about John and his happy hour. Guys, you're on the Podathon. When you guys were on, it's your floor. You guys have done a lot of great things in space. John, what kind of do you feel compelled to talk about when you're on the Podathon? Because we got about probably 8 minutes left in this segment.
Yeah, and I guess I didn't truly touch on it, but like anyone that wants to join happy hour, just slide into the DMs. Like anyone's welcome. We're extremely inclusive. We've had people that have jumped on and maybe it wasn't their thing. Maybe we're a little too rowdy, but and that's fine too. But we, anyone can come on. And actually, yeah, Finero is in the chat and he was on Friday. That was his first happy hour. I kept inviting him. He kept saying he was going to join. He finally did. So not to make it all about happy hour, but I do kind of think that's what the Podathon's about is bringing everyone together. And, so happy hour is kind of the same thing. Like the fantasy football part of it is fun and everything, but the meeting the people and, just talking to people that they're almost as smart as me every day is just, amazing. And it's, oh no, sorry. I'm actively dying right now, so I'm just trying to spit out whatever's actually going through my brain. But
can I actually want to follow up too because I think you've really communicated one part that I really value as a friend for is what you do for people, what you do for charity, but also too you're an incredibly excellent dynasty player or a dynasty player. No matter what Mike says, John, can you talk about a little bit about your content over at the Monocle, your pod? And some of your tools you have over on your Patreon.
Yeah, actually, I was going to touch on it earlier, but one of the live reads that you did was from the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast, and I'm actually taking over as their Devi host. So I'm going to be the host of the Full Tilt Devi podcast coming up here pretty soon. I've actually been the host the last 2 times, but it wasn't technically official until just about now. But I'm also the host of the Monocle Dynasty podcast and the host of the Devi Devotional podcast. In case you haven't noticed, I like talking quite a bit. So yeah, that's basically what I do. And yeah, I love it. I'm a big nerd. I love spreadsheets almost as much as Spaceman, and I stare at them. I stare at them basically all day long. I've created models and tools and all kinds of stuff. One of my favorite things I recently created was the league evaluator, and it's only for sleeper leagues, unfortunately, right now. So MFL can get the hell out of here. But it's sleeper for sleeper leagues, you can actually put in your sleeper ID, the league ID, and then you can download it. Or it automatically downloads every team and then it rates or like evaluates the teams and it shows you exactly, where you are value wise, like dynasty value wise and stuff like that for each position. And it shows every other team, and where they have their strengths and weaknesses and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's really cool, especially for trading. We got Russ here. He knows a little bit about trading, I think. And, for trade purposes, you can go look, oh, this guy, his team sucks, but he has really good wide receivers. My team's amazing, but I need a wide receiver. Oh, bam, I can go make a trade. And it just, I love the tool, and I'd love for more people to use it.
Well said. And we're joined by not only Dynasty Ad House himself, Russ, but we're going to tease a little bit, build up some anticipation here because honestly, people are, let's be honest, they're excited to talk to Outhouse, listen to what he has to say here. But I want to follow up a little bit more with Wyatt. Wyatt, the floor is yours, sir. We've got about 3-4 minutes before we close out this segment. It's been an honor to share with people who are watching just what kind of content, what kind of people you and John are, but take her away, Wyatt.
I just want to say that, like, this right here is what fantasy football Twitter is all about. Like, getting to sit and talk with you guys the way that we do so often is, like, literally the best thing. I said it before, I never thought I'd meet such great people and, like, find, like, true friends like this and be able to talk about fantasy football. Like, feels like you found found my clan or something like that. And I encourage everybody out there who's on Twitter to do the same and find your clan, find the people if you haven't already, because, like, as you were saying before, Dave, like, it's a great support system for you, both as a person and as someone who's possibly trying to create content. It's just really amazing. And I want to say thank you for having me on. Thank you to the Podathon. What this Podathon does is amazing. And just thank you.
And that is thank you, really, John and Wyatt. But the man, the myth, the legend, people were worried that he was sleeping in, getting some extra Z's. Sal is back. Thank you. He's trying to save the show. He's seen the ratings, and he's come to save the day.
I've seen all that. What I want to know, really important question is, in the hours that I was gone, did the porn bot show up?
I'm on my third computer.
Wow. That's a lot. No, I was just listening to John and Wyatt. Wyatt, you and I have been on a show together before, right? Did you do Off the Ropes with me? Was that what we were on recently?
Yeah, TrophySmack. Yeah, yep.
Yep. All right. So good to see you guys. I've read your reads all day yesterday, so we want to thank you. It's about everybody. It's about the community. I love everything I've heard over your segment. I didn't want to step on Dave and Mike's toes. They've been doing an amazing job. I jumped in to say, Russ, I told you 9 o'clock, not 8:30, 9 o'clock. That's all.
These guys look tired. I mean, I just figured I'd come in here and reinvigorate the Podathon. I was here to save the day.
Russ is the best. Russ is the best.
I'm definitely happy to see Russ, more than other folks that have joined this morning. Russ, I personally am happy you showed up early. I was trying to bail before Sal woke up, but unfortunately I missed and had to connect back with them. But Sal, you look as good as you can. Russ, you look amazing, and I'm happy to see you, my friend.
Work with what you come with, you know what I mean?
But these two guys right here, honestly, these three guys this past half hour has been amazing. Some of my best friends, some of my favorite people, and probably my favorite intro that I've ever been able to do, because honestly, it's what we're about in our group. But check these guys out. One of the things that I've always said, when you're looking at the fantasy community and you see anybody have any kind of success, and we talked about that. I did fairly well last year in a couple of leagues. These three guys that I've been on with this past half hour, they're the people that I go to. Whenever you send me a trade, they see it first. They're the people I go to for advice. If anything smart has ever come out of my mouth, which isn't often, it's probably from one of these guys, because they are legitimately not just great people, but also incredible analysts and wildly underfollowed. So if you want any chance of beating me, which is slim, you should follow these guys, because they're the brains behind all of it anyway.
I'm only counting two of who you're talking about.
I was going to say we will absolutely be making fun of any trades that you send Mike as well, because anytime you guys send these wild offers, we just laugh and joke about it for like the next 5 days.
Yeah, we do have a lot of fun with the, hey, how about Jamar Chase for a few picks here? I'm like, let me send this to my friends before I say no.
Yeah.
And also, you could tell the true professionals that when Mike started talking, immediately John and Wyatt muted their mics. Which I have never done in my entire life, because I'm way too lazy to click a button. Plus, I know I'll forget to unclick it and then go to talk every single time. But like that just shows the level of commitment and just the level of professionalism that they will show to even Mike, who, I mean,
I was actually trying to cancel out of the
serve professionalism.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I was actually trying to cancel out of the podathon, but
yeah, try to be nice.
I love how they both went to say the exact same thing right there.
Yeah.
This is
guys,
why I introed the way we did.
It's been a lot of fun, but you know how it works here. As the show moves on, we've got some sponsors to take care of, and I'm not sure who wants to read it. Sal's pipes might be well rested. If he wants to tap out on one more, I'm cool with doing it. What Sal, you're the boss. What are we doing here?
I got the next few hours. Go ahead, Dave. Send yourself off with a bang.
All right. This guest is sponsored by Upper Hand Fantasy, created by Faraz Sadiq. Upper Hand Fantasy delivers high-quality content in digestible Instagram stories and posts. Don't assume you can't find good fantasy football content on Instagram. Upper Hand Fantasy was built an amazing community over the last 4 years, and so many depend on Faraz for his opinions and analysis as the NFL landscape shifts every day throughout the offseason and during the season. Come find out for yourself and visit Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy, again, at Upper Hand Fantasy, and send Faraz a DM to say hi. And the second sponsor of this hour is the Fantasy Whispers Mock Draft Marathon. 24 hours of continuous, nonstop mock drafting with Whisper Nation and some of the best fantasy experts in the industry. We would love for you to be a part of it. Join us from Saturday, July 23rd to Sunday, July 24th on the Fantasy Whisperers YouTube channel. Make sure you are subscribed and turn on the bell notification so you don't miss a mock. Follow at TF Whisperers on Twitter and tune into the Whisperers Mock Draft Marathon if you want to draft along with the best in the industry from July 23rd to July 24th. And I think as I fumble over my words, that was the perfect way to end it.
Absolutely.
Great segment, Dave. Outstanding coverage of the after hour shift, my friend. But Sal's here, so I'm going to leave. Y'all have fun.
Yeah.
Sal and Russ, we're excited. Take it away, boys.
Be good, Dave. Thank you. Get some rest.
They were very excited to leave. Just a little too
they got out of there quick.
All right, Wyatt, John, we're gonna let you guys get out of here. We have the next group waiting in the wings. Thank you again, gentlemen, for all your time and your donations and sponsorship.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Wyatt. So Wyatt was still talking. Hey, Russ, what's up, buddy?
I feel better now. You need to be in that main seat. I was very uncomfortable being that first picture.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Dave said something about my voice being well rested. You can hear it. It is it's not spectacular, but I'm going to do my best. And I got Russ here. He's well rested.
You're at like halftime of a Giants game like Giants playing Raiders. Like this is how your voice is.
I was actually at that game this year, and the Raiders lost to the Giants, so maybe we would have had a better position in the playoffs. So I got that going for me. But let me bring in these two gentlemen, Ryan and Joe. Hey, what is up, guys? How are you?
How's it going?
Hello,
guys,
hello.
Ryan, you've been with me before, right? I mean, I've definitely spoken to you.
I think we've definitely crossed paths on a podcast before, but I don't know if I've been on any like just me and you type show. So.
Well, you want me to get rid of the other two, or
let's do it, me and you, buddy.
Hey.
I'm very used to people pretending I'm not here, so go.
Yeah, go ahead, you guys. Talk fantasy, and of course, Ryan with Football Guys. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell everybody what it is you're doing these days.
Oh, you're gonna let me go first, Joe?
Of course.
So I am Ryan Weiss. I am, like you said, with Football Guys. I do all of my written content with Football Guys, but I do all my podcasting with Club Fantasy, and I'm here representing Club Fantasy with my co-host, the wonderful Joe Zolo.
Yeah, I am Joe Zolo. I've been with Club Fantasy almost since the beginning for 6 years, host of No Punt Intended, and then we do a few other different shows and stuff like that. I am not as active in writing or anything like that because I have a full-time job with a baseball team, which takes up a good amount of my time, but luckily have an awesome team with Ryan, Josh, all of our writers that really pick up any of the slack that I leave behind, but I'm just the guy that handles all the conversation on No Pun Intended, makes it fun and interesting for everybody listening and watching. So we appreciate everybody that listens and watches to the show.
Well, you threw it out there, so talk to us about this job with a baseball team.
Yeah. We are the Bismarck Larks. Follow us at Bismarck Larks because I have goals to hit and money to make, so that would be amazing. Just like we're trying to make money here, we're trying to hit our goals here in Bismarck. We're a Northwoods League team. It's a summer collegiate baseball team. I'm the director of content, but also the on-field host. which just perfectly translates from what I do in the fantasy football industry. Currently in the middle of a 6-game homestand. Got home at 1 a.m. last night and woke up this morning because I heard we were trying to raise money. And that's why I'm here. More than happy to wake up and do this early in the morning in the Central Time Zone. I love it, man. It's a good job. Been here for about 18 months, and I think we're the third most successful franchise ever in summer collegiate baseball history. So trying to slowly build on that to make that number one. Really exciting things happening in Bismarck, North Dakota, the place you thought you'd never visit.
Oh, it's a hotbed for baseball activity, from what I understand. And I recently participated in a celebrity softball game at the Brooklyn Cyclone Stadium.
Nice.
In obviously Brooklyn, New York. And we played against the Real Housewives of New Jersey.
Okay.
And, interestingly enough, and their husbands and their grown children. So when I say we lost 20-18, it wasn't to the New Jersey Housewives.
Okay.
It was some of it was to the Housewives. But anyway,
You see the video of Sal showing no mercy, going for that home plate with one of the Housewives playing catcher, just
running the catcher over,
elbow out.
And she put me on my ass. So, Joe, we were working closely with the on-field people who do all that stuff. So I know exactly what it is that you do, and getting the crowd involved and all the in-between inning things that go on to keep everybody occupied. That's got to be a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
There's a seat in Bismarck apparently, which made it a little. I did not realize that. Made it a little hard to find, but you got one more follow.
Oh, yes. I appreciate that,
There you
Russ.
go. Get him that paycheck.
Yes. Yeah, no one knows. Dude, it's ironic. We actually got hats printed from our manufacturer, and they didn't put the C in there. It was just BISMARK, which I originally thought was the way to spell Bismarck. So that was embarrassing when I got up here and started spelling it like that. Yeah, everyone, I still forget that there's a C sometimes.
But also especially because you got the wonderful, rhyming of Bismarck Larks, and I'm like, all right, well, there's no C in Larks, so let's keep it going. And
one would think maybe we should have added the C into Lark just to.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, make it your own.
Yeah, I didn't make the team, so I'll take that over with my GM. Maybe we'll do a rebrand next year.
Like it.
Yeah.
So Ryan, Ryan's like, hey, you guys all just want to talk to Joe. Before we get to you, is that a Ben Coates jersey, Joe?
Yeah, it is.
Yes. So let me tell you here. So
were you alive when Ben Coates played football?
No, God, no, I was not alive when Ben Coates played football. No. I am. Do you see the John Hanna jersey? I was definitely not alive when John Hanna played football.
Yeah, it's a little glare on it, but I see it. Yeah.
So it is John Hanna signed, Ben Coates signed, because two of the best jerseys in Patriots history. This is just a Solar Bears jersey. I interned with them in 2017, 2018. And this is a Manchester Monarchs jersey, both ECHL hockey teams. That is a signed Christmas sweater jersey. And then I have like Frank Gore, Ricky Williams up where you guys can't see.
Joe is king of the minor leagues. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Minor leagues have the best logos, by the way.
Of course.
Oh, facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Ryan, talk about moving on to work with football guys. When did you start that? And, they're a pretty well-established company and organization, and it's the next level up from the stuff that we've all done.
Yeah.
The stuff that we start on our own and build, but now you're working with a group of guys that have been there almost since the beginning.
Yeah, I got a lucky break just from the beginning. And so I started my own site 6 years ago where I was focusing strictly on top 5 lists. That's why my handle is the Fantasy 5. So it was all top 5 lists, top 5 sleepers, top 5 busts, all the kind of stuff that have become enormous Twitter threads now. I was trying to do in article form. And at that time, the fantasy footballers actually put out a tweet. And I like to joke, I got in at the ground level before they had even hit 10,000 followers on Twitter. And they said they were looking for writers. And so I sent them a couple of samples, and Jason Moore got back to me and said, hey, we're going to bring you on. So I was with them for about 5 years and mutually decided it was time to move on, and reached out to a friend of mine, Lauren Carpenter, who was still with the Ballers and was with Football Guys. And we were just talking, and she said, I think you should meet Joe Bryant. And I was like, yes, absolutely. And the first time I met Joe, I couldn't stop talking about how for years before my friend Joe Zolo was even born, I was using the Rate My Team tool on Football Guys just to show my league how easy it was going to be for me to make the playoffs and dominate in this, that, and the other. And Joe's like, well, what are you going to do now? And I was like, honestly, I'm enjoying the podcasting thing. And he's like, well, would you want to do some articles with us? And smile across my face about a mile wide. And so Joe the nicest guy, just inducted into the Hall of Fame, the nicest guy in fantasy football, one of the best people I've ever met. And we just really talked about what my vision was for what I wanted to be in fantasy. And it just felt like the right place to be. So that was about a year ago now. And I've just had a ton of fun. What I really love about being with a big established thing like Football Guys is that in the group chat, it's still the same as any other group chat in the world. We're telling each other why we're right, why we're wrong. I get to argue with Sigmund Bloom on a weekly basis, which is like a really fun thing to do. But Joe's always trying to bring on new talent. And that's one of my favorite things is when he's bringing in new writers, I get to be the person to kind of like go over their articles with them and like meet them and all that kind of fun stuff. And helping other people grow and get better in this industry has honestly been my favorite part of my time in this industry.
You know, two things I was going to say, and you said it, is there a nicer guy than Joe Bryant? I don't think there is.
No.
And how do you argue with Sigma? I mean, how do you argue with a guy who talks at a pace like this? I mean, it's very difficult to argue.
You're arguing with such positive energy that I couldn't even bring myself to argue back with you because I respect it too much.
Argue might be the wrong word. Maybe civil disagreements, because you're right. Sigmund presents everything so clear and concise. But even in the group chat, it's weird when I was the new guy, you don't want to step in between, but like Jason Wood and Adam Harstead will just yell at people and tell people they're so wrong and you respect their opinion, but like they're yelling at people whose opinions you also respect. And then after a while, you're like, I'm just going to dive in and I'm going to be right too.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday plenty of times because we built this show basically to mix the smaller shows and the new people coming to the industry with the big titans of the industry. And it's important for me that we get as many of the smaller up-and-coming people on the show as the big names. And I kept mentioning to people in year one, 2016, when we started our first podcast, Mike Wright and Matt Harmon and Matthew Berry. I mean, I didn't mention Sigmund, but Sigmund came on that first year with us also. And, you know, we end up talking fish and we end up talking concerts at Madison Square Garden and all that stuff. And that's what it's like hanging out with a guy like Sigmund. He's just he's awesome. And Joe followed me recently this year on Twitter. I had always known about Joe, and just interacting with him has been great. And Mike, who was hosting with Dave before us, he did all the scheduling this year of putting this together. And it's my fault because I definitely wanted to reach out and get Joe on, and I forgot to bring it up. But I can't complain. Mike did such an awesome job. I mean, he brought you guys to us. So you're representing Football Guys. You can go back and tell Joe what an amazing job you did.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you want to get into some SFB talk?
Let's do it.
Either one of you guys doing a live draft?
No. I am doing the Canton slow draft. I'm actually born and raised in Northeast Ohio. I tried to get into some of the New York drafts. I moved to Albany last year, but all the New York drafts filled up way too quickly. And so I ended up just going back to my roots. So I am in the Canton slow draft kicking off tomorrow.
So, yeah, you know, I'm New York and Russ is New Jersey, right? And, you know, I waited too long to jump into a New York draft also. So I found Gotham City had one spot left in it. So I said, why not get the make pretend New York?
There you go.
You've got a few New Yorkers in the make-believe New York, actually.
And Russ, so Batman happens to be my favorite.
I was saying Russ is rocking the Batman shirt, if I saw correctly.
Russ is also tattooed.
Yeah.
Batman. So when I say it's my favorite, it's not even on the level of how much Russ loves Batman. But
I have to send you guys a picture. I'll try to do it after we jump off here. My wife did my son's entire room as Gotham City when we moved into our new house. So it's all gray background. And then she did black silhouettes of buildings and then got glow in the dark paint for the windows and the bat signal up on the wall. And it was enormous. And she did it all freehand. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
That's a lot cooler than mine. We did it with vinyl stickers for my son.
Ryan, it's incredible. You're married to Marlia.
I heavily outkicked my coverage.
Heavily.
Well, you know, as men in general, if we all take the time to look at ourselves in the mirror, any woman and or man for that matter that agrees to be with us.
Yep.
We should be.
I agreed with that until I grew a mustache, and now I think my wife is the lucky one. So
yeah, no, the facial hair changes everything: body chemistry, mentality, the whole ball of wax. So Ryan, you're drafting in the Canton slow draft.
Yeah.
What pick do you have?
I chose 10 because of the third round reversal. So
yeah, and I've always had the number one pick like the last 3 years at SFB, and this year I switched, and there was one spot left in at Gotham, and it was pick 11. I was like, oh, I'm grabbing that. Because I never get to enjoy that third round reversal. I'm always on the other side like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
So do you have a strategy in place, or is it just that, at that point, number 10, I got to see what falls to me? Is it going to be a running back? Is the Kyler Murray going to make it down to me at that point?
So for me, in Superflex, I don't let quarterbacks get away from me, but I am also grab elite tight end guy. And so if Kelsey falls to 10, it's Kelsey for me, easy, and then I'll figure out quarterback at the second and third round pick. I'm not so sure. I want to dig more into Mark Andrews, because when I originally did my projections for fantasy in general, Andrews statted out pretty heavily as my tight end 1, but the more I dug into the Baltimore offense, he started to fall down. So I'm still all in on Kelsey. I'm not as all in on Andrews, and I don't know if I would take him in the first round. If a quarterback I prefer is there, I might go quarterback and then see what happens with Andrews. But essentially with my first 3 picks, I want to go quarterback, tight end, and then figure it out from there. So
I like when, and I played fantasy football since the early 90s. I like when people are like, I statted this out, I looked at that, and I'm like, well, Kelsey's always been good, so I'm just
That's Joe. That is the dichotomy between Joe and I when we do our show, because Joe is the gut, and I'm not like full analytics, but I'm full spreadsheet guy for sure. Like I live off of my spreadsheets. So.
The closest I get to spreadsheets is when I rip pages out of my notebook and I spread them across my desk. That's the closest I get to a spreadsheet. So
go back to sleep, Sal.
Joe, how many years have you been in the Scott Fish Bowl, Joe? Is this your first one?
I actually am not in Scott Fish because I have not had time to even apply.
Joe, I have the right to give out spots, and you are now in the Scott Fish Bowl.
Oh, so fantastic! Great, thank you.
I'm sending it over to Ryan and Scott right now. Joe Zolo, Joe_Zolo. Congratulations.
Yes.
What spot you're in?
What's funny is our third
Sal,
co-host,
you're one to answer your question.
There you go. Well, our third co-host, Josh, was like, Joe, with you not being in, do you want me to reach out to Scott? And Joe actually never responded when Josh said that, but now you've done it, Sal, so appreciate it.
I'm going to send this over.
Expecting this. He's like, I'm not going to apply. Someone's just going to get me in anyway.
Once you become a big guy in college baseball or summer college baseball or whatever the hell, Joe's a big guy.
Go into your head, man.
I signed 7 autographs on kids' hats the other day, and it was pretty cool.
I'm not going to make fun of that.
I'm not going to lie to you. It was pretty cool.
Little girl, did they ask you what base you play?
Oh.
No. I have a microphone in my hand the whole time. They very much know I am not allowed on the field.
He plays free base. Listen, Joe, it's an important question. I may have jumped the gun here. Did you register?
No, I literally, like I told you, I haven't even had the time to do that.
That might be tough because you have to be in the database. But let me see what I can do. Okay. Go ahead, talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to see what I can do. If I can't, we'll make sure we get you in there for 13.
Dude, just go right now. ScottFishBowl.com.
Yeah, Joe, do that. Now, one thing I will say that I think is an interesting discussion, and some of your folks so far have discussed it and others haven't, is the big difference between Sleeper and MFL when it comes to these kickers, because Sleeper has to start the kicker, and NFL, you can flex them, and the no missed points this year makes kickers very interesting, and I know that will make our girl Linda smile. So
I did that last year, though.
I avoided them like the plague last year. How did it work out last year? Because missed points were a part of last year, right? Missed kick points.
So let me tell you why I lost last year.
Because you drafted kickers. No, I'm joking, Russ.
Okay. First of all, the lone strategy I'm going into SFB this year is to not draft anyone who has a playoff week.
Okay.
Because I made it to the first week of the playoffs, and then I had 4 players on bye that week.
Okay.
But the real way you win Scott Fish Bowl is by just ridiculous ceiling, right? You get lucky, you get that group of guys, you get that rookie. Kickers are insanely safe. Most kickers will average you 8-9 points. You won't get your 0, but there is 0 ceiling to them. I mean, unless those games where you get like Justin Tucker kicking 6 field goals, but even still, it's not that great. You know, there's no ceiling to them. So if you want like one on your team, so just in case you get some injuries and you feel like you need that little bit of just like, I have these wide receivers that give me that ceiling. Let me just get that one guy who's just going to give me 8-9 points and I feel safe. Then sure, kickers have fun, but there's just no ceiling to them whatsoever.
So you would also, I'm guessing, even with your situation of making sure you wouldn't draft, you're not drafting guys on bye week 13 or 14. you also wouldn't even consider starting a kicker those weeks then because of the lack of ceiling, because you need the insane points to move on in Scott Fish.
Well, again, it depends what the rest of my team is. Like, I will start a kicker over, running back 3 on a team,
okay.
But, I'm not going to take a kicker in like the 9th, 10th round when there's still a bunch of rookie wide receivers that all they need is like a little bit just to be like the guy in their system. Like during the draft, I probably won't grab a kicker until like the last round if there's 1 or 2 left that I still think are actually good and I actually remember what team they're on and know for a fact that they're the starter, because right now I can't tell you a couple of teams.
Everyone hating on kickers.
Like, they'll always be on the wire, right? There's always going to be 1 or 2. So I probably won't. Like, I left the draft last year with like 3 kickers. And because they were like Jason Sanders, Younghoe and and Tyler Bass. If you listen to Linda, you drafted Tyler Bass.
Exactly.
But by like week 6, I'm like, all right, well, I'm just going to hold on to Bass at this point, and the rest of them can go away.
Joe, I know you love
now that you're in Scott Fish Bowl, assuming you did just say you signed up and Sal's working his magic.
Yes, I dropped it in the private chat, my ID number.
Yeah.
I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
The good news is you signed up for Scott Fish Bowl 13.
Oh.
But he's in the database. It's fine.
I'm working on it.
Do you have a choice of, have you looked through the divisions? Do you think you know where you want to go? Or do you have an idea of what spot you'd want to pick?
Like spot in the draft, I always prefer middle. I think people hate on the middle spots in the draft way too much. One, you're not waiting hours for what it feels like if you're on the tail ends of the draft, right? If you're 1, 2, 9, 10, or 11, 12, you're in 12 team. It just feels like you're waiting forever sometimes for picks. I love sitting in a 10 team 4, 5, 6, 12 team 5, 6, 7. I like sitting in those areas because I always feel like I can get somebody. I'm only waiting 10 picks in between every single one. So like if I feel like, oh, maybe I can wait on this guy till next round, he might be there. 9 times out of 10, that's normally how it rolls. Ryan and I were in one with Nate Markham started, correct, Ryan?
Yeah.
For just an
IDP mock draft.
Yeah, IDP mock draft. And I immediately wanted like one of the middle slots. And I only lost out on a couple guys that I really wanted, but I always feel the middle spot is ideally the best spot to go. And I am a heavy running back guy. I do not like taking tight ends early. I could care less that they get an extra half points per reception. If it's like, I still, to me at this point in that, if it's like Tony Gonzalez back in the 2000s, if you didn't have Tony Gonzalez, you just punted on the position because it was Tony Gonzalez in the field. At this point, if we look at, I'm pretty sure we look at the scoring, yes, there's obviously Darren Waller, George Kittle, Mark Andrews. It's Travis Kelce, and everyone else can go kick rocks essentially.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
I'll take just the touchdown upside of Hunter Henry. I'll go and just get a guy. Ryan does fantastic streaming articles. 9 times out of 10, I just listen to him and stream a guy. Streaming kickers. Find the dude who kicks inside against the best red zone defense. Guess what? They're going to get stopped inside the 20 every time there's 3 points. It's those little things. I love drafting from the middle. And yes, this is super flex, but the lose a point per incompletion scares me. Like -4 for an interception. I'll wait and just take Kirk Cousins as my quarterback one. At this point, he was going to throw 73% of his passes, and he'll have bad games where he throws interceptions, but realistically not horrible games where he's really going to cost you. I'm like, oh, well, Lamar Jackson could be good because they don't pass the ball a lot. His completion percentage is all over the place, and he's sometimes willy-nilly with the football. So that scares me. I think Josh Allen's probably the quarterback one if I really had to throw one out there, if I was really going to take a quarterback round 1. But, dude, load me up on running backs. That position is awful after round 5 in traditional drafts. Awful.
So much to unravel from what you said. Like, we got a willy-nilly reference, which...
Willy-nilly was wonderful.
Thank you.
Willy-nilly from somebody so young.
From the youngest person in the room.
My dad raised me well.
Anybody who wants to fight me on this, Tony Gonzalez, greatest tight end to ever play the game, bar none, period.
Well,
and that's not easy for me as a Raiders fan to admit.
Ben Coates.
Yes, well, Ben Coates, he had his purpose. Yeah, and so, Joe, it sounds like you're going to get in, but what if I forced Scott to give you like the 1 pick overall? So you'd have to take 1 in a super flex 3rd round reversal, and you're going to wait a real long time. And let me tell you what, Kirk Cousins just might not be there when it comes back around because
he will not be there.
Scott Fishbowl, he doesn't go as late as you think he's going to go. So you got to make a real tough decision with the number 1 overall pick, and I didn't tell him to do that, but let's pretend I did.
Yeah,
I would probably go with Josh Allen at that point. In all honesty, I feel like consensus top 3 is somewhere in the realm of Mahomes, Herbert, and Allen. Some form of that order, like no matter the league for the most part. And of the 3 of them, Allen by far has the most rushing upside, by far has the least amount of rushing talent around him in the backfield. So that means potentially, good opportunities for red zone touchdowns on the ground from him. His completion percentage every year, I believe, has gotten better in his career. It might have dipped last year just because they threw so much.
It started pretty low, so
it started awful.
He set the bar kind of easy on himself.
Russ, here's the thing. You set expectations low so you can exceed them every single year. That's what you do. I think Allen, to me, is probably the guy I would sit and take there because he's like 33% running back, so that fills my running back quota just a tiny bit. And then, I don't know, honestly, like, I might wait for my second quarterback. Like, I played in the why can't I think of the word, the 4-Eyed Championship last year with Ryan. I didn't play a quarterback in my Superflex position the last 8 weeks because they cost me games.
Yep.
I played running backs and receivers because they don't lose points. So I will happily play Josh Allen as my 1 quarterback and give me David Montgomery in the flex. Give me any like second receiver on a high-powered offense in my flex position. I am more than happy to punt and take Geno Smith or something as my second quarterback because I'm never going to play him.
Too far.
No. Well, the thing is, Joe, and this is something you need to know about Scott Fish and anybody who hasn't played in the tournament, bad quarterbacks get massively negative games. You want to talk about costing you points. You're talking about it comparing them to your flex. Bad quarterbacks in Scott Fish will literally cost you points. They will bring your total down. Stay far away from bad quarterbacks. It's not like your typical super flex where you take flyers on Drew Lock at the end of the day. You're not going to play Drew Lock, Geno Smith in this format.
I can show you weeks where I lost because of the negative points in my
100%.
Tom Brady, who finished as the QB2 and the QB3 in points per game, he had literally 2.02 points less than Josh Allen, who was the QB1, had a negative 6-point game.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I hate that.
You're not supposed to like it. You're just supposed to live. You're supposed to deal with it.
I might legitimately run with 1 quarterback and then just get a mid-round guy and just maybe bite the bullet on Allen's bye week.
Super flex those kickers. Young way too.
So
it's not a joke.
Let me say something before we wrap you guys up. Mid-round quarterbacks are 3rd round quarterbacks in the Scott Fish Bowl. Joe, be aware of that. Good news for you is you are in and you are the 6th pick. I don't know your division, but you're going to be picked from the 6th slot. Thank Scott Fish. He put that together.
Thank you, Sal.
Thank you. Thank you, Sal, and thank you, Scott. So just real quick, Sal, you're telling me that the electric arm of Tua Tagovailoa is in the 3rd round?
I would say 4th round at the worst.
Yep.
Dude,
I say you better get that negative attitude out of your mouth when talking about Tua.
Russ, positive attitude towards Tua hasn't been a thing since his freshman year at Alabama. So let's be real here. You know what, Russ? Come on the show. Let's talk, and I'll tell you why Tua Tagovailoa is going to underthrow Tyreek Hill on every deep ball this year.
And I will literally just sit here with my fingers in my ears, stomping my feet, going, no, Tua's good. That's my defense. Just
Ryan, wrap us up. We got to get you guys all out of here. Wrap us up.
There's only one thing that matters. Starting next month, Club Fantasy is turning ourselves over to the women of fantasy football.
Woo.
Every show will be hosted by Kelly Singh, Kelly and Phoenix, and Faith Enos at FF Leap of Faith. They are going to have some of the best guests you're going to see all year long on our show. We had Liz Loza last year. I believe we had Stefania Bell, and we're trying to get her again. I mean, ton of really big names, but way more importantly, we're shining a light on the women in this industry, and we are raising money that is going to go to Laura Oakman's Galvanize Foundation to help more women be able to realize careers in sports.
We had Laura on last year
Yes.
as well, which is how this whole thing came about. So
if you go to our website at clubfantasyffl.com or womenoffantasyfootball.com, you will see all of the details about the shows, raffles that we're doing. We do raffles every week of autographed merch, and all of the money goes towards Galvanize every year. So
Absolutely.
That's how I got into SFB last year.
That's amazing. Look how lucky you are, Russ, to know these fine gentlemen. Support everything you guys are doing there. I'm the father of two daughters I want to know and want them to know and believe that they can do whatever it is they want, no matter what it is in this world. So I love what you guys are doing over there. Support to the Galvanize movement, and thank you for coming, guys. Be well.
Thank you guys so much. Good luck.
appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Get Joe out of here. Russ, hey, Russ, did Dave send you the reads or no?
No.
Dave, you're in the background. If you could send those to Russ, I'll do this one, and then maybe we could trade them off going forward.
Sure.
All right. So this guest is sponsored by Upper Hand Fantasy, created by Faraz Sadiq. Upper Hand Fantasy delivers high-quality content in digestible Instagram stories and posts. Don't assume you can't find good fantasy football content on Instagram. Upper Hand Fantasy has built an amazing community over the last 4 years. So many depend on Faraz for his opinions and analysis as the NFL landscape shifts every day throughout the offseason and during the season. Come find out for yourself and visit Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy and send Faraz a DM to say hi. And this guest is also brought to you by The Lateral Show podcast, a sideway look at fantasy football. If you're looking for ADP breakdowns, late round target talk, and combing the depths of the waiver wire, The Lateral Show is the podcast for you. Host Herms and McLateral look where others don't and bring you the information you need to give you an edge in your league. The Lateral Show brings you humorous, entertaining, and actionable content year-round with expertise from draft season to the championship and throughout the offseason. The Lateral Show isn't here to tell you what to think, but to help you challenge how you think to become the top dog in your fantasy league. Follow the show on Twitter at TheLateralFF and be sure to subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. All right, Russ. So the next gentleman we have coming up here, he joined us last year. He knows it. He'll tell you that I said it. He will not be a free agent for long. Not only has he not been a free agent for long after that, he has been grabbed by two big outfits. And what a year that this gentleman has had. He earned it. He deserves it. And that is the one and only Lawrence Jackson. And the Lord don't lose. What is up, my friend?
What's happening, baby? Man, it's good to be back. And you're damn right. I will confirm that you called it, Sal. And literally right after that, some things starting to happen. But first off, let me just shout out to Upper Hand Fantasy again. That's my man over there, Faraz. Like, he do be doing his thing over there on Instagram. Literally the best fantasy content on Instagram. So shout out to Faraz over there. And then I caught the tail end of the last couple cats y'all talking to, man, and I don't appreciate his Tua slander and talking about Tua deep ball. So yeah, we would have a problem with that if I was on with him. You know what I'm saying? Jordan, what's happening? I'm with you. We gonna defend him. And then the last thing, Russ, that T. Higgins background, I love that right there, baby. He going off this year for real. Top 5 type shit. You know what I'm saying?
I love me some T. Higgins, baby. Hashtag Team Clemson, big wide receiver.
I got Jamal right here.
That man is the reason T. Higgins will never be wide receiver 1, and it's awful.
Listen, man, it crazy that DBs got to deal with them two dudes, man. And them two dudes is still young with multiple years on their rookie contract still. So it's gonna get scary.
Well, Lawrence, tell everybody what are those things that started happening. Tell everybody about your journey from last year's Podathon when we last spoke to you here and where you are today.
Yeah, for sure, man. About this time last year, I was coming on a Podathon. We about a month away from the expo. And at that time, I was just pushing out the content, solo dolo, I wasn't out here, saying, hey man, somebody let me get this job, you know what I'm saying? Just continue to do what I do the only way I knew how to do it, which was really, no way. I love the game, and I found a way to be a part of the game, and that was through fantasy football, so went to the expo, met up with the dudes from NBC Sports Edge, and they brought me on it in some capacity for the 2021 season, as a part-time employee. Went through that season. While going through that season, it's the important part, and I'll say this to a lot of people who doing contributing only to some sites. When I was simply a freelance contributor, I took the time to, learn some other things, to put myself in position to be able to make this thing a living for me. There was times when I would stop doing my regular job to get on some content or some live with the dudes at NBC. So I'm like, hey man, if I lose my job today, man, I know what I'm really supposed to be doing, So like I was driving trucks, you know what I'm saying? So I'll pull over the truck. They'd be like, hey, can you get on this Twitter Spaces? I'm like, hell yeah, let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? So things like that. I did a lot of things like that. And, it's risky, especially when you got family to take care of. But I like, hey, you got to go for it. That's basically how I live my life. So just as a contributor, I tried to learn different things as I went along. And, the past couple months I've been with them is full time. And in that span as well, for a short time, I was with Matthew Berry and them at Fantasy Life. Me and him had a couple of conversations, me and Matthew did, before I actually got on with their brand, you know what I'm saying? Just getting to know each other like that. So, I mean, that was good. And then when it came time for me to be exclusive at NBC, I talked to Matthew. We actually had met up during the draft in Las Vegas. We chopped it up, and he's like, man, he's like, hey, you know what, man, go do your thing. You always have a home here if you need it, and that was that. So for me, man, it just really been a blessing. But I also know that I did what I needed to do to put myself in those positions. You feel me? So, but it's been all good, man.
Yeah, and that's why so much of what you say resonates with me, because I may have called it, but only because I saw it coming because of the work you were putting in. I mean, that's what I could see coming. And over the years, and I kind of started what I do here around 2015. 2016 was when I started podcast. I started writing in 2015. And the very first person who I saw that was up and coming, that I was like, oh, wow, this guy is going to be. No, Russ, it wasn't you. It was Matt Harmon. In 2016, he was doing the Backyard Banter podcast, his own thing. Perception was kind of getting some foothold in the business. And I was like, oh, and within a year from that, he just elevated up. He was at NFL.com and then NFL Network, and now he's Mr. Yahoo. And we all know the Matt Harmon story. The next guy was Elliot Christ, who was the CEO over at Fantasy Life. But when he was coming up doing his 30-minute segments on college football players coming up, and we had him on, I was like, this guy has a different thing going on. Lawrence, I saw the same thing when I seen you start putting your content out. I wanted to get you on the Podathon because I knew before long you were going to elevate in the industry. And we had Matthew on yesterday. I know Matthew a kind of a long time, and he told us exactly, he recounted just what you also spoke about. And one thing I know about Matthew is he's never going to hold somebody back and be like, no, we gave you something. We gave you up. No, go get, there are tons of people in this industry, bigger name people in this industry that started out with Matthew Berry in the early 2000s. So,
right.
Everybody gets to start somewhere. And the other thing that resonates with me is I am a blue collar guy at heart. I worked in construction my entire life, and then I eventually made it into an engineers union where I did hospital engineering, but still hands-on. And all my stuff, I don't work for that company anymore, so I can say now how many times a day I was jumping on things, writing stuff while I was working. I was definitely stealing time away, and if I got caught, I could have been in trouble, but I didn't want to take the chance of passing anything up. Now, I got to a point where I had to make a decision. Was I going to try to go full-time in this industry or stay in the direction I was going? So I got a really good opportunity November of 2020 in my personal business. Hang up my tools, go do an administrative thing in a hospital system. I took it. And 14 months later, I got a bigger opportunity. It's the one I'm at now that I took in January. And I can tell you that I don't know that it's as fun every day as fantasy football, but they made me a really nice offer. It was the right move for me and my family. And I went that direction. So I'll continue to do the Podathon and be a part of the Guy in a Fringe and enjoy the success of people like yourself. And, Russ, tell me about your
now if you would have had if you wasn't able to put them tools up though, you might be in fantasy right now.
If I had to keep the tools on, I might be sitting right next to you.
Right.
I don't know if I'd be sitting next to you because I don't know if I'm as charismatic, but I'd be somewhere working. I told Matthew yesterday, Matthew, I know you won't tell him. I see a lot of people getting jobs over there. What can we do?
They coming up.
He did tell me he loved me. Then he gave me, I got to check with Elliot.
But Lawrence, I do have to say, first of all, we all as people appreciate that you were willing to actually pull over from driving before you started recording.
Yeah, definitely. Man.
Very, very important that we all appreciate that.
Yeah. Gotta do that. Hey, if I don't got no life to live, I can't do no content. You feel me? But yeah,
because honestly, that is really the first thing I remember about your videos that you started posting on Twitter. Besides the fact that everything you said, I was just like, you're always just sitting. I thought it was a car at the time, but now you're just sitting in a truck, just like this is going to happen. This guy's going to be good. I'm like, that guy's going to be good. Yeah, I like that. That and Sal, you could never be sitting next to Lawrence because you don't have those shoulders, man. Just saying.
Or do you have a
truck? All right. Check these out, bud.
Nobody wants to see that sound.
I spent years in the
little
gym.
Line in there, a little
years in the gym. Don't make me flex, Russ. All right, don't make me get.
See, man,
don't make me get out the triceps. Don't make me get out.
I see. The triceps hitting on something. I see you.
Yeah, don't hate. You bet me.
I don't be throwing no shirt on until like 11:30, man. I'm finna go as soon as I get off here. I'm gonna go cut the grass. You know what I'm saying? Because it be humid. I'm out here in New Jersey, so it's humid out here.
Jersey.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't do no shirt till 11:30, man. But yeah, man, we started with the content. I was either in the car or I was in my truck because I always told myself I was gonna be like, all right, so I'll make this video on the way to work or when I get home from work before I go inside the house. You feel me? Because I don't know. Then people start seeing me in the car, so I just started doing it on purpose. Then, like, I could have came in the house. Sometimes I'll still do it. Even for content with NBC, I'll still be in the car because I gotta keep some of that. You know what I'm saying? Gotta keep some of that with me. Hey, that right. No shirts till 11:30. It used to be 1:00, but then I grew up. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're maturing. We could definitely see that. You know what I would say? That should be tattooed right across. No shirts till 11:30.
Till 11:30, man. I might have to get that shirt now, man.
Now we got to get you a Podathon shirt to get on there. Maybe we'll make a nice tank top for you.
The Texas people are trying to check in like we care.
Man, ain't nobody trying to compete with Texas, man. We know it hot as hell down there.
Anybody trying to compete with Texas on anything. Hey, Sal got any sleep? Even when Sal sleeps, it doesn't help anymore.
This is still a result of sleep right here.
Bro, I was wondering if you was gonna be on when I came on, because I would peek through, every now and in the midday to see what was going on, and I knew you were gonna be up late. I was like, man, he better get his ass up to be on when I'm on here.
Let me tell you something, and this is no insult to anybody who I wasn't here for. My day yesterday, I did 8 a.m. right through to 11:30 last night. I took a 1 hour break at 4 o'clock when the ladies did the women's power hour. I took 2 hours and I came back at 1:30 because I had to be here for the Aussie guys at 1:30 in the morning. Those are my dudes. They're amazing. They do a great job. I stayed for Peter in Germany. At 2:30, I went to sleep. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, I went to sleep until 7:30. So I got about 4.5 hours sleep. Went and got some iced coffee, a little sandwich, and I came up. Lawrence, I was not going to not be here for you. And John Laub, who's next. Like, when I saw that hour back to back, I'm like, well, I know when I'm coming back on the show. And there was no way I was missing you being here, bud.
For sure, man. For sure.
Man, he did not list me at all as part of the reasons he was coming back.
And Russ is here.
Thought we were friends. So you took me on a date before, and now I'm just trashed you.
Tell them when I took you.
We went to see the Fantasy Footballers live.
We did. Fantasy Footballers were live in Manhattan. This is 2019, Russ?
Yeah, pre-pandemic.
2019, pre-pandemic. We actually had a meetup. So, Lawrence, now, I didn't realize you were in New Jersey. Maybe I did, but I forgot. But I'm old and I'm tired. But
a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. It's in my bio. A lot of people, like, I'm from Atlanta, but people still assume I still live there because how I be talking. But now I've been in Jersey, North Jersey for a minute. Yeah.
Oh, so man. North Jersey.
For sure. Next meetup.
We get meetups in the city all the time with people from the fantasy community that are in the
be out there. I'm gonna be out in the city August 6th that weekend. The weekend before the expo. I'm gonna head out there.
Do you know what is amazing about August 6th?
Yeah,
it's my birthday.
For sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Shit, yeah, they do it up.
That's
how can you not do your birthday in the city? You might as well.
I'm gonna be
I'm be out there just hanging around that Apex draft. I ain't in it, but I'll be out there kicking it.
Sal, you don't look a day over 64.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I don't feel a day over 64, but I'll actually be 48 wonderful years old August 6th of this year. I got grown ass children. You know what I mean? They're already
48 years young, baby.
That's right. Well, you know what, Russ? That's it. This is going to be me and Lawrence. What's that?
I get it.
Hey,
let's do a little Scott Fishbowl talk, Russ, before we end up having to close.
Gotta do it. All right, so Lawrence,
you up, buddy?
I got to assume you're in, right?
Indeed, for the second time.
All right, where? What division? Where are you drafting from?
So, I ended up in the Vienna, Austria division because I really was just looking for the one spot. I ain't really care which, and I kind of got on kind of late just a couple of days ago.
Cool.
You know what I'm saying? So I was just looking for the one spot because I'm going to take my boy Lamar Jackson. I got to have him this year. And I'm going to make sure because last year I had number 8. I was like, let me get number 8 for Kobe, right? But then I didn't get Lamar. I ain't get no Josh Allen. I ain't get none of that. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get the guy that I want. I'm going to just pick at number 1 and go with Lamar there and see if that worked for me. Because last year I did end up with Kyler, matter of fact, at 108. But then my next quarterback was Cam Newton because I was thinking like he at least gonna get to start off the season. Then they cut his ass, so I was like, damn. So I pretty much were rolling the whole season with one quarterback. And then I had Julio, Michael Thomas. So that how my season went. I probably won about 3-4 games last year, but this year I'm whooping some ass this year.
So you're settling that Lamar Jackson is more important than taking advantage of the 3rd round reversal. That's how in on Lamar you are right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Because he gonna give me, he about to give me 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing and 40 total touchdowns. So I'll be good with that.
Yeah. Wow.
I'll be good with that.
Listening to Lawrence's team from last year, I had Cam Akers, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Newton, all these guys.
I had Cam too.
Oh my God! By the time we got to the actual season, I was like, "Well,
you had nobody.
We got to do this over again."
Yeah, at least I got to make it to the season. You didn't even get to do week 1.
Hey, listen, I made the playoffs on points. I figured out a way. I added players. I picked people up. I'm always like a ninja on a waiver wire, and I didn't make it past round 1, but I did with like a 4-7 record somehow make the playoffs. So here's a question: why Lamar over Jalen Hurts?
So this is why I go Lamar over Jalen Hurts. First off, he better. Secondly, so when you see the Ravens last season, and they were the most injured team in the league by far, both sides of the ball. Like you just mentioned, J.K. Dobbins was one of many injuries that they suffered before the season even started. I could list all the names, but you just know it's a lot of guys, right? Despite all that, when Lamar himself went down with injury on that depleted team where they were playing practice squad players on the defensive side of the ball, that team was 8-4 when he went down and was tied for first in the division that ultimately was won by the Bengals. Now, in that time, Lamar Jackson was averaging 270 passing yards per game. He threw a little more. He had to throw a little more because the team was in positions where they had to come from behind, unlike his 2019 MVP season. So we know he's capable. Had he not gotten hurt, he was well on his way for that 4,000 passing yards and 1,000 yards rushing easy. I mean, when you think about it, he missed 5 games and he still ended the season with 760 rushing yards on the ground. So that's crazy. So that's why I'm gonna go with Lamar Jackson over Jalen Hurts. And he still got it. He lost Marquise Brown, but Rashad Bateman will come in and he'll be better. And he still got his boy Mark Andrews there. So them just getting their team back healthy is why I'm so confident in Lamar Jackson and the Ravens this season.
Lamar Jackson is just flat out one of those people I would pay to watch play. You know what I mean? Like, I steal my stream. I have a bootleg Fire Stick. I steal that from them every week. I mean, I stream my games, but if I had to pay, Lamar Jackson is the guy I would pay for. I love to watch that man play. So, I mean, Jalen Hurts is fun, but he's not Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I don't got Jalen Hurts too many rungs behind him as far as fantasy go, because Jalen Hurts is the reigning rushing QB champion because of Lamar Jackson's injury, but that's him. Him getting A.J. Brown can only help him. That can only help him. He's not gonna, all of a sudden become worse. So that'll be good for him. He's got what he needs around him to succeed.
Okay, so last year was your first Scott Fishbowl? Is that what you said? Or you played the year?
Yeah.
All right, so we know that you had a tough year last year. So you didn't have I've asked a lot of people what's your best finish, how many years. So we got that out of the way. So let's go back to when did you personally start playing fantasy football? Before it was an idea of a career and work and actually what you're going to be doing. How did you get started and when?
10 years ago, 2012 was my first year. Because prior to that, I played football. I played in college and I played in some leagues after that. And I was one of them dudes, like, you know how most NFL players, they don't like fantasy. They don't like to talk about it. When you only play, you don't be liking fantasy like that. And so I was like, man, them dudes some nerds, man. You know what I'm saying? Still are. I mean, I'm just one of them. So 2012 and 2013 were my first 2 years playing, and I didn't really know what was going on. I just was like, hey, you know who the best players are that play, so pick them on your team and see what happened. So I was in one league for 2 years and I won it the first 2 years. So everybody, I started bragging, even though I didn't even know what no RB1 was or nothing like that. And I didn't do all that stuff. I just picked who I saw was the best players or who I thought was the best players. And then around 2015, I was either in the championship of that one league, or I was either in it or I was winning it. So then I started a league at my job, and then I just started getting in more and more leagues. So I would just play here and there. Then I started learning some things. I started doing a little research. Hell, man, in let's say 20, I was just telling somebody this the other day. 3 or 4 years ago, it's only 5 or 6 analysts I ever heard of, and that's because I seen them on TV. Matthew Berry was one of them, so I didn't know much about it like that. So then in 2017, 2018, I started making some videos on Instagram. I was like real laid back in the video, like I was high all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I can't keep having videos where I look like I'm sleep, because that's me when I'm off the camera. I'm just chilling, I'm laid back. So then I just got with the craft. I seen, other people trying to do this. I like, well, shit, I could do it too. But the only way I'm gonna be able to do this is if I do it the way that I am already. I can't come out here and be, like trying to change how I talk, because it ain't gonna work. Like I don't talk like a lot of the fantasy people. I talk like rappers. So it's like the only way it's gonna work is so people either gonna mess with it or they ain't. So, I learned over the years what an RB1 was. I learned the difference between the RB1 and a RB1. A RB1 for your team and an RB1 for fantasy. I learned all that stuff, and then started doing the content, man.
Learning stuff is overrated. I'll put it right out there in the first place. Overrated. But also, real quick, in Scott Fishbowl scoring for this current season with last season's stats, 0.35 points is what separates points per game Lamar Jackson from Jalen Hurts, with Lamar Jackson above Jalen Hurts. Just to put it out there that you are correct, that Lamar Jackson did technically do better than Jalen Hurts did.
Yeah, I figured on a points per when I didn't know I don't even truly know all the scoring. I know it's different. I know people take a lot of tight ends, so I hope to get Kyle Pitts in the second round. I did take him in the second round last year, but that could he played for my hometown team, the Falcons. I was gonna pick him anyway. So Scott Fishbowl, man, I just want to pick my favorite players. A lot of them happen to be amongst the best at their position. Well, that's why they are our favorite players, right? So I'm gonna just have fun with it. I ain't gonna be out here making no dumb choices, but I am gonna get, players that I actually like, just have fun with it. Interact with some of the people who in my division. Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy, he in my division. So me and him definitely gonna compete, talk some shit here and there. So it's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be it start tomorrow, right? Like the regular drafts.
Correct. Yep.
I was going to ask if you're flying to Vienna for the first day of your draft.
I thought about it, but I just had to cancel right now.
Oh,
so it's our fault, and he's got to mow the lawn. So
his flight was at 10:45 and no shirt till 11:30, and they wouldn't let him on.
Maybe I'll drive. You gotta wear shirts in Vienna anyway, so I'm out.
So forget Vienna. You just draft from a distance, Lawrence. Just to touch on what you said, I think that the choice was a smart one, to be yourself. So if you be yourself and people don't like you for who you are, then forget those people, right? The people you want to support you, the people you want to follow you, are the people who are going to be like, oh, I dig Lawrence Jackson because Lawrence Jackson's real. This is who he is. He's genuine. He's not putting on a facade. So when I got into it, the first time people heard me talk on a podcast, they heard my accent, like, oh, listen to that. Wow. So I loved it. I fed into it. So I want to thank you for being you, for joining us, for coming back. I know I say this jokingly, no matter how big you get, you'll always come join us because that's just the person who you are. I wish you the ultimate of success And best of luck in the future. Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Have a good one.
Russ, did you get those reads?
Speaking of reads, yes, it was a Mr. Reed who actually sent me the list. I got him, though. You ready for this? All right. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to go to goingfor2.com. Why goingfor2.com? Because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for 2 Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. That felt good. I've never used that like announcer's voice before. Like I feel that felt like official. All right, but I'm definitely not doing that 2 in a row. Our next read, JWB Fantasy Football is your #1 destination for everything fantasy football. From weekly digestible videos and articles to rankings and projections covering redraft, dynasty, best ball, and DFS. JWB Fantasy Football can be found on YouTube, all your listening platforms, and at jwbfantasyfootball.com. Visit now to watch the JWB Dynasty Digest, see our redraft rankings, download the JWB SFB12 scoring projections, and much more. Let JWB Fantasy Football give you the analysis you need to crush your competition. And I think I was supposed to say this next segment of the Podathon brought to you by those 2 reads I just did.
Yeah, no, you do it out. I mean, that was about as professional as I guess you can get. No, that was good. That was really good. So we just had Lawrence, and we talked about being original and being yourself. And these next 2 guys coming out together are also exactly that. John Laub, who I tell him all the time, and I hope my friend Josh is here because he lives for Laub. There he is. Look, as I say it,
right away, just shows up.
It's time. He loves John and the energy that John brings. John is just himself. And Jamie, who we've come to know, is the SFB song parody guy. He's here as well, and I'm going to bring both of those gentlemen in now. And I say, as I bring John and I bring Jamie in, Jamie, good luck getting a word in the next 30 minutes.
Look how cute this is. They match.
Definitely did not text each other beforehand to do this.
We did not. I just love the Scott Fishbowl t-shirts. I bought one every year since 2015. Unfortunately, some of the early ones don't fit anymore. I got married and have gained a little bit too much weight, so I can't wear the earlier t-shirts.
John, I'm going to blame it on poor fabric choices by the companies.
Whoa. That SFB7 is the comfiest thing ever, and it makes me so sad that I'm in the same position as John is, and I'll say the shirt shrank to make me feel better about myself.
Well, Jamie, I'm going to give you an opportunity to tell everybody what it is that you do, and then you're going to probably sit there and listen to John for 30 minutes. Go ahead.
I could listen to John for hours, so this is fine by me. I work now for Football Diehards. I just finished 4 segments in the magazine, the newsstand magazine, on DFS strategy. So I'm looking forward to seeing that for the first time. And I am the senior analyst at Fantasy Team Advice, and our work right now is just getting the football draft guide operational right now. And as you said in your intro, anyone, you might know me as the SFB music guy. Spoiler alert, I got a Backstreet Boys one that's going to drop soon for the Orlando crowd. So I'm pretty excited about that one.
Are you still teaching, or is this your full-time in fantasy now?
Oh, I'm coaching over the summer. It's nonstop volleyball. So, but other than that, it's full-time fantasy, which is fine by me.
Nice. My son was a high school volleyball player. Went on to do baseball in college. Not volleyball. Actually, his school didn't have a volleyball team in college, or that might have been an option for him as well. And Mr. John Laub, the one and only Gridiron Scholar, how are you today, sir?
I'm good. I was going to come on without a shirt also today, but I figured I might offend too many viewers, so I decided to put the shirt on. And Sal, I wish I was 48. I can only dream of my 40s anymore. Let me tell you, brother, you think it hurts now? Wait until the body falls apart in the 50s. You're going to discover muscles and tendons that you didn't even know you had, brother. They just start to hurt. You're like, where is that pain coming from? So my grandfather, everything he said about aging was 100% correct. There's nothing like you're 50. So enjoy your last 2 years, my man, Sal, because once you hit 50, it's going to start to feel a lot different, my man.
Well, as long as we could keep the youth and energy of a 28-year-old John, which you have done, and I try to do. Every year this is a test of my stamina to do a show like this and stay around the clock. I did take about 4.5 hours off over the late morning into early this morning to kind of reboot myself, and had a couple of good guys jump and help me out. But you keep it flowing, John. It's always great. And as Felix said, I mean, jump in and tell people what it is you're doing. And we know it's mostly around college, the college game, and talk about what you like to do the best.
Yeah, right now it's college fantasy football season for me. Obviously, I've done some things for the Football Diehards magazine. I have 2 articles out on the rookies. I believe it's in the cheat sheets and the draft book magazines, if my old memory serves me well, so you can check those out there. But it is college football season for me. We're going to the Expo for the 2nd year in a row. On Saturday morning, we are broadcasting live the CFF Kings Classic League. You can come meet us. I'm thinking of afterwards having lunch if anyone wants to meet any of the guys drafting college fantasy football teams. I'm very lucky. I have great friends who play college fantasy football. I got 11 other people joining me who are, industry experts. I love college fantasy football. If you like Devy, if you like Dynasty, I don't understand why you're not playing college fantasy football. This will be my 15th year. Hey, if you have any questions at the Expo, come out, talk to me, chat with me. Last year was a blast. I'm also taking my family. It's now become our 2nd annual summer vacation. We really like Canton, Ohio. Great food. And I don't know if anyone, I know there's probably a lot of beer drinkers on the Podathon. Man, Canton, Ohio had some exceptional micro brews out there. I enjoyed a few myself, so I really liked it.
John, don't let my family know. I don't want them to think that I'm taking them. Russ, I need your address because evidently I'm coming to your house and Zach is picking us both up to go.
Yeah, we're going to have like a full-on, I was about to say party bus, but we're not that cool. It'll be more like a Muppets van. Yeah.
That's cool.
And while we're here, John, my friend Josh, who loves you so much, he's actually my boss now. So, Josh, I'm going to need Friday and Monday off the weekend. Just let you know now, I'm putting in for that, or I may be sick around that time, Josh. Just so you know. Jamie, you going to the?
Well, I fully plan on it, and I'm looking forward to it. But I fully planned on it last year, and there was a combination of flight cancellations, and then I decided to drive, and then the New York Thruway was shut down, and then I blew a tire. So something kept me from being there last year. But yeah, no, I am all set to be there. They said to bring the guitar, so I might bring the guitar and have some sing-alongs with you guys, and I'm really looking forward to finally meeting everybody at that thing.
Well, one thing Josh and I carpool together, what he'll tell you is don't let me sing with you, because every time a song comes on and I start to sing, I notice he raises the volume on the steering wheel. To cover up.
He says you have lots of heart, though.
It's because he wants you to sing louder.
I mean well, but I don't perform well, is what he said.
So, Jamie, are you in upstate New York? Is that what was closed?
No, I'm in Maine. I'm in Maine now. It was, but yeah, that's where it was. It was right on that Connecticut-New York border. There was this freak lightning storm, and the giant tree came down in the middle of the Thruway, and I just sat there for 6-7 hours, and then just decided it wasn't going to happen. It was too bad. I had a table and everything. I had a presentation scheduled in one of the breakout rooms for that thing, and I was texting Bob Lung the whole time there, kind of giving him updates, and then just said I got to pull the plug on this.
I bet on the New York Thruway.
This year's the year.
You're like much more dedicated man than I think most of us are. Like well before hitting 6 hours, I'd have been like, all right.
My car doesn't have air conditioning.
What's the worst thing that could happen
either
if I just leave my car here and walk home?
Well, John, we touched on the college football stuff, but explain to people what makes it different? What makes it better in your mind that I haven't played it enough? And it just may be, you might convince me. What makes it better than playing the NFL game?
First, the waiver wire is even more active than the NFL. We often talk about the draft, and I love the fantasy football draft, but to me, it's more of a social event. I've got a league that I played in for, this will be our 35th summer together with my college buddies. And we still have 5 original owners in that league, and we haven't changed an owner now in 20 years. That's how dedicated we are in that league. But sometimes when you're playing with really smart people and you have deep rosters, the waiver wire can dry up. What I love about college fantasy football, even in 14 and 16 team leagues, Sal, the waiver wire is available to you. And yes, it can be intimidating playing 130 teams, but once you get used to it, it is awesome. There is not a player in the NFL draft that I have not heard of. Doesn't mean I studied them, maybe an 8th round or undrafted free agent, but I probably had them on a college fantasy football team. And Sal, what's wrong with hanging out all day Saturday and watching football? I mean, it is just simply unbelievable when you have like Kyler Murray at Oklahoma on a 1 o'clock game against Texas. And then at night, I can watch, Tua Tagovailoa against Alabama and Florida. And I have my 2 starting quarterbacks in college fantasy football. It's just amazing. I mean, like the opulence of college football, the history of college football. So this gets you into the history of the game, because obviously you have to know the schemes. You have to know the coaching staffs. It's just fascinating. And look at there, one of my good followers who I love. C2C is a great league, because if you're scouting a player in college fantasy football and then you join a C2C league, take him on the waiver wire. Pick him up when he goes pro. If he gets drafted, he's on your NFL team. I mean, Sal, I just love my Saturdays. And the best part about Saturday, maybe you have to go with the family from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, or maybe you have an evening dinner. But college football is basically from noon until about midnight. Every Saturday, my friend, I'm watching Mountain West or Pac-12 games at midnight, trying to stay awake. My wife's like, turn off the TV, turn off the lights. But I love that all-day football. And you don't have to be like, at least me, I'm in front of the NFL red zone, right? You have to be there from 1 to 4. That's the key time, right? The most games. College football is just all day long. You can do your family and still watch 5 or 6 hours of football, my friend.
All right, before I ask Jamie a question and we get to some SFB stuff, John, you're a smarter college guy than me. You gave no love to my man Jeremy Ruckert. You every time. So I got to bring him up to you. I got to say to you, I think he's going to be more successful than you believe he would be. But through your eyes, a guy who studies other players, I'm a little biased because I know Jeremy since he's 6 years old. I watched him grow up, play every sport his entire life. He grew up with my son playing every sport imaginable. Great kid, great family, good head on his shoulders. He's being labeled as a blocker going into the NFL. Kid was a wide receiver in high school. I seen him make every single one-handed amazing catch, literally carry a high school team to multiple championships. Now, high school's high school, college is college. He did not get used enough at Ohio State to be exposed as a receiver, but what you've seen, what are your feelings on what he could do in the NFL?
I think Jeremy Ruckert can have a better NFL career than college career. Now, this is where schemes matter so much. Ohio State is loaded at wide receiver. They had just 2 players going off in the first round, Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. This year, they have arguably another top 3 player in the entire draft in Jackson Smith and Jigbo at wide receiver. They are so deep. There is no reason in their offensive scheme, Sal, to use the tight end in the passing game. I mean, I like Ruckert. When you've seen highlights of him, there's no question he can get down the seam. I wish he had a little bit more wiggle to him, maybe on some quick out routes and crossing. But if you need to attack the safety, Ruckert can do it. And if my memory serves me, he's like 6'5", 6'6", isn't he? Very big tight end with strength. And I've seen him take some vicious hits from safeties. We know in the NFL, if you cannot corral the ball and secure it against NFL safeties, quarterbacks aren't going to call your number. I think Rucker can do that, and I expect him to have a nice NFL career.
Yeah, great. He's 6'6", 260, I believe now.
There you go.
From the last time Sal measured him, that's where you.
Yeah, no, I have access to the internet just like everybody else. You sick gorilla. He's last thing I'll say about him, and I'll move on. 6 years old. He showed up at the soccer field, and I'm like, oh my god, this kid's like head bigger than everybody. And then I saw his father, and Jesus Christ, his father's bigger than everybody. So it made sense. But just like I know them, like I said, I know them about 15 years now. What a great family, and I'm happy for them. The success. He signed his first contract, and I hope he stays healthy and plays, even if he blocks for the next 15 years, stays in the NFL. But, let's get it. Go ahead, Jamie.
I'm rooting for him too. I got a connection as well. I actually student taught in that school. Obviously before he was there and before moving back out east Long Island. But I was in Lindenhurst for an entire semester. So I was waiting for his name to be called in this draft because I'm rooting for the Long Island roots.
That's right, Jamie. We talked about that. You were in the Lindenhurst area back in the day for a little bit.
Yep.
Before we move on to wherever Sal has next, I have a quick question about the college fantasy football and the college side of college to Canton leagues. Are the starting lineups the same as what we're used to in like regular fantasy football in the pros? Like, do you still just like maybe a QB in a super flex and 2-2-3, whatever it is? Or like, do you, since there are such a larger player pool, do you start more players?
Oh, great question, Russ. So we don't really play super flex. We just outright play 2 starting quarterbacks. So it's a 2 quarterback format.
Well. Yep.
Then what I like is you have 2 running backs, 3 receivers, a tight end, and 3 flex position players. It can't be the quarterback. So in your typical college fantasy football league, at least 40 quarterbacks will be drafted, but there are still going to be at any weekend probably 30 starters available on the waiver wire if you have a bye week or an injury. And just to show you how deep college fantasy football can be, Joe Burrow was a waiver wire gemstone in 2019, and he changed the fortunes of college fantasy football. You picked him up in week 1 or 2, you ended up with the best player to ever play quarterback, arguably, in college fantasy football. And he was not drafted. I think he was drafted in like 8 to 12% of leagues that year. So college fantasy football, the waiver wire, the first 3 weeks of the year are so important. But deeper lineups, Russ, because the player pool is greater, my friend.
Yeah, that's good because it's like the reason why we went to Superflex in the first place, right? There was just so many quarterbacks that should be scoring, that should be worth something, that it's just like, all right, so let's add more positions. And especially because there are so many players that will score a lot of points in college, even though they won't be in the NFL, no less good fantasy players in the NFL. It just seems completely worth it just to be like, go, have fun, man. Like, start this guy, you're never going to say his name again. Why not? All right.
I know I'm on mute. I'm saying I'm on mute. I'm trying to.
I saw you.
We had a request to try and get the live moved on the overlay so it stops covering people's names. So
you can't, because it's also part of the top. You can't just remove the bottom.
It's the whole thing. So it unfortunately that's going to be staying. But Russ, I was going to jump into some SFB talk with these 2 gentlemen. We'll start with Jamie. And Jamie, how many years have you played in the Scott Fish Bowl?
This is 5 for me, and I'm probably going to say what's been echoed so many times. I just marvel at this thing, especially without sounding too grandstanding, with everything that goes on right now. I mean, just the positivity and the way that this thing raises money for good and brings so many strangers together. I think this theme this year is genius with the locations. So, I'm just so happy to be a part of it again and do our best to have some fun, meet new people and raise money for some good charities.
And real quick, Sal, what was with you not volunteering to host a New York one so we could be a live draft?
So I will be 100% completely honest with everybody. Scott went to somebody else. to find out about New York. And so when I seen that there wasn't one coming up for New York, I'm like, boy, this is kind of weird. So I reached out to Scott, and he's like, yeah, I can't remember the gentleman's name. I'm not trying to not throw him under the bus or throw him under the bus. I don't remember who it was. I started to look around. The key to these live drafts is Scott did not want to have anybody to have to pay for a facility. So the facilities needed to be given for free to host the event.
Free in New York is impossible.
I in my basement. If he wanted to do SFB Manalapan, New Jersey live, he did not seem thrilled by that.
Yeah, I could have probably pulled it off on Long Island. I have friends who own restaurants, bars. I could have probably pulled it off on Long Island, but it came together a little bit too late. So I'd like to think that this is going to be a thing every year going forward, the possibility of it. And I will say right now that I will make sure it happens. We will find a place. And if New York City, nobody wants to give us a venue that we could use for free, then I will move it to Long Island, and I will get everybody on the train out here to Long Island, and we'll have a blast, a big bash next year. It will go down.
All right. So I apologize for stealing that little bit right there. Did you answer, Jamie, how long you've been in SFB? Did we even get to the point, or did I just completely hide?
We get 5, yes.
Okay. Okay, so what about this year? Did you say what division you're in? Because, man, like, I was just ready to yell at Sal that I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on.
I'm drafting live this year, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm driving down to Boston this Saturday. You know, the chat is absolutely bananas already, so I'm really looking forward to doing it live with these people. And yeah, Boston this Saturday. You know, when I am jealous of everybody drafting tomorrow and putting this stuff up. You know, I just got to remember that I get to do it live. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Do you have your positions yet, or do you know how you're going to pick them when you get there?
We've been doing those 100-yard rushes to determine the positions. I put 4. I put 4 as my top preference on the website, because I was like, I had a lot of success last year. You just at the back of like whoever I have as my tier 1 QBs, because I always go QB in the first round, and Lawrence in the last segment said everything that I would have said about Lamar Jackson. He's my guy too this year. I'm QB2. And if he falls to 4 and I get the 4 thing, I'm going to be thrilled there.
Jamie, we did big flex with the trophy in the background. Grab the trophy, bring it forward.
It's on my other side. I'm mirrored here. Yeah,
I hate the mirror thing. I'm terrible.
I almost dropped it. This is number 1 sleeper accuracy on Fantasy Pros, which was a big article that's going in the Sleeper magazine for football diehards. So that was a fun TrophySmack. Thank you again. Said we want to send you a little something for being this, and I get a box that's bigger than my wife on the front step, and this thing in the pack-in. So it's sitting back there over my left shoulder at all times on this thing.
You know, Russ, the more I'm hearing about this Boston draft this upcoming weekend, I think it's very doable for you and myself to make a trip a little north of where we're at. Maybe just surprise some people for that.
Oh, dude, I would be there, and I will bring pom-poms, and I will be a cheerleader for this draft and just be super excited for everyone, and on the inside crying that I'm not part of it.
No, but that's it. There's no pressure. We could have fun. We can make fun of everybody. We'll do a different type of mocking, which is actually making fun of Kevin Cotillo, who's not here, who started the show with me 5 years ago and then bailed. You know, John and Jamie, you notice I know Kevin knows Steve this year. They life got too busy. All right. Yeah. My buddies, I love them to death.
They really hate Sal.
And that too. So Russ, why don't we go and ask John about his history in the SFB?
All right, cool. Like you were talking and just didn't want to ask, so I'll ask it. Hey, John, how long have you been in SFB?
I can't believe it. 2015, I started, and I remember the email from Scott saying Emil Cadillac and Bob Harris sent us your name from Football Diehards, and I didn't know who Scott was, but what I always do is take advantage of anything at any time that someone offers me. This is the 4th year on the Podathon. I did not know Sal either. I remember him reaching out to me and saying, would you like to be on the Podathon? I'm like, of course. And now both of them are my favorite annual events in July. I just love the Podathon. And even more importantly, I want to talk about the charity that this is all about Fantasy Cares, in my opinion, at the end of the day. I'm a teacher like Jamie. I don't know if I've said that before. And I work in an urban environment, which over 40% of our kids below the federal poverty level. And I know for a fact that we have children who do not get Christmas or holiday gifts every year. And when you are around these young kids, and I was lucky enough my whole life, I had parents who were able to give me Christmas gifts, and I got everything I needed. You know, maybe I wanted something bigger and better, but that doesn't mean I need it. I had wonderful Christmases, and I can't imagine being a young child and not even having a gift. What we do at my school is we have fundraisers for clothing. If you live in the Northeast and you work in a high poverty school, you will learn that there are a lot of children without clothes in the winter. If you have 3 or 4 children and they keep growing up and changing sizes all the time, it is hard to buy winter clothes. I mean, I have 3 children and you're constantly buying new clothes for them. So we'll have like donations of jackets and mittens and hats, especially in the Northeast when it's cold. But what does that mean? That a parent is going to buy a hat or gloves for their 8-year-old child before they buy a toy. What Scott and what Sal and everyone in this community is doing, my favorite time of the year, I think it's usually around Thanksgiving, when Scott posts those pictures on Twitter, when he uploads all the toys that he has bought, and then other people across the country are buying at Target, and you just see these shopping carts and shopping carts. This is about the kids. So to be able to partake in this since 2015 is unbelievable. It's just an honor. Now, I think, so this is my 8th year, 7 years I've made the playoffs, I think 4. And I will be honest, I was humbled the first 2 years. You know, I think I'm pretty good. I'm not saying I'm the greatest, but the first 2 years I got it right here, 6-6 and 5-7. And I was like, oh my God, I better wake up. I got to figure out how to make the postseason in Scott Fishbowl. So, you know, I've been better. So that means, you know, 4 out of the last 5 years I've made the playoffs. 2 hints that I think people need to, that I think is important. Quarterback. You got to get one. I have picked 7. I'm in the New Haven League. I live in New Haven too. So thanks for putting me in the New Haven League, Scott. I appreciate that. Or whoever else put me there. I'm getting a quarterback at pick 7. If you don't have a quarterback, it becomes brutal very fast. The waiver wire is barren at the quarterback position. So if you have an injury and you don't have a quarterback, I mean, Sal's shaking his head. You know how hard it is to get a quarterback. So I'm getting there. And I'll say this. Kickers, I don't know why people aren't talking about them. They're valuable in this scoring format, folks. I love kickers. The story of the NFL cannot be narrated without the story of kickers. I'm an advocate for kickers in fantasy football. No Adam Vinatieri, there's no Patriots dynasty, folks. If Adam Vinatieri, I've said this for years, is the 3rd most important Patriot in the history of the game. Look at the games he won. How many kickers could win 2 Super Bowls? That kick he made in the snow in New England. Everyone talks about the Duck Bowl. I could care less about that bad call. Look at Vinatieri's kick to win that game. I love kickers. And you're telling me the 58th wide receiver is better than a kicker? My friends, I'm drafting a kicker around 7. There is value. Put him in your flex. Just play him every week. Kickers, kickers, kickers.
Look, if you want to know the effect kickers have even on themselves, just go look up Ray Finkel. This is what happens when you miss a kick in the Super Bowl. This is what can happen.
Scott Norwood. He never did anything, Sal. Sal's a Giant fan. Scott Norwood never did anything the rest of his life after he missed that kick against the Giants.
Man, you've been doing this for like 86 hours straight. You'd figured you'd know when you're muted or not. But
that was Dan Marino's
you're absolutely
fault.
right. And I was saying it before that kickers absolutely have a place in here. And we're just so used to kickers don't matter. Kickers don't matter. I don't like kickers in fantasy, but this is a little different, especially with, if you look up the scoring, they are insanely safe. They are great and they're even better this year than last year because of the no missing points. That absolutely, you're going to find yourself with injuries. You're going to find yourself with bye weeks. Kickers will save your week when you do that.
15 points from a kicker is nice on that flex position.
Yeah.
Einhorn is a man. Okay. So, guys, we're up against the clock here. I left this comment up, Scott, because at Lindellians, go find her on Twitter, and you will get an education on just how loved kickers are.
That there are still kickers in fantasy football right now.
I'll throw in too that she obviously gets teased for that because there's the stigma about kickers sometimes. But I mean, if you actually look at, she does good work on it.
She does.
She has deep research into the kickers. I think it's on Matthew Berry, right? On Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life, she does the kicker work. I mean, she has like legitimate arguments of ranking kickers and why they actually matter in fantasy. So I do suggest you go over and see her work there. If you are.
Quick parting shot, sir.
What was that?
Quick parting shot. We got to let you guys run.
All right. No, just thanks for having me on, guys. If you want to see, I'll be in Boston. Come down, join us for this draft. I'm so looking forward to it. Thanks again to Scott and Ryan for doing this every year, and thank you guys for having me on.
All right, you're welcome, Johnny. Say your words.
Thanks, Sal. It's a pleasure, 4th year being with you. I love it, and Russ. It was a pleasure meeting you. And everyone, enjoy the Scott Fish Bowl. This is for fun. And more importantly, this is to raise money for Toys for Tots and help children at the holidays.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to let you go, and we'll speak to you soon.
Real quick, before we do the next read, before we bring the next people on. First of all, everyone is offering to buy Sal drinks. I'm thirsty. Everyone's like, come to, you're like, hey, Russ, let's go to Boston. Everyone's like, Sal, come to Boston. I'll buy you a drink. I'm just like, cool, man. But also,
I want drinks.
There you go.
We're going to be there.
Along with giving money to Fantasy Cares, ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com was all of the SFB12 shirts, stickers. I'm going to add mugs soon because, like, if you saw, like, I have my SFB11, like, this is old. This is obsolete. This, like, what am I supposed to do with this now?
Russ, I need a favor. And we're doing this live, which I love. My friend Gladys, who helped us out earlier this morning, needs an SFB12 hat. Can you make that happen?
We're working on it. That is the most I could say right now because a lot of hats are embroidered and that takes work.
Oh, we don't want work. We just want. Zach has been all about the brunch. You coming?
Brunch is wonderful. But again, ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com. So much good stuff, and every single penny goes straight to Fantasy Cares. Every penny.
And a few more things. Listen, Trophy. Mike will get his first drink. Mike, Scott said he's paying for all my drinks when I get there. So soak up your one drink, bud.
I only get whoa.
Make it last. Make it last.
Scott, my man, what the
hell? We can't bring this to you without a slew of sponsors. We've been reading sponsorships every 30 minutes throughout the Podathon. But you see in the top corner, we joked about TrophySmack a little bit ago. TrophySmack has been a title sponsor for us the last 2 years. I mean, they're amazing. They quickly have become such a huge part of this community. They started to do content after last year joining us on a Podathon, and they brought me on board to do some content there I was doing back in January. But again, as I've regaled, I got super busy with work. Wasn't able to continue, but I hope to go back to doing some work with them in the future. And Sugar Wish. Sugar Wish is another group that, you could go check out Sugar Wish Girl on Twitter. It's an amazing package that you could send to somewhere, anywhere in the country. You go on, you pick the little things, the little treats. They come in amazing little packages. An awesome blue box gets delivered to the door. Go check them out on Twitter. I'll be talking about them more when I have it written down in front of me. I could speak more clearly, but I want to make sure I don't forget about them because they've contributed so much over the last 2 years. So now I'm going to read.
Wait, real quick with TrophySmack. The dirty secret about TrophySmack is you don't have to actually win anything. You can just buy yourself a trophy.
Yeah, or a ring.
Or, yeah, like just for the heck of it. Like, are you having a bad day? Do you want to feel good about yourself? Trophy! Ring. You could buy
the
yourself
grill?
rings so you could do that Tom Brady gif. Like, you could just do it. You don't have to win.
They even have gold tooth grills. You could put in. Have you seen those on their website? And it say champion right on it. So let me read these current sponsors. This guest is brought to you by yardsperfantasy.com. The Yards Per Fantasy mission is to bring fantasy football fans of all levels closer together. Download our mobile app for fantasy advice and tools right at your fingertips, including the most accurate and customizable redraft trade calculator available. Find our flagship show, the Feed Me Fantasy Football Podcast, and search Yards Per Fantasy on YouTube and TikTok for next-gen fantasy football content. Plus, Yards Per Fantasy will be donating $1 for each of the first 100 people to join our Discord during the Podathon and through July 11th. We will be donating 50% of the proceeds from our 2022 projections template to the SFB Podathon. Check out Yards Per Fantasy today. And also, TrophySmack is your one-stop destination for your fantasy league this season. Bring your draft party to the next level with the coolest and most complete draft boards in the industry. Then celebrate your league's champion with trophies, rings, and belts with thousands of fully customizable options and easy-to-use designer tool to raise your victory of Hall of Fame at 2 Hall of Fame levels. At TrophySmack, the titles don't stop. I didn't freeze, Russ. I just froze in real life, not on the screen. At TrophySmack, the titles don't stop there, as every championship isn't complete without a league, toilet bowl, or Sacco trophy. Relish in your league's defeat and capture their tiers in your one-of-a-kind trophy found only at TrophySmack.com, the official title sponsor of the SFB Podathon. I didn't even realize that they were sponsoring this particular 30-minute segment when I said that. But let me bring on these guys because Nate is a guy who has also sponsored plenty of segments on his Podathon, and he's done it for years. And we
also
welcome
flash
back.
that shirt.
Yes, and Keith is joining him as well. What's up, guys? Welcome back. Good to have you with us.
You can flash your shirt too, Keith, if you want to.
Oh, I was gonna do it. You guys hear me all good?
Oh yeah.
Can I just flash? Like,
Hey,
I mean, I think
not that kind of show, right?
That if you
no,
want to go
Lawrence
shirtless,
came on completely topless just an hour ago. So,
oh wow, okay.
I was going to ask you, Sal, what you're wearing for pants or shorts. So we should have a guess for that. So
very very sumptuous of you to think he has any.
Are the porn bots back yet?
After I
They're
went
coming.
off at 3 a.m, it appears like they went to bed. But every time we mention them, they seem to pop back up. So good job, Nate.
There it is. Yeah. Oh man, the chat's been amazing. And Sal, I got to give it to you. Taking the ball breaking like a champ there this year, and I don't know. I think the past couple years it's been pretty great. I appreciate you, and if you do come to Boston, I got a beer for you.
This is amazing, Russ. You have to drive. I'm going to be ridiculously drunk in Boston.
I'll bring the IV and everything you'll need to survive the rest of all of these drinks that people are getting you.
What I'll tell you, Nate, is I've been a ball breaker my whole life. Like, to me, that's how. If I'm breaking your balls, it means I love you, your family, your friends, and so when people do it back to me, if you can't take it, then don't dish it out, right? So the other thing I know is most of these guys, I'll beat their ass in person. So, no, I'm just
Teddy
kidding.
bear.
No threat.
Teddy bear.
I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover. Just nobody wants my love. But the point I'm saying is, you got to take it if you're going to dish it out. And this is trash talk, and that stuff is what this game is built on, right? I mean, so have fun with it. Never take anything too personally, and that's why I do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been watching the Podathon, pretty much since you guys started yesterday. Not continuously, but getting in the chat, that's been amazing. But I really appreciate the time and effort you put into every single word when you do my ad reads.
Yeah, I try to just actually make sure my focus and vision is still capable.
A lot of attention to every word.
At his age,
it's that
keeping
New York
his vision
education
focused is very difficult.
See, and here come the zingers, Russ. This is why I haven't taken you on a date in 3 years.
As a very few years younger than you are, yes, I will absolutely make old jokes towards you.
Plus, with those glasses on, you notice I'm not wearing glasses. No offense, Nate. You didn't say nothing. Russ did, so now I got to attack a little bit. I've survived without readers to 48 years old, so I'm proud of that. But I can't hear very well. What?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And apparently, you lose your sense of humor also.
What? My hair? Oh, sense of humor.
So, Nate, Keith. All right, cool, man. All right, well, how do you transition off of such garbage? I don't even know right now.
I love it. Yeah, no, you got it.
This
Russ.
is peak Podathon right now.
Well, you know what, Russ? Let's start with Nate. Nate, you have a lot of different business ventures. You're doing a lot of different things. Talk about all of them. Let the people know what you have out there, where they can find your stuff.
Yeah. So I am the founder of IDP Guys. We're a website, idpguys.org, where there's a solid group of us now putting together, content across the spectrum of fantasy football. From, we kind of focus in a little bit on, IDP. If that's a 4-letter word to some people, just to understand that we're there to help you through the whole process. But we also cover Dynasty on the offensive side, redraft, all that stuff. We put together magazines every year. Sal, last year I sent you a couple of them, and you were kind enough to show them on air, which was awesome. But that's kind of like what I do in the community as far as like football creation, football content creation. And then I'm by trade a graphic designer, web designer. So I launched 3 years ago my own company, Writer Design, and both IDP Guys and Writer Design the last 2 years have been sponsors of the Podathon. So we've gotten some pretty good play between, on the show. And this year, so I kind of transitioned my read for Writer Design from looking for clients to a new project that I'm doing called Content Design Coach. And you've probably been, seeing me in the chat with that YouTube channel, messaging away and breaking balls and everything. But it is honestly what I'm most excited about going forward is helping people do what they want to do in the fantasy industry, helping them start websites, start YouTube channels, learning the skills they need to write articles, to find their place. So, not everyone wants to work at ESPN or make it to the top or whatever. Some people just want to hang out and be able to produce good content with a solid group of friends. So it's really geared for that whole spectrum. If you come in and you're really gung-ho about going to ESPN, I've got a background in journalism and been years of experience in the industry, can essentially, help guide you and get you on the path to at least having the skills to be acquirable, where people are interested in seeing your stuff. So this is a project that is coming in the next few weeks. It keeps getting pushed back because this off season for me has just been so busy with my web design company. I've launched the FF Expo website, Campus to Canton's new website, Big Guy Fantasy Sports website. Man, it's been a solid off season for me. So, that's just keeps pushing the fun things that I want to do further and further. But I really think that I'm about ready to launch that site. And I've been teasing the podcast. If anyone follows me at Nate Cheat, you'll see videos, 2-3 minute videos of the interviews that I've been doing with guys like Ken Moody from DLF. I had Chris Robin, Detroit Beastie from Woodward Sports, guys that are in my network that just have knowledge, and we just go through and talk about anything and everything. It's kind of like Joe Rogan style podcast where it's just me continually asking follow-up questions and getting more and more information to the audience. So that's really what I'm most excited about this season is just helping people.
That's what it's all about, right? But it's also about letting other people talk for a second, Nate. Come on, man. Keith, why don't you come in? Why don't you tell a little bit about yourself, what you got going on?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for having me, and just appreciated all the good work you guys are doing. Sal, I think I caught you right at the end before you hit the hay. Last night I'm out here on the West Coast, so a little different than you East Coast folks, but you were still hanging strong, brother. So it's props to you and all the good work that everyone that's part of Scott Fishbowl, part of the Podathon. Just want to give a shout out to all those folks. So yeah, I think when Nate was talking, the biggest thing as I got going, I'm fairly new to the community, only been doing this about 2 years, is really finding your niche, and hence Bid Daddy, hence Prince of Prop. As I was going into this, I started writing articles for Yards Per Fantasy and some other outlets. And, I really wanted to focus on kind of my love for fantasy, and anyone who's out there, they have their particular lane. You were talking about Linda and her kickers on the last segment. And, Nate starting out IDP, which is absolutely a 4-letter word to me. I can't do it. It gives me neurosis. I tried it, couldn't hang with it. But you got to find your niche, and my niche has personally been auction drafting and prop bets ever since Arizona got their act together and allowed us to start going on DraftKings FanDuel. I've been able to really dig in and look into prop bets for the NFL pretty much exclusively. So you can see all that on my TikTok page that's out there, on Yards Per Fantasy's TikTok that's out there. And so that's what I just say to folks is, man, just have fun with it. Find your lane, find what you like to do, whether it's the podcast, writing articles, whatever it may be. And this is all part of it, man. This is why we do this, right? Is to get to hang out with each other, right? I say like the fantasy community is like the treehouse for grown-ups. It's our own little thing on Twitter. It's our own little thing here. And we just like to, have fun with it and act like it's our true profession. Right. So that's our thing. And yeah, I'm just glad to be a part of it. And just it's been a blast, man. So yeah, that's about it for me.
JB Barry checking in. He was mad at me that I was supposed to be back on for his segment this morning, and I slept right through it on purpose, by the way, JB. It was pre-planned. I told you I'd be here, and I wasn't. And JB is a good friend. He lives 5 minutes away from where I'm recording this Podathon. He brought me a pizza yesterday. He brought me Chick-fil-A. He brought me Red Bulls. He brought me coffee. He's awesome. And then I slept through his segment. So,
and still rocking that SFBX Avi. There you go.
Yes. So, Nate, you've been around the parts a little bit longer than Keith has. But so, Keith, is this your first year in the SFB?
Yeah, I'm actually not in the SFB. Not in it. Still trying to get in. I know.
Did you register? Crazy. Did you register?
I did. Oh yeah, I registered. Yeah. So Alex from Yards Per, he's in. He may have a couple of folks from Yards Per, and they asked me to do the podcast. So I said, yeah, man, I'm all in. It's such a great cause, and it's such a cool event. And I feel much like my high school days is left out, as I'm seeing all these Twitter things for the SSB and all their invites and everything. So no, I could care less. I want to be a part of it, but I love everything about it. I love every take. So yeah, I'm not in, but I follow along, and hopefully next year.
Well, I'm going to work on something for you right now, but I'll give it Russ. I'll turn over to Russ to ask Nate the SFB questions while I work on something.
I love Sal's level of hosting where it's like, Russ, take over and ask this. You were just talking to Sal. Just push it over and start doing what you need to do. But no, it's like,
Steve
Russ,
for years.
do this work.
You're my new Steve.
Ouch. Wait, you know what? Here, I'm going to do my best Steve impression.
I am sorry for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Podathon chair is back.
Here, Steve.
Nate, see, look at that. I'm so flabbergasted by you calling me Steve. How long have you been into Scott Fishbowl? How many years you got in?
So I think this is my 5th year. I was trying to think of that before getting on. It's tough to think back. I know I haven't been in it as long as some or a lot of the OGs in the community, but it has been a minute. I think that it was SFB 8 that I got in first, and I'm just excited to be part of the community and being able to join this league. I've kind of like really pushed into it even farther with, joining the Avi Makers. I believe that was last year, was my first year with the Avi Makers. And it's just that part of the community is even more fun and meaningful to me as a designer, because, I get to talk with other people in my like career path, and we bounce ideas. That chat is active 365, like all year round.
And they made a very weird decision of letting me in there this season, where the more things that I create, it's just like, I think I should be ashamed of this, but proud of it at the same time. But more importantly, what division did you find yourself in? And is it the one you actually picked? And what spot are you drafting from?
So I'll be in Boston for the live draft. Dude, that's my division.
Do we have like the entire Boston live draft either on the show or in the chat? Like, I feel like we do.
Probably. Yeah. We like to show up, we like to bust balls. That's what it's about. So, so for me, we haven't done our whatever, 100-yard rush to find the placement. Still kind of waiting on that stuff, but I don't really mind it. It's I wanted to do a live draft when they announced it this year. I was really hoping for Bristol to get a live draft to go to ESPN, and probably, I would imagine at that point it would be some of the bigger names in fantasy, like Matthew Berry's and stuff. But when that didn't happen, I pivoted to Boston, and just excited to see everybody.
All right.
So I wanted to ask you guys quick. Sorry to just jump in there, but were either of you, Russ or Sal, part or Nate, part of the first SFB? I just wondered how that got going.
Sal's been around longer than we have, both in the community and in this world, so he has a better chance. I actually 8 was my first one also, so Nate and I are riding strong at the same year.
Scott Fishbowl 480, which would technically be the Scott Fishbowl 6. So before they became individual numbers, the number that came after SFB was the amount of teams that were in it. So SFB 480, which was number 6, was my first one. That was 2016. That was our first year of podcasting. When I say our, I say me, Kevin, and Steve, the aforementioned Steve. And I saw this floating around Twitter. I said, Steve, Kevin, get yourselves get an application in. Let's get in this league. We got to get in this league. There you go. We want. I figured it would help legitimize us a little bit. We much like all these young guys coming up. Keith, he's just getting into the business the last couple of years. Nate's been working behind the scenes and grinding for 5+. I come from the same background. I never made it super big in fantasy. I created this show, and it's kind of become like my legacy, so to speak, which, if you want to be in the Scott Fishbowl every year, create a show where you're on for like 24 hours straight and talk about the Scott Fishbowl. You're guaranteed.
Steal the name, and you are in.
I got it. It's like 4-minute abs. There's, if you're doing 5-minute abs, Sal, I got to do 4-minute abs.
Nobody's doing 4 minutes. Nobody's doing 4 minutes.
That's ridiculous. You can't do 6 minutes.
That's it.
Seven's the magic number.
So we got in that year, and it's crazy. I think that's probably the jumping off point, 2016, where this community, or this industry started to ramp up. So when we came on and doing our show, there really were not a lot of podcasts around. Matthew Berry's existed, the football guys. The fantasy footballers, I believe, were just wrapping up year 1, but they did such a good quality show. 1 or 2. They were in the early stages. They did such a good quality show. They shot to the top pretty quickly. But me, Kev, and Steve, we had 2 other guys with us at the beginning that didn't last with the show. Five voices on one show is just too many. And we were plugging along, and it was actually a surprise to me about a year or 2 in, where people were like, oh, we see people. It's actually draft. Do you remember the app draft, which was sold, and eventually Underdog Fantasy is basically draft now. So we got reached out to by the guys from draft, and they were like, hey, we see a lot of people wearing your shirts. We see a lot of people follow you guys, also following us. And I'm like, You have pictures of those people wearing the shirts? Because like I wasn't even aware that we were making like we were getting somewhere. And I said this before, and they're out of business now. Draft, we threw a stupid number at them to sponsor us, and they said yes. And we were just like, shit, we should have asked for more. So we started recording 3 times a week because they were paying us every time we recorded. And I would say a year after that, 2018, the market really, I don't like to use the word saturated because there's so many great people out there, and I don't want to make people feel like stop doing it, do it. That's what we did. Who am I to tell somebody not to do what I did also? And everybody's got their niche. Like you said, Keith, you got to find your niche in this market. Mine was just trying to be a funny guy. Like I've always been a class clown. I've always joked around. This is me. This is my real life personality. I bring it here. I bring it there. And like I said to Lawrence, be yourself, be natural. People like authenticity. So I met Scott. I got to know Scott better over those couple of years. And I was like, I want to be a bigger part of what this is. I'm a little bit older. Russ might remember these. There used to be these Jerry Lewis telethons on TV that were on 24 hours straight. And they were variety shows where they would bring different people on to perform. That was my idea, a podathon. Bring on different people for 24 hours, stay awake for the full 24 hours because that's my gimmick. I could stay awake. That's my talent. And it's blossomed into something I never thought I could imagine. We had to expand it to 36 hours. We have 30-minute segments, which means I think we have what? That makes 6,000 guests? I don't know. I'm not good with math. But, yeah, it is what it is today. So this started with you asking which SFB I was in. I decided to do an origin story.
I like
so
it.
8 years. This is my 8th year, I think, in the Scott Fishbowl.
Nice. That's awesome. And real quick, because I love the format and follow it, what's your guys' strategy going through it? I'm a double quarterback guy in Superflex generally, unless it's, maybe pick 11, 12, and there's been 10 straight quarterbacks, and I might zig and zag. But what do you guys like to do?
I keep saying my lone strategy is not to draft guys who have bye weeks in the playoffs, because I was loaded with that first week last season. Like it was the Colts, the Eagles, and there was like one other team where it's just like, oh, I didn't pay attention to bye weeks because I'm way too used to Dynasty, and oops.
Right.
That literally that is my lone strategy, is to, if I get lucky enough to make it to the playoffs, don't let me be the reason I lose. Let the players do poorly, let someone else do better than me, but don't let my drafting be the reason I lose.
And there's week 14's brutal this year. You got JT and the Packers and the Bears. So any of those guys on there.
And
so
the Colts again, I think also, real late.
That's the new twist the last couple of years with the extended season and the bye weeks going a little bit later into the year. I don't really have a good Scott Fishbowl strategy. I've tried different ones every year, and only one of them has really worked. I think I think 2018 I made it to the semifinals, and on the backs of Christian McCaffrey, it was his sophomore year, so I got him at like the 3rd round. Aaron Jones, who was suspended for 4 games, so I got him at a really good place. James Conner in a 21st round because Lev Bell never signed that year. And I rode that running back trio right up until the semifinals when both Conner and Jones got injured in the same week, and that derailed. And that's why you have to just get lucky. I mean, you could have a plan. A couple of different plans will work, but it's a big part of luck going into winning what is now a 3,000-person tournament. Last year was 18. It grows. I remember when we were doing 480, Scott would say, I don't know if I could expand it beyond 500 teams. I don't know. Next year was like 720, and now it's at 3,000 because this man cannot not give back to the community. And when people want to be involved, and to that point, he was the one who came to me last year and said, hey, maybe expand the show to 36 hours so more people could get involved. And, he wants to be that guy in his community. And what I'll say to you, Keith, is about strategies. You are now in SFB 12. You will be getting an email. So start
man, no way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
See, all about giving, you guys. All about giving. So,
well, the people that come on the show and the people that sponsor the show, we want to give back to everybody, but specifically to you who are coming to help make this a great thing. So you owe Nate for that too, because he sponsored a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Thanks, Nate. Oh, man.
Here's the real strategy of getting into SFB is don't even sign up But get onto the podathon and say that you're not in it, and then bam,
Yeah.
Sal gets you in.
Hijack the podathon. Yeah, now I know.
There it is.
I know.
2 minutes
I love
to go,
it.
fellas. Let's get some
Yeah.
parting shots, guys. Keith, we'll start with you and we'll close with Nate.
Yeah, I just, again, man, and now it's just how can I not be thankful? So anyone out there, please go donate, see what giving's all about. Go give some money for such a great cause. And just want to say thank you to everybody. Scott Fish, what a cool thing, man. Sal, I love the genesis, the origin story there. And I just can't imagine. What a cool event. As fantasy football, all of us, Dungeons and Dragon nerds for the 2000s can come together now and get thousands of dollars for people and all sorts of charities. So love the community, love this, love yards per, and I can't be more grateful, man. So now that I'm in, I'm going to dominate. So I'll lose that Midwest niceness and I'll get in there and I'll find a strategy to win. So just thank you again, guys. Appreciate it. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Awesome.
Nate.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's all about this, being able to give back, seeing people, getting their first shots into this this game that we love to play, and I'm happy to have different roles in that, from being a sponsor of the Podathon, putting time in as an Avi maker. It has been very rewarding, and I just enjoy every part of it. Getting to meet Scott last year in person at the expo was kind of very, high on my list of things that I wanted to do. But yeah, I just want to, kind of say, if you're looking for getting into this community, you need some help, figuring out your niche or learning the skills you need. Follow me, reach out to me, and I'm more than willing to help you. And a lot of times I give people their first shots into the community by writing or doing video content and stuff for IDP guys. But let's find where you fit, for those listening and watching. What's your niche? Where can we get you as far as with a community, with a website? And let's see where you can go with it.
You're so
Sal,
bad
you're
at this,
muted.
Sal. It's ridiculous.
I think it's a stick now. I think that's his bit.
Yep.
No, I'm just old and dumb.
He's not that clever.
Thank you guys both. Nate will definitely be speaking soon. And Keith, congratulations to you. Best of luck. Don't suck. All right. Be good.
I'll do my best.
All right, Russ. I'll turn these reads to you, my friend.
All right. This segment of the SFBPodathon is brought to you by 5 Yard Dynasty. Join Rich and Liam every Tuesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. GMT, as they bring you the latest strategy, insights, and news from the world of Dynasty. Join the guys as they bring along special guests to upskill you in Dynasty strategy and knowledge to ensure you dominate your leagues and bring home those ships. Just search 5 Yard Rush in your podcast player of choice and hit subscribe to make sure you never miss an episode. And the fact that they use the word upskill means you got to check that out. What a great word. The second read we got. Are you part of the 90% of FanDuel and DraftKings users that lost money last year? Occupy Fantasy co-founder Brian Jester wasn't one of them. He has nearly $2.5 million in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies he created at Occupy Fantasy, the official DFS website of the SFBPodathon. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit occupyfantasy.com today.
Wow, you nailed that. I mean, way to deliver. Listen, I've been getting let's say straight up, I've been getting some shit about being the old guy the last couple of days, and that is why I bring this man on every year.
Smart move.
This guy keeps returning for many reasons. I will not say one reason only, but he is like, the ancestor of fantasy football, Mr. Bob Harris. And you're with my man Nate this year.
Hey,
FF, you guys are together. I didn't book this year's show. Mike did it for me. So to have you two guys together is two guys I love. Is just amazing. I love everybody. I don't want anybody. Don't take it wrong. But these are my dudes. What's up, gents?
Not much. How we doing?
We're doing. We're chugging right along with the help of my friend Russ. He's helping carry me to the finish line. I can't thank him enough for being here.
Hey, Russ. So I'm just listening, and I didn't realize we became entry mates together. We were both 480 was also my first
That's
SFB.
it. Yeah, we walked down that red carpet together, Bob.
It was joyous. I wish I would have some success in this, and I could boast or do something else. Instead, I just annually get my ass handed to me, but still enjoy it nonetheless.
I mean, playoffs. Have you at least made playoffs? Have you at least made the playoffs at any point?
I want to say yes. At some point, I have. Like, this is difficult, people. I'm in like 30 leagues every year, and so I try to, scramble along. It all blurs together, though, during the course of the season. Some leagues, of course, you pay more attention to than others. This would be one of those leagues, and I battle. So I'm like entirely sure I've made the playoffs, but I have not fared well. Every year the rankings come out, the post-draft rankings come out, and I just look to make sure I'm better than Fabiano. That's all I do.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be worse than Mike, for sure. That nobody wants that. It's something you said is so true, and I'm sure Russ and Nate have gone through this as well. As we've all become, bigger, more involved in this community, we get asked to be in a lot of leagues, a lot of charity leagues, and usually the charity leagues are the ones we don't do well in because we're so busy with our main leagues. We jump in, we draft, and it's like, oh damn it, I have a league on this platform I forgot all about. And you got to go check it. And by then it might be too late. So, what we give to those people is the ability to trash talk us, right?
Yes.
Because they've beaten us. But it does blur together. I had to shed some dynasty leagues this year. I think I was in 16 or 17 dynasty leagues coming into this year. Russ probably got that beat. He runs an entire network. He runs an entire network of dynasty leagues. I shed a few I really liked. A few of them ended, like Scott Fish's Capitalist Pigs leagues, which have gone on for years. They couldn't sustain anymore. They were entirely too big. So those ended. And I was really good in one of those. So I hate the fact that one ended, but yeah, it becomes.
But that's what happens though, right? You start off with 3 leagues and you dominate in all of them. And then you get into these industry leagues, into charity leagues, and all of a sudden you're in 15, 20 leagues and you become mediocre in every single one. So it's tough to keep up with. I mean, the waiver wire every week and all that. It's crazy.
Also, you want to do so. You're benefiting your subscribers, listeners, whoever. You want to have made many decisions, and so being in that many leagues, every week, talking on the radio, you're getting all these lineup questions. I've probably made those decisions. The same with drafts, and the advent of best ball, has made it easy to have 100+ drafts every year. So you can make those decisions, but the actual competition, it's been a battle.
Oh, I've absolutely started saying look, I will donate 1,000%. I will even jump in the league chat just to start making fun of people or whatever you want. But I can't do the league for the betterment of your league. I can't do it anymore because I don't want to be that guy, and I've been that guy, and it makes me feel bad about it.
It's so easy when we have people we're comfortable with and we got to know so well to jump right into the conversation. But let's start with Nate. Nate, tell everybody what it is you're doing these days, where you can be found, and what you're working on.
Sure. I'm an editor with gambling.com. So I'm finally in the industry full time, guys. It's finally happening. So I'm really excited about that. I know they want to get me into content, but I think right now I'm going to pause on content so I can focus on the role that's bringing the money to my family. And then I'm sure by the time, the season comes, I'll be doing content, but yeah, I'm in the football diehards draft book with the legendary Bob Harris. I have a decent sized article in there for a good feature article. Thank you, Bob, for that. Appreciate it. And the Fantasy Football Black Book on Amazon as well. So go check that out.
Yeah. And 2 years ago, you closed the Podathon with us. You were our final guest as we closed it out. And you were looking for full-time work at that time. I'm not wrong, right? You were kind of at this point where life decisions were here You have a family and things need to happen. And 2 years later, look at where you're at, man. It's wonderful to see that.
Thank you.
Because I like good people. I like family men. So good for you, sir.
Appreciate
And Bob, I mean, take us back to the early days and let us know about it.
1993 was when I got into this business. Started, a business based around this because, I started playing in 1986. And it took me about a week to figure out we don't know enough to do this right. And so, kind of slowly over time, over a few years, and, information was, obtained differently. The world's changed. And that's been the amazing part of watching all this whole thing as I've kind of gone along for the ride is, it was like a handful of idiots like me that started out. And now it's like an entire universe of incredibly brilliant people who come from engineering and legal, all these just amazing minds out there, forward thinkers doing all this amazing work. And it's just, it's remarkable. I'm kind of grandfathered in, literally speaking. So, it's great. I don't know if I walked up to the door right now and knocked if anyone would answer, right? Because there's just, you go out and look at the content. It's just amazing out there what people are producing. So I'm just feeling fortunate to be part of it and to have hung around as long as I have. And I'm not going away. This is not my retirement speech because I don't know what that means.
But also, we're making fun of Bob for he's standing right now.
I stand always. I never sit.
We're sitting here
like a shark. If they stop swimming, they keel over or something. If I sit down, I get tired.
Sitting here on our literal asses, just relaxing, and Bob just he's moving around, he's right.
I have a sit-stand desk at my and I the first couple of weeks that I had it, last year, I used it, but I sit all the time now.
Now
so
it's just broken.
I don't know why I have it.
Yeah. So this is great because
the level of energy is required. I mean, not Leto-esque in this. And by the way, I want to get in on the last segment one time so I can watch your Jerry Lewis moment. The final singing or whatever it is. I don't know. I want to be there for that.
Hey, ladies. Oh, it's not that. It's not.
The dance number is on point this year.
Actually, if you go to my social media, you can find me dancing with my youngest daughter. So, as we're getting older, Bob, I started playing in 92, right out of high school. I graduated high school in 1992. That's when I started playing. My youngest daughter graduated high school. My youngest child graduated high school 2 weeks ago. She's also been a dancer and a competitive dancer growing up. And in her final recital, I got the opportunity to dance with her. So
it's awesome.
Yeah, I'm up a little bit.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Got a little dusty right there for a second.
No, listen, my children are the most important thing in the world to me. So I don't mind getting emotional when I talk about them. But the video's out there. I'll repost it. I'll repost it on Twitter.
Please.
Her and I dancing on stage. It was a wonderful moment for me. And now she's going to go off to college and I'm free again. So, bye, kids.
Yeah. I saw it on Facebook because, Sal, we're Facebook friends, so
we're Facebook friends.
I saw that on Facebook.
That means it's real, guys.
Bob, see, same.
But Bob, we have a thing up there about newspaper stats, USA Today, grabbing magazines at the grocery store. You and I, we know this. We lived it. We remember it. I brought it up to you before. My original league, pen and paper league, stayed pen and paper until 2 years ago when COVID hit and that league ended, unfortunately. And we used to use the New York Daily News. That was our official paper of record.
Let me tell you a story briefly. So, early on, making money in this business was a struggle. You'll be surprised to learn. Also, still in this business, it can be a struggle. But that aside, so I corralled and finagled a 900 number, which for those of you who are younger than 70, that's a thing where you call in and you pay money to hear something said to you. Not always associated with sports or other things, but I would get on the CompuServe and I would get the box scores on Sunday night and I would read them into my 900 number recording, and people would call because they didn't want to wait for the USA Today was the predominant form back in the day when I was playing, and people didn't want to wait for that, and that would sustain me year round. The money I made off that number sustained me year round pretty much until I got on my feet in the industry. So people were dying for information. I mean, that was it's the same as now. It's just easier to get now, but the whole premise behind all this is the same, man. These people, all of us who play this game, we want to be informed. We want to have that edge, and whether we're gaining it or not, we try like hell to get it.
there is a 100% chance I called that number. Because we used to look for every little thing that could put you over the top. So Pro Football Weekly, I loved it, and I think you know those. You might know those guys from back in the day, Bob.
Sure.
Who wrote that. They used to have the tidbits, the little sights and sounds and all that stuff. And I can remember one year we had just had our draft, our in-person draft. It's a South Jersey Fantasy Football League that I was in. And I was driving home and I picked the paper up, and like 2 days later, I saw a little blurb that Stephen Davis of the Washington, pardon my name, this was the name of the team, Stephen Davis of the Washington Redskins is in the lead to get the starting running back job and nobody knew who Stephen Davis was.
Right.
So I called up, on the phone. That's how you had to make your ad drops. I added him, and he had 6 touchdowns in the first 2 weeks of the season and had a ridiculous year that year. That's how we got our information back then.
Yeah, a little easier back then. I used to do a fax every late in the week as part of my service, right? And the first year I did this on a single phone line, and so every time somebody would call, the bitch that their fax wasn't there on time would slow down all the rest of the faxes, and I would have minor heart attack. But how I got the information, what I would put in is that practice information from that day, right? How did I get that? I had a kid who worked at WFAN in New York City at some little radio station back there. Worked for the Mike Francesa show, I believe, at the time. His name was Steve Cohen, and he would call me. He was a producer. And he would call me up, Harris, I got this. And he would give me, and I would run down, and I would write something for every team, who was practicing, who wasn't practicing. That kid Cohen is now my boss's boss at Sirius. The NFL vice president of NFL programming is Sirius. It's been a long time, but we would send out those little tidbits just on a fax, and man, people could not get enough of that.
You know what I'm loving about this, by the way? First of all, I don't feel very young. I'm not young. I feel super old. Okay, but if I ever want to feel young, I just know to call Sal and Bob and just have a conversation, and
you don't even have to. You just say like newspaper, say like rotary telephone, just like drop a word and they'll just start talking.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Be like youthful. All right.
Actually, I have a story, and I'm super happy that I'm on with Bob because Bob, I'm pointing this way. So last year at the Fantasy Football Expo, I go in and I'm sitting down and I'm watching all the top dogs draft, right? Bob's sitting there at the table. I'm sitting at a table with Scott Fish, just kind of chilling, just watching the thing. And Bob looks at me, and he gives me a big wave. And I'm like, he's waving at me, and I'm sitting next to Scott Fish, and this guy's waving at me. I'm like, what is, like, who am I, right? And then Bob makes me feel like I'm on top of the world. And then later on that day, I drive to Buffalo Wild Wings with Ian Hartitz and Andrew Erickson. And as we're leaving there, I hear, "Hey, Nate." I turn, I look, it's Bob. It's Bob sitting with Michael Fabiano, and I just run over. We hug, man. It's like, it was awesome to meet you in person, Bob, and I can't wait to see you again in a month. So it's
these big get-togethers have been godsend. You know, you meet all these people, and we all sit here and we do this work, and everyone's a Twitter avatar, or the one-dimensional kind of thing. And when you meet people in person and get all these, personal connections, it's one of my favorite things. I don't go out much, so when I do, I try to maximize it. And these things like the FF Expo, good work, Bob Long, and all these kind of events make that really worthwhile.
And also, Nate made the very smart move of putting his name in his handle, because you can walk up to someone like, "Hey, Nate, Dominate, yeah, how's it going?"
Yes, yeah.
Hey, I'm Russ. Outhouse. Hey, how's it going?
No, you named yourself after the place people go to take a dump. Nice.
That really wasn't part of the thought process when there was no thought process.
Well, my name Nate is in a lot of words, so I love play on words. I'm a dad pun guy, so here we are.
All right. Well, we are rounding that time where Sal is about to say, "Hey, Russ, ask them about the Scott Fishbowl."
Do your job, Russ.
Do my job. So let's start with Nate. Nate, what was the first SFB you got into?
7. So this is my 6th year, I think. SFB 7 was my first one. The 2000s was my division at the time. So yeah, it's been a while. I had to look it up before I came on because I knew you guys were going to ask that question. So
it's really funny. Like usually I have to do it like, okay, well, There was video games. Like I have to count backwards with the themes to figure out
themes,
when I was going. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely helps. But this year I'm in the Mount Olympus. So first of all, like because all these live drafts, I have plenty of people upset with me that I didn't do like the Boston one or one near my house. I would have loved to do it, but I just started a new job. I'm pretty busy with the family right now, so I can't do a live draft as much as I want to. Trust me, it's one of the best things to do. But I decided to do the Mount Olympus division. So we're playing fantasy. Why not be in a fantasy world with Greek mythology? So I'm in with Christopher Harris from Harris Football, Jeff Manns, my good buddy Matthew Betts from the Fantasy Footballers. And I don't know how Scott Fish and Ryan did this, but Nate Hamilton's in my division as well. So, I mean, it's pretty convenient. It's a good thing.
Is it, or are we going to fold over time and space and just like, did we create a paradox?
Well, I mean, the other day I watched Doctor Strange, the new Doctor Strange movie, and then caught up on Stranger Things. And my mind can't take all this crazy multiverse stuff anymore. I can't do it.
What spot are you drafting from?
11. So that was the thing is I wanted something close to the turn. That's just what I prefer always. Like you guys can take the one pick all you want. That's fine. You got to wait another 30 picks before you pick again. I want to pick 2 top 12 guys at their position in pretty much back-to-back picks. So that's why I like picking close to the turn.
Nate, is there an 11 group chat that you're in?
Yes.
Can you tag me in it? I'm in 11 also, and I just haven't had the time to look.
All right. And actually, you know what? I'm not in 11 group chat. I'm in just my division one, but I'll find one and I'll let you know.
He's going to start one if he has to.
Yeah.
I just have to say there's not nearly enough Jason Voorhees in this angle you're sitting in now. I see you got one when you move your head. I remember a day where you had like 8 things.
That's Michael Myers, my friend. Michael Myers. Yeah, he's my guy.
Same guy, different suit. Come on.
No way. Hockey mask, just white mask. It's different.
Is Crystal Lake a place we could draft from this year or no? Crystal Lake.
That would have been cool. Or Haddonfield, Illinois.
They actually have tours of Camp Crystal Lake now. You can.
I have a friend that worked there for that, actually.
Yeah.
All right, so Bob, were you in like Scott Fishbowl -1?
Yeah, no, I came in with 480 was my first, and it's been a struggle ever since. It's been a phenomenally fantastic, joyous struggle. And keeping up each year with the rules changes is enough to be a full-time job for me. So looking forward to this year. And by the way, our picks. I'm in the LA. I'm at the TrophySmack headquarters. Looking forward to that. Hanging out with all my friends there, and it's great groups of people. I don't want to start listing because I'll forget people, but Paulson and Ratcliffe, Liz Loza, tons of people that I love and adore, and Fabiano. And then but they haven't assigned the picks yet, right? So somebody put me in a 6-pick group chat. And it's amazing, and I can't leave. I mean, I'm just sitting there going, hey, I don't really have a pick yet, but I'm not leaving. And also the LA draft chat is kind of lit, as the kids would say. So enjoying that as well.
I am so disappointed. I can't be at a lot of these live drafts, but the LA one. So I've been doing some work with TrophySmack. So since they came out as a title sponsor last year, and I told this story jokingly. Matt Walsh reached out to me last summer after the Expo about Chase Vernon, and Chase will be coming up at 12:30. Chase is going to host for a few hours. 12:30 my time, Bob. He's going to host for a few hours. And Matt asked me, hey, I met Chase at the Expo, and what do you think of this guy? And I gave him, a ringing endorsement, and Chase has now jumped in with TrophySmack, and they're producing content, and they wanted me to be a part of it. I hosted a show for them for like maybe 4 episodes. I just got entirely too busy with work, and I couldn't do it. I don't want to hold them up. So they have brought a few other people in. They're holding the spot for me, but I hope to get back there and do some work with them. But
they're great people, man. Yeah, Chase is great. But just to selfishly promote something, Thursday night on Sirius on the Football Die Hard Show, we're going to devote an hour to the Scott Fishbowl. Scott will be on briefly. Matt Walsh will be on briefly. But Chase is going to kind of be a quasi co-host for that period of time, and we're going to kind of go through the history and strategy and kind of then talk about the LA thing. And I got to find my grill. Wall sent me a grill a year or so ago, and when I moved, I packed it, and I have to find it. So when I walk in LA, I'm sporting my fine bling, because nothing says that like an old dude like me.
I really think we need to admit that needs to be like an ad for TrophySmack. You with the grill in.
I mean, it says
it's pretty horrifying. It's as horrifying as you can imagine.
It's the next level up from the Six Flags dancing guy, Bob. So if you're a Northeast guy, you know the commercial. So Bob, I'm working on something behind the scenes, and my daughter lives in Burbank. So I think I'm going to try to get her into the Scott Fishbowl and have her over that live draft.
Do it.
Represent the Lido family name.
Do it.
Let me ask you guys. I've had an idea. I've talked about it the last couple of days. We have Scott Fishbowl live drafts. We have Scott Fishbowl slow drafts. I have an idea. Next year, Scott Fishbowl live slow draft. We put all the people in a house for 2 weeks, and they have to live together for 2 weeks. With the one guy who just won't make his pick. Well, you have access to that guy now. And I think that this is the content that we need in this community.
You shouldn't have put that out there publicly, because it is such a genius idea where it could be an actual like TV show for the whole preseason where we're doing that, slow draft. And like you said, Bob's not making his pick, and we just go knock on his door and be like, hey, dude, let's go. Wake up, make your pick. I love that, man. That's awesome. I would love to do that.
I just submitted my application to it.
Nice. Well, then sign me up.
Trademarking it right now, stamped, trademarked. If anybody does it, listen, we are the fantasy football community. So if anybody does it, we're all going to kick their ass, right?
Exactly.
I have the backing of everybody.
Big Brother Fantasy, somebody said.
I don't know what this is, but I think she
got so excited.
I did.
Looks like my last article. Well done.
Hey, I didn't plan well for my shirt. It just says "call me,"
yes.
And the fact that we're talking old stuff, it's actually called me old fashioned. Is what my shirt says, and it's a ingredients for an old fashioned drink. But I just realized as I'm sitting here this entire time, all you guys can see is just "call me."
I thought you were wearing like a "Call Me Maybe" shirt or something.
Well, I mean, I guess I could have left it up to everyone's imagination.
I thought you were already employed, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know. Call me. I don't know. That's so weird.
Guys, time flies when we're having a good time with people we know. I know Russ was about to say something, so I'll back off for a second. Go ahead, Russ.
No, I wasn't.
Russ and I have not hosted together enough for me to pick up on his signals, but I apologize, sir. Two great guys, as I said at the top, so I want to give you both at least 2 minutes each or so to give a little parting shot. We'll start with Bob. Talk about Scott and the whole thing that's around what we're doing here.
Right. Just remembering how, Scott coming on to he'd been around, right? Fantasy Oasis, Fantasy Football Oasis, him and Gary Davenport, old website they had. And they just, kind of a presence out there. And then just watching this thing become a thing has been amazing. All the awards that Scott has gotten, so well deserved. And the funny thing about Scott is, there's always like, oh, he's such a nice guy, and I mean, but it's, this sounds so trite, but it's true. He is such a nice guy, amazing person when you meet him in human form, as we now have been doing more these days with people. And so I'm looking forward to seeing him again, hopefully see him at the Expo this year as well. So I wish he was coming out to LA, but he may not be. I heard there will be pickles there or something. I don't know. So, so we'll work on that. But man, just what a phenomenal thing to show the power of this community. And I think, all the things that have kind of grown from that, the offshoots, and the people having ideas to do their own things along similar lines is just demonstrating the power of this community. And what a guy with a little bit of imagination and a lot of gumption and effort can do.
I mean, it's true. If it wasn't for this community, I would have been out of the game years ago. And I'm just being honest. Like, it's because of this community not only showing support specifically for me, but just everyone supporting each other. And that's what's amazing, especially nowadays. We can get so caught up in there's so much negativity, right? I mean, you can easily fall into that rabbit hole of just being negative, feeling negative, just passing that along. But, as soon as somebody does something good and it's about giving, amazing to see people coming together, and it just gives you that faith in the community back. And it's just, people want to poke fun to, it's fantasy football, all that stuff, but it's so much more than that. And if you don't get it, that's fine. But I get it. I understand how amazing we all are and how giving this community is and supportive it is. And, as long as we continue down that path, I'm never leaving this thing. It's in me forever.
And also, we all want to be original. We all want to be able to have that thing. And we all know that stealing from other people is bad. But I will absolutely say out there that I know for a fact Scott will be okay, that if you steal the idea of donating to charity through your league, he will be okay with it. I promise. Yes. And it's the one thing that is just like the greatest thing this community has ever put together was the charity aspect of everything is just so overwhelming at times that don't think it's enough. It's never enough. Keep going. You're starting a league, throw at least an entry to charity, if not more. You want to start a 36-hour podathon, donate some of that money, collect some money somehow. I know, right? Who would ever do that in their right mind? Get some sponsors, throw money to charity. We play a silly game and we put money into a silly game that not everyone has money to do silly things with. So help out other people. That's right. To me, the best part of all of this.
Agreed.
Well, very good.
I see Mauricio in the chat here. Mauricio is going to be in LA too. Hi, Mauricio.
Yeah. Mauricio has been on with us a couple of times. I don't think he made the cut this year. He got we big timed him.
Step up your game.
I think maybe we couldn't line up with him, but very important. He is donating 50% of total sales from tomorrow until Sunday of next week for the Estadio Fantasy Draft Kit. So this game it's global. We know that. We've had people on from Germany, from Australia, from England, from Ireland. We had somebody in the chat from Iraq yesterday. The game is worldwide. It brings us together. What a great community. And two great members of it. Guys, be well, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me on. Love all this, what you're doing, Sal.
As he was saying, you too, Russ, you kick him out. I couldn't have gotten that little bit.
Russ, everything I do is 100% planned.
Yes.
Yeah. None of that's true.
No.
This next guest is brought to you by fanspeak.com. Fanspeak gives fans a place where they can get information about all forms of fantasy football while providing tools to test out the NFL draft and NFL free agency. Fanspeak is growing its fantasy community to cover best ball, dynasty, DFS, sportsbook picks, and redraft. Their team, headlined by @Steve O Speak and @Mega08DFS, offers compelling and dedicated content, ignoring team bias to give the best all-around perspective in the industry. Follow @FanSpeak on Twitter and visit fanspeak.com to find the edge podathoners need for their fantasy football passion. Also, podathoners, this segment is brought to you by the Pylon Dons. That is pylon, as in the little orange thing in the corner of the end zone. The Pylon Dons, a fantasy podcast and website built for you. Whether you want to win your office league or tear up your dynasty trade deadline, host Ben and AJ are here to help. The Pylon Dons elevate above the rest with energy and effort. Cliche? Sure, but not as cliche as handcuffing your RB1. When you tune into the Pylon Dons, you'll get breakdowns and nuanced analysis on everything from drafting in round 1 of your office league to discussing future NFL stars. If that's what you're looking for, make sure to follow @Ben the Pylon Don and @AJ the Pylon Don and listen to the Pylon Dons today. How many times did I say Pylon and Don? So
and just to put it out there, the description of what a pylon is was not in there. That was 1000% just off the top of Sal's head. That was beautiful.
How about we address what a Don is?
No,
you come to me asking me for football information.
Don't do that.
All right, so my impersonations are not good. We might as well get to some people who are actually talented that are in the waiting, and let's bring on Victoria. Forget the other two guys. We don't need to.
We love the other two guys.
We bring on Kluge and Troy and the
What's happening, fellas?
There's my boys. What's up? What's up,
Good
everybody?
morning, everybody. Or
Sunday morning.
Good to see everybody. How's it been going?
I would say it's been going is the best way to describe it.
You guys are troopers.
My voice is really beat down at this point.
You say beat down, I hear sultry. That's what I hear. I think it sounds great.
Hey, ladies.
Don't
do it
I'm
like
great.
that
I'm
now. Please don't
refreshed.
do
I had a wonderful night's sleep. Had
Rub
some
it in.
breakfast, nice cup of coffee.
I did step out and get myself a Dunkin' iced coffee. So
wonderful.
Yeah, I have an empty mug that I keep going to grab and drink from, and there's still nothing in there, and it's pretty disappointing.
But we wouldn't have known there's nothing in there. You should have just kept rolling with it.
I would just get
pretend like
sadder
something
and
was in there.
sadder every time. I'm just like,
what time do we move on to this?
There it is.
About an hour. It'll be noon.
But no, you
you're
can
on
start
the East
early.
Coast, and when you're on a podathon, I don't think time really matters. I mean, you can
and when
do
you've
any
been awake
moment.
straight, does time matter anymore? Like,
No.
What is
it doesn't
time?
matter.
So listen, let's go around the horn there. Troy, you were at the live Orlando draft yesterday.
Let's hear about it.
I don't know if the other two were at that draft as well. I don't know where you guys are in the country.
They would not.
But we'll start with Troy. First, Troy, do a quick background on you, your journey over the last 2 years to get to where you are now, because it's been like a quick rise in that time and the Orlando live draft yesterday.
Sure. Well, for those who don't know me, my name is Troy King. You can find me at T King Mode on pretty much all social media platforms. Man, I started about 2 years ago, August. I've been around for about 2 years now at this point, almost 2 years. And yeah, I've contributed to some amazing companies in my time. Previously, I've contributed to Yahoo. I'm currently contributing to Football Guys, as well as I just joined Kyle Yates's team for the Fantasy Playbook. So that's a little background on what I'm doing now. And I do a show with these two knuckleheads every Wednesday for Football Guys. It's a mailbag show, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure to check that out every single Wednesday. But but in terms of the Orlando live draft, it was an amazing time. There was about 40 of us. It was a mix of fans and analysts, and it was just awesome getting to get with everybody and just, the drafts. We had 3 divisions, and like the drafts are very different, right? I've seen other cities too. The drafts are nothing has looked the same, but I appreciate it. Thank you. But it's been completely awesome in terms of just getting to meet people face to face, that I've never met before. And shout out to Bob Gilchrist. He's really the mastermind behind the Orlando draft. So I want to make sure I give him his flowers, as well as Zach Berger. He helped a lot too. So I want to make sure I shout them out. But it was an awesome experience. The drinks were very nice too. That definitely made things more fun also. But yeah, it was such a fun time yesterday.
Well, before we move on to the other two guests, typically the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is on the Monday when the drafts kick off. That's always been, we've always been on air when the drafts started. We will not be this year. We expanded it to 36 hours. We moved it to the weekend. That way it just made sense for all people who needed to be involved in it and jobs and all that good stuff. So we usually get the live play-by-play of the first few rounds and what's going on. It's something crazy, something strange. Yes, they're all different, but what can you tell us that maybe blew your mind, or somebody that went way too early? We heard of Trey Lance going number 5 overall in a draft yesterday. I don't know if that was yours.
That was in the San Francisco draft, so I think that makes a little more sense.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, so the two things that kind of shocked me, it was the first round actually. So Herbert went 101, right? So I mean, like, even though I know he's in the conversation of top 3, he went 101 in my draft, as well as Burrow went 103. So that was pretty surprising. I was those two moves. So it kicked off right in the beginning of the draft, I'm like, whoa, like my game plan of people like there's a lot of people that follow to me. It's almost too many options. I was 107. So I was like, too many options. I'm not expecting some of these guys to be here. I went Lamar, but those were our draft started off with a bang. So I would say those two moves were like, whoa, I was not expecting it, but here we go.
Nice. So Dave, again, you're another guy who had some quick success. And when I say that, I don't mean you guys didn't grind behind the scenes and work hard. Both of you, Victoria as well, you all worked hard. But it seemed like the last 2 to 3 years there's been an explosion of of younger people, and Troy's like, hey, call me young. I know Troy.
You can call me young if you want to. No,
Explosion of younger, newer faces who really rose quickly because different angles, different backgrounds, and different ways of attacking at it. And Dave, you were in the couple of chats with me when you really first get your feet wet, and then boom, I saw you take off. So tell me about your rise as well.
Yeah, well, I had been creating fantasy football content kind of as a side thing for a few years. I was working for Fantasy Pros on their news desk and just never really had the time to fully commit into making content the way that I wanted to. And then I think a lot of people that kind of came up around the same time as me have a similar story. Quarantine hit in early 2020, and there was just a lot of free time where people were sitting around. So then I was able to put a lot more time into creating content. And from there, that just ignited this passion in me. Prior to about August 2020, I had never done a show before. Everything I did was written content. And, I feel like there's kind of a ceiling when you're just doing nothing but written content. Once I started doing shows, I got hooked, and I did over 500 shows within my first year and just had so much fun with it. So that really helped me grow a lot. I never really planned to make this into a full-time gig. I thought it was just going to be something that I'd do for fun on the side. Luckily I was able to link up with Joe Bryant and had some ideas for football guys, and we were able to work something out where I was able to leave my job a while back and just make it full-time in the industry. So this is just a pipe dream of mine that I never thought would really be a possibility. And I just feel blessed every single day to be able to do this.
So that's where we went wrong, Sal. You actually have to work hard to do this.
Working hard is something I know nothing about. So that's why I just do it for free. I talk for like 24 to 36 hours to everybody in the industry who's making more money in the industry than me. Luckily, I have a pretty decent day job. So that kind of keeps me level. Hard work. It makes sense. And to that point, I've look at this nice guy here. He's mocking me. It's Larry Monkey, and I know he's
already drunk.
Yeah, already he's a constant state of inebriation. The guy's like,
I say it a lot of the time too. There was luck too. It was just right place, right time, where Joe Bryan and I just happened to hit it off. There's a lot of people out there that work harder than me and are more talented than me. I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a little bit of luck in the opportunity that I got as well.
So that means it's the same way you win the Scott Fishbowl, right?
Exactly.
Work hard, plan, and then get a whole lot of luck to win a tournament of 3,000 people. Victoria, I don't know that you and I have we spoken before?
I don't think so, Sal. I don't think so.
You contributed a song from a friend last year, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, to play in the background. Goodness,
it was an amazing country song, and people thought it was Victoria actually singing. No. I did it first also, but she quickly dispelled that myth. It's like, no, it's a friend of mine. Whoever that is, the music was tremendous. I hope they're seeing a little bit of success because the music was fun and easy to listen to, but we're not here to talk about that.
I just wrote that one. I didn't sing it.
Oh, you wrote it. Okay, perfect. Yep. So you're a writer. You're a songwriter.
Yeah, she can sing now too. She can sing.
I do sing a time or two. I'll post a random video on Twitter when I'm feeling okay about it. But once in a while, I'll throw one out there.
We on a spot today, but I hear there's going to be a karaoke at the expo. And are you going to be at the expo?
Oh my gosh, I'm still working out the details. I know these guys are asking me every other week. Did you book your flight and all that yet? So that would be fun to sing along at the expo.
Where in the country are you coming from?
I'm actually in Buffalo right now. I'm from Buffalo. I'm on a little vacation to see some family, and I will be joining the live Buffalo draft next Thursday for SFB. I am so excited. We're doing a charity event. Thurman Thomas Charity is the beneficiary. I'm so excited for that. It's going to be a great time.
So my sister, we'll get back to your story in 1 second, but one thing I like to do is talk about myself. So I started playing fantasy football a long time ago. So Thurman Thomas was still playing in the NFL. So in my very first year drafting in an actual live draft, my first 3 picks were Dan Marino, Herman Moore, and Thurman Thomas was my 3rd overall pick.
I love it.
That year. And so my son, who is turning 21 in a couple of weeks, when he was 12 years old, we went to go play in the Cooperstown tournament in obviously Cooperstown, New York, which is where the Baseball Hall of Fame is. And it's a big, 112 team tournament. The teams come from around the country. Some of them probably from outside of the country. And we're in between games, and I'm standing there looking. I say to one of the dads, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Thurman Thomas. And he goes, I wouldn't recognize any of them without their helmets on. I said, the man is famous for not being able to find his helmet during the Super Bowl. I don't know if you know that story, but at the beginning of the Super Bowl against the Giants, he couldn't find his helmet, so he didn't go in to start the game. But I would recognize Thurman Thomas from a mile away. The man is an all-time great NFL player. So I'm like, I open up my phone to the camera, to walk over and start talking to him. What I'll tell you about Thurman Thomas is the man is authentic. He is genuine. He said to me, "Hey, how you've been?" Like he knew me. We had a conversation about our children because his son was playing in the tournament also. I shut my phone off. I never once asked him for the picture because I was like, this is a regular guy here with his family, and I didn't want to insult him by saying, "Hey, can I take a picture? You're just a celebrity to me," because he wasn't. It was like meeting a guy I really did love watching play, but he was a regular guy just like me. So
that's so great.
Thurman's awesome. When I heard he was going to be a part of the event, I was so stoked.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be a good time. I cannot wait.
Yeah, so talk about what you're doing in the fantasy world.
Oh goodness, I'm like these guys. I came around the same time, maybe a little later. Quarantine, same as Dave. That was my story. I'd been lurking on my personal Twitter for a couple of years, just in the scene. I knew of some people, and I thought it was right around Christmas of quarantine. I made my Twitter account and just had an amazing time since then. I contributed to Ball Blast with Kate and Michelle for a little while, and then Football Guys reached out. I filled in, or I joined the mailbag show, I think, Troy and Dave, for one time to test it out or something, and then ever since, it's been the three of us. It's been an awesome time.
Yeah, Troy and I were trying to do it on our own, and we're like, something's missing. And then Victoria showed up, and it just all came together. And we're like, this is it. This is the show.
Yeah, sometimes you're missing talent, and you gotta wait for
yeah,
talent.
exactly.
There's a big difference between Sal and myself. In my head, I'm like, that's such a great line, but I don't have the guts to throw it out there. Sal didn't even think that. He's just like, ha.
Listen, like I told many people, I do two things. I try to make people laugh, and I can stay awake for long periods of time. Those are my two talents, which is why I'm here today. All right, so let's talk Scott Fishbowl history amongst yourselves. Victoria, did you play last year?
Yes,
Was
yes,
that
I
your
did.
first one?
Yes, it was. Yep.
How did that go for you?
Oh, it was so awesome. Except, goodness, I think I had a Michael Thomas pick thrown in there somewhere, but I made it to the playoffs. I had Austin Eckler and Jonathan Taylor as my running back, so they carried me there. But yeah, it was a good time.
In the first round, right?
That'll definitely help get you success. Having two stud running backs. Troy, how many years have you played?
Last year was my first time actually getting into the tournament. So 2 years ago, I got into one of the satellites. And it's funny, that's kind of also part of like my, I guess, origin story. Satellite. I made it into satellite, met up some people, networked, and then from there, I got opportunities to like podcast and write. But yes, the last was my first time actually in the tournaments, which was pretty awesome. I made it to the second round of the playoffs, which was pretty cool. So my team was very, I think, mediocre overall. And then because I had George Kittle, right? And obviously he wasn't great and he was hurt and all that. But then towards the end of the season last year, he blew up. He had like 2 huge blow up games that got me into the playoffs. So it was good timing. So that made it, 2 rounds of the playoffs. So it was an awesome experience.
Well, let's hope people are sleeping on George Kittle this year a little bit, because I feel like they are. I feel like, he's fallen behind some guys in a mentality that he's not behind. If he is healthy, he's legit. And I did see one of those drafts. He went at the beginning of the third round, and because the third round reversal. And I think that getting him in the third round is, I mean, if you're getting George Kittle in this scoring in the third round, well, you've been successful at your draft. But again, I'm a guy who took Cam Akers and J.K. Dobbins last year and thought I was successful too. They never played it down. Dave, how about yourself? Second year, third year?
Yeah, this is my second year now. Last year was my first year doing it and made the playoffs by the skin of my teeth. But, man, I went robust running back, and I busted on every single early pick. I had Chris Carson, Aaron Jones, Saquon Barkley. None of them really helped me out too much, but got lucky with some middle-round picks, Deebo Samuel, Michael Pittman, and those two pretty much single-handedly dragged me into the playoffs. So, I'm probably going to go that route again. I like getting my running backs early in redraft. The big mistake I made last year, though, very last round, I got Elijah Mitchell. And then as waivers opened up a couple weeks later, I decided to drop Elijah Mitchell for Juwan Johnson, and still kicking myself for that one.
It's the old story of waiting or reacting too soon. And, I could tell you a 16-team league that I play in. So there's a 16-team league called the Falafel League. It started the original podcast. in 2016. And I've said it before, Falafel is Fantasy Life app, Fantasy Football League. It started with Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life app in 2015. And in year one of that 16-team league, waiver priority was if you held on to your priority, you didn't give it up, right? It wasn't based on last week records. So I had gotten to the top. If you've played in a 16-team league, you understand the dearth of running back availability in a 32-team league, meaning the NFL, and then you needing to have two of them in your lineup each week. So I waited and I waited and I held and I held and I held. And Orleans Darkwa, remember him from the New York Giants?
Oh, yeah.
I waited and held on to that number one priority. He had a big week. I'm like, oh, he's going to break. This is great. And I used it. Well, he went on to be Orleans Darkwa. And a week later, Le'Veon Bell got injured. And D'Angelo, what was his last name? D'Angelo
Williams.
Yes, D'Angelo Williams took over and became the best running back in football the rest of the year. I had the 16th waiver claim that week and couldn't get him. 1 week later, that person won the championship that year on the back of D'Angelo Williams. So that's how little decisions really screw you up in fantasy football. You gotta really know when to make and hold and when to go.
Yeah, I feel like at one point, during this appearance, I got to shout out the Denver crew here. We didn't get blessed with an actual live draft in Denver, but this crew was so willing to get together that we actually kind of did it on our own. And we're meeting up in a few hours to go draft at Wonderland Brewing down in Denver. So shout out to that whole crew that just said, you know what, we didn't get a live draft, but we're still going to get together and make this happen.
That's what makes the community great. Russ and I live in New York. He lives in New Jersey. We're not that far from each other, but we've had at least 3 meetups in the city, maybe more, with other people from the fantasy community in the tri-state area. We've gone to see the fantasy footballers live twice. One time they came to Brooklyn. One time they came to Manhattan. We went and seen that with a group of guys. And one time was just Russ and I on a solo date for one of those. But it's just a great community of people, and we want to get together because man, woman, different backgrounds, cultures, whatever. We love fantasy football. We love the competition, and the community, as long as you're not an asshole, welcomes everybody. And we'll push the assholes out. Trust me. They get eliminated pretty quickly. So that's pretty awesome that you guys are doing a meetup.
Yeah, really excited about that. Should be a fun time. I've already met a few of these people, but lots of new faces that I'll get to meet today.
Russ, this silence was for you.
I was starting to talk, and then you pulled one of these, and I'm just like,
Shh, be quiet, Russ.
That's how he talks to me in person too. And he's like, we met up 3 or 4 times, and I'm like, you tell me when to be there, I'm there, and then I start. And you're just like, no, Russ, you're just there to sit.
Sounds like something Sal would do.
Remember when they were pushing the assholes out? No, Sal is like sitting there on the throne, like we're pushing all the other assholes out.
Yeah.
This gotta be me. This king asshole right there. That's Sal.
We would be in trouble right now if we were on the Mailbag Show. You gotta say sorry, Joe, whenever we swear.
Oh yeah, we're not really, we don't really curse on our pod. But
Joe Bryant is the nicest man to walk the face of the fantasy.
He probably secretly curses a lot, and he tells us not to curse. So
I probably feel bad if I cursed in his presence also. It's like the first time you curse in front of your parents. And
yeah. It is kind
so
of
when I joined the Football Guys team, I was hoping like, all right, this is gonna be great. Like I'm gonna get to know the real Joe Bryant, like the guy behind the nice facade. I've talked to this man every single day for 2 years now, and he is just as genuine in real life as like the persona that he puts out there. He's just a fantastic man through and through.
All right, so my next question of all right, what's the dirt? There is nothing. There's nothing exciting. There's nothing good that we could just. No,
there's nothing at all. I mean, there is no dirt. He is the man that you think he is. I mean, he completely lives up to the reputation.
Yes,
yeah,
Joey.
Joey, that's what it means. It's if you curse, that's what sorry Joe. It's like a hashtag and all that. Mr. Scamper.
I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Nate Liss and Jesse Reeves. I had both of them on my pod earlier, and that's on the Football Guy show. And those guys cuss like sailors. So I told them that I was going to be invoicing them $5 per F-bomb on the show. And we got a poop show. We got kicking their rears. I mean, they tried however they could to navigate around cussing, and it made for a pretty fun show, actually.
God, imagine if we had to say sorry, Joe, every time we cursed at a New York meetup.
Oh my goodness.
Oof. Be every other second.
We would just be saying that our conversations. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Joe.
Hey, Joe, sorry.
What's funny also is like when I guest on other pods, because I'm so used to like not cursing on our pods. Like I usually don't curse on anyone's pods. When I hear people cursing, I'm like, should I curse? I feel like Joe's in the background, if it's like waiting for me to curse on someone's pod. So
now he's just like, what we have to do is like in like green screen and just have him standing on your shoulder.
It's like, yeah, spidey senses. He has like anytime one of us curses, he has the spidey senses.
All right. Well, since there's 3 of you and we want to give you all enough time to talk before we just aggressively kick you out of here, why don't you take a few minutes, remind everyone what you do, and just, tell Sal how much you like or dislike him. Either way, he's fine, just to have people talk about him. So, we started with, I don't remember. I think we started with Troy. So
we start with me. So anyway. you start with Victoria if you want.
No. I'm not playing favoritism. I'm not doing locationalism just because she's next to me. Troy, go first. I said it already. If I go back now, it looks like I'm pandering. I can't do that.
Well, I feel honored. I appreciate you, Russ. Well, you guys can find me at TKingMode on pretty much all social media platforms. Twitter's my home base. So again, I appreciate anybody, who's been following me and supporting me. But yeah, definitely follow me there. You can find my work at Football Guys. Again, us 3. We are the Jordan is funny. But yeah, so we're the co-hosts of the Mailbag Show, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Football Guys, every single Wednesday. Make sure you check that out. You can also find me with the Fantasy Playbook. I have videos now coming out once a week just to talk about whatever, like top 5, running backs with upside, things like that. So make sure you check that out in the Fantasy Playbook. But that's about it for me. Again, appreciate you guys, inviting us on, and appreciate all you guys do and what this, Podathon's all about.
Oh, Russ is taking a phone. All right. So since Troy wants to go to Victoria first, we'll go to her last. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Dave Kluge. That's Kluge. And it's pretty easy nowadays. You can find all my content exclusively at footballguys.com, youtube.com/footballguys. In addition to hosting the Mailbag Show with these 2 lovely people, I've also got the Launchpad, which comes out every Friday afternoon. I have 2 different guests on every single week, and it's fun. That's a really fun show where I get to sit back and host. I don't have to talk about my football knowledge at all. I just bring on 2 really sharp minds and let them talk the whole time. That show's a blast. But then I've also got the Best Ball Show, 3 p.m. on Tuesdays with James Brimacombe, where we just try out some different best ball strategies and do a different team every single week. And then, of course, all my written content is over there. Right now, I'm popping through some player profiles, these like 2,000 to 2,500 word spotlight articles. Got one on Aaron Rodgers that should be coming out in a few days. I've already done Allen Robinson, Cole Kmet, and a few other guys. So be sure to check those out because those are a ton of fun as well. And of course, just thanks for having me. I mean, I don't know how you guys do this every single year, Sal. I feel like at least once during every pod, I hear you say, this is the last time I'm going to do this. And then you just keep coming back every single year and looking better than ever.
Well, I mean, you didn't have to sweet talk me there at the end, but thank you very much. As long as I have some blood flowing through the veins, I want to come back and do it every year. The voice might not make it, but I'll be there.
The Dunkin' coffee for
Gonna get some cough drops in here.
Victoria, let me know if you need anybody to sing on one of your next songs. Well, this sounds fantastic.
No, Joe Buck puts the cough drops directly in his coffee. Or in his tea. I'm sorry. He puts cough drops in his tea and lets it melt down and just drinks them. And that's how he said he makes it through the back-to-back nights.
What's the difference, man?
Why can't you just do it separately? Why do you gotta put it in the tea? That's so weird.
I don't know about that.
Joe Buck method.
Joe Buck also got hair plugs, and I'm a proud bald man. So
yep, proud bald man too, Sal. We don't need
Victoria,
no hair
close
plugs.
us out.
Absolutely. You can find me at FFB_Victoria on Twitter and Instagram. And like Troy already said, catch me every Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, the Football Guys Mailbag Show. Check me out. All my content is on footballguys.com as well. I'll be putting out start-sit articles for them this season. I am so excited for that. And thank you so much for having us on. This was a blast. I can't wait to be part of the live draft in Buffalo on Thursday. Let's go. Let's go.
Enjoy it. Great members of the community. Best of luck to all 3 of you and continued success. Be well.
And actually, real quick, make sure you find Thurman Thomas and be like, this is for my friend Sal, who wussed out on asking you for a picture.
Yes,
I absolutely will do that.
I'm sure 9 years ago, he'll remember the conversation we had at Cooperstown.
I remember that guy.
Oh, Sal's great. All right, guys. Be well.
Bye, guys.
Take it easy.
Have a good one.
Yeah, how rude of my father-in-law to like keep calling me like something's actually importantly going on. I'm like, I'm talking to strangers on the internet about fantasy football. How dare?
How dare he?
How dare he? All right, am I doing these reads? Is that what's happening right now?
Yes, you are, sir.
All right. Our guest is brought to you by fanspeak.com. Fanspeak gives fans a place where they can get information about all forms of fantasy football while providing tools to test out the NFL draft and NFL free agency. Fanspeak is growing its fantasy community to cover best ball, dynasty, DFS, sportsbook picks, and redraft. That's a lot of stuff. Their team, headlined by @SteveOSpeak and @Megs08DFS, offers compelling and dedicated content, ignoring team bias to give the best all-around perspective in the industry. Follow @Fanspeak on Twitter and visit fanspeak.com to find the edge podathoners need to find their fantasy football passion. I got thrown off by the word podathoners. That is not real.
No, we brought that into the universe. That's real.
All right, I'm going to hit up Merriam-Webster to see if we can get that thrown in there. All right, and the next read, are you part of the 90% of FanDuel and DraftKings users that lost money last year? Occupy Fantasy co-founder Brian Jester wasn't one of them. He has nearly $2.5 million in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies he created at Occupy Fantasy, the official DFS website of the SFBPodathon. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit occupyfantasy.com today. I read this one before because I remember going today.
That is your thing now. That you own it. You should see if they will sponsor the DAP network.
Me and Occupy Fantasy are like that.
Yes. All right. So our next guest is another gentleman who's been pretty much doing this podathon with us since we started it. Elliot came on with the Waffle House podcast back when he was doing his college player profiles. Elliot, I apologize not remembering the exact name of that show, but you could tell us when you come on. And we could talk about how much he loved Baker back in those days, because that was when he was doing those previews, and how we've come to this point with Baker Mayfield. Welcome, Elliot Chris, to the show. What's up, man?
You know what's so funny is that I watched the show yesterday, and I watched you have a bunch of our guys from Fantasy Life on, and I wasn't sure how to start the conversation. I really want to say thank you for all the kind words you said about myself and the team.
Of course.
I wanted to say that I don't think I'm as smart as you were claiming I was to Matthew, and then you come in and talk about my Baker Mayfield evaluation, so I don't even need to say that. That just transitioned. And Sal, I actually have a question for you before we get into the show. And I see Rob says, "Hi, Dad." I'm not 98 years old, so I can't be your dad, was. But Sal, are you more of an animal person or a superhero person?
Oh, man, that's a really good question. I'm going to say I'm more of an animal person.
Okay. So if you could turn yourself into an animal, what would it be? And how do the characteristics of that animal relate to you being able to work at Fantasy Life?
So easily, my favorite animal is the lion. I am a Leo. I'm not big on astrology, but if you actually read the traits of Leos, I fit them to a T. I could be a very demonstrative person. I could be a person that walks in and takes control of a room, but I also could be a person that lays in wait and sees what happens. So if I don't see anything in front of me that I need to attack on, I won't attack on it. I will protect the people that I'm here to protect. I'll protect good people even if I don't know them. And I think that I have the ability to really take control of a situation if need be is basically my point. I like to be the center of attention sometimes. It's just, that's my way, being out there. And I like to say I'm majestic as well, which is a characteristic of a lion. Russ, you agree I'm majestic?
Oh, yeah, you're just missing the one thing.
Well, I don't want to wear my crown. Oh, you mean the actual hair, my mane. But yeah, I mean, I love pictures of lions. I love the just the feeling I get when I see see a lion wind blowing through that mane. It's I don't know. It's always been there.
For putting you on the spot with no preparation at all because you talked about, having Matthew talk to me about getting a job. That was an incredible answer.
He's had that ready for years. Just waiting for someone to ask.
I saw someone say I missed the headband on Elliot, and I got to be honest, I completely forgot about that, and that's giving me a little bit of nightmares that I did that whole thing. But here we are, and it worked out.
Unfortunately, Zach has a memory for things, even if you don't want him to remember them.
This is a great line right here. Elliot is going to have to ask Cootadoodle about hiring Sal and get back to him. Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty good at coming with answers right off the top too, Elliot. Mark that down.
Yeah, listen, it was the most fun interview questions according to Google in my 30 seconds of research. So you did well.
Very cool. Call my agent. Which, by the way, is just my other phone. I have two phones. Just call this one, not this one.
That's not usually why New Yorkers have two phones.
Hey, I actually have a real job, and that's the work phone. So Elliot Christ is with us. Elliot, so what was the name of that show you were doing back in the day?
Draft Daily.
Draft Daily. So that's when we first came across you. Actually, Steve, who isn't here, Steve was the one who said, I love Elliot's work. We got to get Elliot on. We brought you on. We had a great time talking to you, and that was that year when those quarterbacks were coming out, and now Darnold and Baker. I mean, is Sam Darnold still on the
for now
Carolina Panthers?
He's still there. It's pretty crazy that if you would have said that Baker and Sam Darnold would be on the same team in 2022, people would have laughed at you and said that Josh Allen was an MVP candidate and Josh Rosen was I don't think anyone knows where he currently is. Like, if you would have said that was the case, people would have laughed in your face and said you're a crazy person. And here we are in 2022, right? Like, that's one of the fun parts about the draft, and one of the learning processes is really don't want to dig your heels in too much and just assume you're right about everything and understand everything is a cost-based analysis and risk analysis and understanding all that stuff. So definitely got Baker wrong, but I enjoyed the rookie year where he was great and got to tweet about how I was right. And since then, we've just moved on to me being wrong about different things.
So let's talk about Baker now, though. I mean, he's going to get an opportunity, I think, to start this year, right? We know they drafted a quarterback that may be a year or two away from being able to play. You could get to Matt Corral in a second, but he opens up against Cleveland in week 1. Do you think he's done? Or do you think it's just a stopgap in Carolina? Or do you really do think that he flamed out, or do you feel like he has something left?
Well, I think the interesting thing with Baker, right, is that he had that fantastic rookie year. He went downhill in his second year. He showed flashes his third year. And then last season, he broke his collarbone pretty early into the year, and that obviously played a major role. Beckham gets out of there. There was a lot of talk about, was it Odell Beckham and him trying to force feed the ball? But obviously things didn't work well last year. His arm strength looked like it completely left him, which was not something that you very often saw on tape. And the question is the collarbone and the follow through and all that kind of stuff. My biggest concern with him in Carolina is the offensive line. And yes, they drafted Icky 6th overall, which could absolutely help. But if you look at the Panthers, I mean, Darnold, PJ Walker, Cam Newton, their time to pressure was very quick last year. And Baker has always been someone that, sees a little bit of ghost, gets a little bit of happy feet, and is going from one of the best offensive lines in football to one of the worst ones. I do think he's an improvement over Sam Darnold. I think he's an improvement over whatever Cam Newton and PJ Walker were last year. I think it's great news for DJ Moore. I know people are going to the issue with DJ Moore has always been his touchdowns, right? Even though he gets a great red zone target share or end zone target share, whatever share you want to talk about, the issue is that he ends up with 4 less touchdowns, despite the fact that he ends up top 5 in air yards and top 8 in receiving yards every single year. I think it's good for Christian McCaffrey because Baker knows how to, check down and work underneath. But I think whatever would have been good for Christian McCaffrey, frankly. I think that other than that, I don't really have that much interest in the other Carolina Panthers. The only way I'm drafting Baker is kind of at the end of the draft. If I have CMC, if I have DJ Moore potentially in like a stack situation, but ultimately, I think from a fantasy football perspective, there's not that much to love about Baker. I definitely think, though, like it's going to come down to how many games they can win this year, whether or not he's a bridge quarterback or not, because, if they can get to 8 or 9 wins, because they had the defense last year, especially at the beginning of the season, they get J.C. Horn back, where they have an opportunity to win some games, and the NFC is obviously depleted compared to the AFC. But it's really going to determine he's got 1 year to prove it. He's got to win enough games where they're not in a position to either draft a quarterback or be close enough to trade up. I do think it looks, and I love the fact that they picked J.C. Horn because I won a bunch of money on it 2 years ago, but the fact that they passed on Justin Fields seems like atrocious process right now.
But as you two, as men of a certain age and certain location, does it throw you off every time you hear the name J.C. Horn and you're just like, why are you talking about J.C. Horn? Like Jason Sehorn. Let's go. Like, what year is it? What?
Jason Sehorn was I was a little young when Jason Sehorn was a star, if we want to call him that. But no, honestly, I had not even thought about that until you just mentioned it right now.
It came to my mind immediately, Russ, just so you know. And very smart move by the Giants, putting him as a punt returner in a preseason game, which I think basically ruined his career. He got injured on that play. And then he was good. He was good. He was a solid NFL cornerback. But he was one of the better players the Giants had at the time. And so, all right, so you went from doing the Draft Daily show. From there, you went to a couple of different companies, and you worked your way up to now being the CEO at Fantasy Life. You like you said, you listened yesterday when I spoke to Matthew, and Matthew is one of those guys that's been in the background of my life. And I actually wrote an article. I'm going to find that article, Elliot, and share it with you, because a couple of years ago, Matthew was going to stop doing his love-hate column. And it was kind of like he was almost being forced to do it. And I thought back to myself, the history of my life, that column had like always been there. And it took me from before I was married to getting married to my marriage ending. And there was a constant in my life, A, fantasy football, but B, Matthew Berry and that love-hate column. And I actually wrote this tribute to him. It's probably the best thing I ever wrote, I'll be honest with you. And I shared it with him. His brother reached out to me and told me it was amazing what I wrote in there. That really touched me that his brother said that. But Matthew Berry has been in the background of my life my entire life. He's the first person I followed on Twitter in 2012. So how is it working for Matthew, seeing where the Fantasy Life brand has now spun off to? And there was a period in his time when ESPN really didn't let him venture out and do other things. And now he's
real quick. I think we need to say that Matthew Berry has not literally been creepily in the background of Sal's life. It is very necessary to say that out loud.
That may or may not be true, Russ. Don't confirm or deny. But talk to me about Fantasy Life, the direction it's going in. I know there's a lot of big things going to be announced. You don't got to obviously touch on those things. But talk to me about the direction everything's going.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, what you said about Matthew is what I heard the more I talked to people around him when I was trying to determine whether or not this was the right fit for me. It's truly surreal to be the CEO for Matthew Berry, right? Like, I was trying to say something like real and genuine, and I read that, and there it went right out the window. But quality of character is a huge thing for me. In terms of one of the biggest things for me was the ability to establish a culture here and work with some tremendous people and bring in some more, and Jordan and Kendall, who, the fantasy community might not know that much about right now, but just in terms of human beings, they're as good as it gets. And in terms of what their skill sets are, they're phenomenal as well. And then you look at a team with Peter, who, unfortunately for me in a lot of these Discord chats, is one of the funniest people I've ever met, who just absolutely tears me to shreds. And, Amanda might be the most creative outside the box thinker I've witnessed. Waz is, he's, since he's been on this earth for so long, been able to study fantasy football for so long. He does a tremendous job with rankings. Sam Wallace is one of that. This man sends a message every Friday to the chat, just wishing everyone to have a good weekend. And it's little things like that that go a long way in establishing a culture. And one thing that was a really unique opportunity for me here was everything we do is 100% free. we have a user base that's big enough where you can build a monetization platform off of that, and you're not trying to sell subscriptions. So we can put the power back into the user's hands. And one of the things we're trying to do as well is we're building through the community and with the community. We did the creator spotlight on Scott Fish. That's something we're going to do a lot of, both small time and big time people just kind of shining lights on what they're doing. We've been able to partner with different websites, whether it's Fantasy Points and John Hansen and Scott Barrett and Graham Barfield and all those guys who have been absolutely phenomenal as partners. Matt Harmon putting Reception Perception. We've been able to do all these kind of things that are really unique and build around fantastic people. And I think that it's truly awesome to see what we're building and what we're continuing to build. And you mentioned the kind of what we're doing. We just launched the website this week, fantasylife.com. It's 100% free. We have about 15 more tools launching before the season. Most people charge anywhere between $50 and $200 for what we're going to put out there. It'll be 100% free. And we're really trying to put the power back to the users and really build around community and build around who these people are. And the fact that I get to lead a group of people like that is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever had. And to your point about Matthew, like, and he wouldn't want me sharing this, but I'm going to share it anyway. I went on my honeymoon these past 2 weeks, which was incredible to get away with my wife. And a lot of people get frustrated when people take time off. Matthew sent my wife and I money to buy us dinner and drinks one night on him. And it allowed us to have an experience that we would not have been able to have otherwise. Every time I talk to him, the first thing he says is put people first. And to be able to work with someone like that and just identify a culture of that is, forget working in fantasy football for a second. Like it's honestly, I don't really have words for it. It just feels tremendous to understand what we're building, not just from an outward perspective, but with the team we have.
And one of the things I was going to bring up was, that you did get married recently. And, so you mentioned about the kind words I said about you. And the other person I had said that about prior was Matt Harmon. Both of you guys got married this year. So I was going to bring that up. And I don't know your wife's name, but congratulations to both of you. I do remember you two being in your bio, your picture, avatar picture on Twitter, even, back when you first came on the scene. So it's awesome for you to get to that point in your life and do that. I wish you personal life success over work success first, but they go hand in hand. And just get those things out there about Matthew Berry, because that's who he is. He's genuine to the core.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sal, one of the nicest things anyone's ever said to me was, you said it to me 3 or 4 years ago that I remind you of Matt Harmon. And I still think about that. That gave me a lot of confidence in a time when I kind of needed it. My wife's name is Tina. I'm definitely the lucky one in the relationship. It was pretty crazy when we were sorting out the partnership with Matt. I was like, hey, I need to sort this out kind of the next 2 weeks because I get married next weekend. And he's like, oh, I get married this weekend. And I was like, oh, well, that's pretty wild. The picture of me and my wife is currently my avatar. It's me giving a speech, which I'm waiting for the videographer to send, because I don't like to toot my own horn that much, even though anyone that knows me knows that's probably not true. I gave the single greatest wedding speech at my own wedding that anyone has ever heard, and I'm very excited for that to go viral. Awesome. And Russ, I see your face a little bit like you gave a speech at your own wedding, and it was an opportunity where I don't think there's many where everyone who means the most to you in your life is in one room, and the opportunity to say thank you to all those people was pretty tremendous. I got in a couple jokes that my dad told me if I told, he would lose his mind, and came up to me afterwards and said that he hasn't laughed that hard. So I was proud of that one.
Fantastic. Anytime you can give back the ability to completely either embarrass or just catch your parents off guard with humor is absolutely there. I wish it occurred to me to just give a speech at my own wedding, because I would have done a much better job than my brother did giving a best man speech. So if we had a real DeLorean, I would just sit him down and be like, bro, I got this. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's my dad forgot to mention me in the speech. He just talked about how amazing my wife is, and everyone was like, "Oh, it was the best speech I've ever heard." And I was like, "Yep, no, actually, that math checks out." And by the way, speaking of giving back, one of the things I want to do is, because you guys do an amazing job here, is I will match the next $300 donated to the SFBPodathon and everything you guys are doing. So just let me know how that comes in. But I will match the next $300 with the donations.
You know, it's so now that you said that, I took the show back over this morning and the banner was not running on the bottom of the screen. So please listen. Elliot just said he'll match the next 300. ScottFishbowl.com/give. If you have people that aren't watching, let them know what we're doing here. Let them know where we're at. Get them to join the show. We have some more spots to give away, by the way. We have a live draft, a live SFB draft coming up in just a few hours. That'll be done 10 rounds deep right here. But most importantly, right now, let's try and get at least $300 worth in the next 20, 15, whatever minutes we have left with Elliot, and he'll match it. You know, Elliot, before we get on to some other things, it's nice to hear you say that stayed with you. It's important for me to touch people in a metaphorical sense, you knuckleheads. It's important for me to put that out there. It just makes me feel good to hear that. I don't need to make a ton of money in this business. I've said that to people. I don't. I want to be a part of this community. I want to be a part of the charitable aspect and bringing people together and get to the meetups and I like that human interaction. That's what matters the most to me. So thank you for remembering that. I'm happy to hear that it touched you in that way. Oh boy, see what happens. These sick people that work for you.
I told Ray when I was recruiting him to FTN a couple years ago that he reminded me a little bit of me. Now he's probably better than I am, but that's a different conversation. But I was he said how much it meant to me, and I literally said it reminded me of when you told me that about Matt Harmon, and in terms of that growth trajectory and the way we were attacking work. And so these little things, I think that's one of the things we lose sight of is how much people put time, energy, and effort into this, and how much just kind of being kind and supporting them can go such a long way. And how often we get into the I'm right, you're wrong fantasy football of this is why DJ Moore's the best, and no, you're an idiot because he doesn't score. Like, always attack the arguments, right? Don't attack the people. There's a lot of tremendous people in this space. There's a lot of people who are looking for support and looking to help grow each other. And I think it's really important to support all of them.
And Ray's in the chat. Ray, I didn't book the show this year, and you're not on. So I don't know if you were busy or you couldn't get lined up. What happened? Ray's one of my favorite guys in this business. So I'm going to miss speaking to you this year. We got to get together and talk, and I got to get your update. I'll get Elliot's update. Elliot, as a New York Jets fan, I have a history with Jeremy Ruckert. I know the man since he's 6 years old. He grew up with my son. I've watched him play his entire life. And Ray kept shooting me down on Jeremy, but I think Jeremy's going to be a really solid pro. And I think he's going to have more a role in the receiving game in time than people think. Elliot, what's your opinion on? Have you done any background into Jeremy?
Just because I'm such a big fan of you, like when I watched him, I thought like if Travis Kelce, George Kittle, and Mark Andrews had like a love connection and made a baby, that's how it would come out. On a serious note with the Jets tight ends, though, they targeted tight ends the lowest rate last year, and you could see that Zach Wilson wanted to use tight ends, but running out, Ryan Griffin is not really going to get the job done, and they added a Tyler Conklin, a CJ Uzomah, and Jeremy Ruckert, and that's they prioritize them in a third round. Typically, tight ends take 2 to 3 years to develop anyway. They've given him kind of that path to do that. And, a tight end in the third round is legit draft capital because they rarely go in the first. So I could definitely see him being a guy that becomes very fantasy relevant in a year or two, probably not much in the first year.
Yeah, Conklin and Uzomah both signed 3-year contracts that are avoidable after 2 years. Believe me, I looked. So that gives him the path, like you're saying, in his third season to really get the opportunity to step up as the tight end one on that team. And I think that's the most he could ask for. As a kid who came out as a receiving talent but wasn't used that way at Ohio State. But what that allowed him to do is develop as a blocker. So he's a more complete tight end than probably, my opinion, anybody that came out this year. Complete. That doesn't mean he's the best receiver. That doesn't mean he's the best blocker, but I think he's the best combo of the two, which should mean a happy long career in the NFL. So, all right, let's do a little SFB conversation.
All right, so I guess this is my portion of the show. What was your first SFB? How long have you been in it for?
4 years. I want to say the first time the draft was actually happening, I was in Maryland on vacation, and kind of stepping away every 2 minutes, and that's when my fiance, now wife, realized, okay, this is what I have to deal with. I was like the 5th overall person that year, top 10. Ended up losing in the playoffs. Last couple of years have not gone quite as well.
Do you think it's something that you're doing differently, or did you just get super lucky, or just that first year was when your genius was appreciated most by the scoring system?
I really nailed a few late round guys like Alvin Kamara when he was RB1, or a top 5 RB, whatever he was that rookie year. I got him real late. There's a couple guys I got real late that ended up being number 1 overall or top 5 overall at their position. Last year I went heavy on tight ends, and all but Travis Kelce got hurt. Also, if I'm going to be 100% honest about my ability to play SFB, I enjoy the draft a ton. When the season comes, I go in 98 different directions, and sometimes I forget to set lineups, which is not great. Working on that. But the other thing is I'm not active on the waiver wire. Yeah. And that is a huge disadvantage in terms of, that's a big part of all of this, right? So, but the good news is that all those were just not failures. They were learning experiences, and it's just going to be that much sweeter when I win the whole thing this year. Though I will say, if I do win it all, I'm probably not going to dress in spandex and show off anything that's big or small, wearing a belt and going on my Stompy.
I love that Stompy won like 4 years ago at this point, and that's still like the definition of what you do as a winner.
Shout out to Stompy, man. He wore that spandex and made every man that saw that feel good about themselves.
He went in there knowing he knows who he is.
I feel good thinking about it right now. What?
All right,
as Sal says, man, he just wants to touch people. Go ahead, Russ. What was your question?
No, what division are you in this year, and what draft position are you going to win SFB from?
I am the 102. What division am I is a good question. I know Matt Deutsch is the first pick.
Weren't you supposed to have chose what division you were in?
I just told him to assign me whatever division. I'm happy to help. I don't, Scott's got enough going on that, sometimes I assume it's easier just to be able to group random people together than these 8 people want to play together in these 6. And how do I get this to work and all that kind of stuff.
All right. Well, so I guess he doesn't even care. That's how good Elliot is. That's how good he knows he's going to be. He's like, I don't need to worry about my competition. I don't need to worry about what real or fictional city this is, because y'all are my city now. This is Elliot Christown, and it's going to be renamed Championshipville.
I'm in Fresno.
Nice. So I'm guessing
not as exciting as I was hoping for when he found it. It was like, oh, cool, Fresno.
Yeah. Well, do you want to do another take? I'm happy to do another take.
Well, you're picking out of the 102. We know it's a 3rd round reversal, so I'm going to guess you're going to be looking quarterback at that spot because it's a long way before it comes back to you in a super flex. Would you go a different way at all?
In a super flex, like you said, I don't want to be kind of completely stuck with Baker Mayfield as my QB1 or something like that, right? Obviously, Jonathan Taylor and his profile is fantastic. Christian McCaffrey. But it'll probably, Josh Allen's most likely going to be the 101. My guess is that he ends up as the 101 in about 80% of drafts. I'll probably go Justin Herbert over Patrick Mahomes, I just think Herbert, we see what he's done the first 2 years is incredible. It's unprecedented. Most, passing yards, most touchdowns ever as a rookie, and then doubled down on it. They continue to get more talent on offense. I think the Chargers are, as long as they don't charger themselves at the end of games, Herbert is going to absolutely dominate this year.
I love when we can use team names as verbs. As long as they don't charge themselves, it's fine.
Yeah, well, my team's been Raidering themselves for years, and it doesn't make me happy that Herbert, Wilson, and Mahomes are the quarterbacks in our division. We got the best team I think we've had in a long time in Las Vegas, and we're going to be in the 4th place in that division. So, Elliot, we got to wrap up. Coming up next, we have Tabby Tags, Mike Taglieri's wife, and it's going to be an emotional segment. So stick around if you wanna cry, but it's going to be a little bit of an emotional segment talking to her. So I want to give you enough time to say what you got to say before you go. and then get the reads in. So we give her the full 30 minutes. So take it
Yeah,
away.
no, that's awesome that you guys are doing that. I don't want to promote anything or anything like that. I just want to say that Mike Taggs was a hell of a human being. He was someone who I feel like every person I talked to said he mentored them in some type of way. He and I would talk once a month on the phone. We used to do shows together. He gave me advice. He was someone that pushed for me to help get full-time work. He was, just a class human being, and it's really sad what happened. I will say that while I think everyone really wishes his life was so much longer, he lived his life to the full extent and showed what it meant to be a man and what it meant to be a quality human being, gave us an example, and the fantasy football community is a much better place for having him in it.
True. Very well said and very true. Thank you. Thank you, Elliot. We'll speak to you soon. We always cross paths. We always do some things together, and I appreciate you always making time for us and being a true gentleman. Best of luck to you. Congratulations again on the marriage.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. Keep crushing.
Be well. Bye. Hey, Mike.
Yo.
Hey, so I was just looking, and I saw that you sent it to Tabby, but I think that she's on a different time zone than us, so I'm not sure if she realizes it's Eastern. But,
oh, well, that would be bad.
But just the thought I had.
What's up?
It's just a thought I had looking at it. I just seen it. So.
Oh, okay.
All right, fellas, my time of hosting is up, and it sounds like my kids are playing basketball upstairs. Though we don't have a basketball hoop. That's just what I will say. So I need to run up and make sure that my house is not broken.
Can you do me a favor, Russ? Whenever you get a second, can you create a link starting at 2 p.m. for the next segment? Whenever you have
that's
a moment.
What I'm doing when I hit that leave studio button. Don't worry about it.
I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
But thank you, Sal, and everyone else involved for making this run. And thank you for letting me jump on here and spout nonsense, and more importantly, give everyone else the pedestal to just get all of this awesome stuff out there and everything we're doing. I will just one more time before I leave, ffpodshirts.storeenvy.com. Go get your SFB12 stuff. Every single penny that goes right to Fantasy Cares. You could also get the aptly named Sal Special SFBPodathon shirt in that black and silver Raiders color. So go get some awesome stuff for you so kids can get awesome stuff for the holidays. And thank you again. Have a good rest of Podathon, and till next year.
You're the best, Russ.
Thank you, buddy. I just sent her a message that was 12 Eastern. Yeah, not sure if you're looking to come on the show right now, Mike, but I just pulled you in anyway.
I was just hanging out, just making sure things were going okay, and just finished blueberry picking. So here I am. I do want to make sure that I help Chase with the transition later today and get some invites out, but I'm chilling right now, buddy. How's it been going this morning? I've been in and out a bit, so.
Yeah, no, it's gone really well. We've had a killer lineup. You've done a great job putting that in order, of course. Some new people, some people that have been back many years, some guys I've watched grow through the industry. It's been when I say new people, definitely didn't mean Bob Harris. He's old.
No, Bob Harris. No, Bob is not new, but Bob is the man. I was stoked he could join us, and him and Nate is a combo. Just good dudes, good friends. I love seeing those two hang out. So,
it's seeming more and more like I got to figure out a way to get up to Boston on a week from yesterday to be a part of the fun. I'm obviously not going to draft while I'm there, but.
Dude, you let me know. I mean, we're gonna have a blast, right? We're gonna be right behind the park. The great part is with the Sox out of town, they're actually in New York next weekend. It's gonna make for a great time because there'll still be some action where we're gonna be, but we were able to get a location that is legitimately right behind center field. Like you cross the street and you're touching the wall, right? So we wanted something uniquely Boston, like something that stands out. We didn't just want to find a random bar in a suburb. Like you want to make sure you have something that people can take pictures of and remember. And we have a great group. I mean, we're doing 4 consecutive live drafts, all in a private room, all in one of the most famous pubs in Boston. We're gonna rip it up. Zach is taking everyone to brunch, I've been told. So, we're going to have a brunch party. it's going to be fun, and it's really like a great precursor to 1 month later, where I'll be hanging out with all you fools in Canton. As we talked about, I already found you a ride, so I expect you there. But we're going to have, just a lot more hangouts, and it really just goes to really echo the sentiments that a lot of people tell you, which is meet your Twitter friends, like meet the people that you're hanging out with. Like this community, these people have become actual friends. Like you and I, Sal, we've never met in person. When we do, I'm going to be the biggest stupid bear hug, and I'm gonna pick you up like a baby, and spin you around because you are like, we are friends, and what people are seeing on this show, and the banter, the jokes, the fun. It's because these are great relationships, because these are great people, and being able to hang out with all of them is amazing. And I get to do it twice in a month, which is sweet. So
what I would say to you is it may not translate through the camera, because I keep myself svelte. I do weigh about 225 pounds, so stretch out before you pick me up. I'm not a lightweight.
So yeah, so fun fact about me, Sal, that I don't talk about a ton. I'm a former powerlifter. And I'm 6 feet 240. I have no problem, buddy.
I think I actually knew that about you. Yes, I think I did hear that.
So if you want, I can dirty dance you over my
I
head
will have
and
the time
spin
of
you
my
like
life.
you jump into my arms, and we will make this happen, brother.
It's on now, so it's definitely on. There's no way we're not doing that. So I put it into my GPS. It would be 4 hours and 22 minutes. Yes, Mike, I'm showing my phone again.
Showing the phone.
4 hours and 22 minutes, but. You know as well as I do, if you leave nice and early in the morning and you do 85 the whole way from New York, I could probably get there in under 4 hours.
You absolutely could. If you're going with no traffic, you'll get there in under 4. The other option that you do have is if you were to take the train in, it's really to get to Fenway from South Station. So depending on kind of what you were vibing, I work actually. I have one of my offices is right in Times Square, so I go back and forth all the time to Penn Station, and I can get there in like 3:15. So we can absolutely make it happen. I think it'd be worth the trip personally. That's just me. We have folks coming in from Maine. We actually do have somebody coming in from New York as well, I believe. So we're gonna have a crew, and if you can make it, man, that would be awesome because we're gonna have a fun time.
I'm gonna look into the train also. That might make better sense too. So because a lot of people want to buy me drinks.
Yeah,
so,
that way you don't have to worry about it, right? So I'll tell you, I take the train in. I want to say I take the 7 a.m. out of Boston. I'm at my hotel, like checked in by 10:30 in the morning. It's because you're right there. You go in Penn Station, and for Boston, you're right in South Station. You take the red line anywhere you need to go. Quick jaunt to Fenway.
So to fill a little time here, because I think that probably what I thought is true. Tabby might think we're on. I think she's towards the middle of the country, probably an hour behind us, or she may have just gotten busy. I don't know, but that's all fine and well. So I can answer some questions about me. If anybody has questions about me, Mike, I don't know if you can stay or if you want to go, whatever you want to do. I can.
I'll hang up for a few.
Yeah. So what made me a Raiders fan? So I gone at it before. I'm 47 years old. I'll be 48 in August. So I started really watching football in the early 80s. That I can remember. I have an older brother. I have two older brothers, but my oldest brother and I were big sports fans, and I kind of emulated everything that he did. He was my idol growing up, and his youth football team was the Raiders in Astoria, New York, which is Queens, New York, which is not a grass-filled area. There's very few patches of green in the borough of Queens. So he played for the Raiders, so it was already on our radar, and the Raiders were in the Super Bowl against the Washington R team at the time, and they had a running back named Marcus Allen. And Marcus Allen had quite possibly still the greatest running back game in the history of the Super Bowl. He made a run. It's a very classic run where he was coming around the one side, and they were stacked up. He reversed, went right up the middle of that line down that field, and broke off for a 70-plus yard run. And I was hooked. I was hooked on football, and Marcus Allen was my instant favorite player. So today, still my first favorite football player is Marcus Allen. I've been a Raider fan ever since. Plus the colors, it was just a vibe. The Raiders were They were badasses. Yeah, my favorite player of all time. Marcus Allen was my first favorite player, but Bo Jackson obviously came along and was amazing. I spoke about him yesterday. Loved Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders was playing when I first got into fantasy football. So watching Barry Sanders and what he could do, and Barry Sanders, a fantasy football player, could be extremely frustrating. And then boom, he popped. He'd be losing yards, gaining 50 yards left to right behind it, then breaks one and make you a whole day. He never scored enough touchdowns. That was the problem with Barry Sanders. So Emmitt Smith at the same time, who was not as good of a running back as Barry Sanders, but had a far superior team and offensive line in front of him. He's the all-time leading NFL rusher. He scored all those touchdowns. He's the guy everybody thinks of, but Barry Sanders was my guy at that time. Somebody wrote, my dad has a Marcus Allen signed jersey. Okay.
All right. So my favorite player of all time, honestly, I think you already hit on it. Barry Sanders was one of them. But I got to tell you, Sal, and you'll know this from watching football in the 90s. I geeked out because two of the first fantasy football players I've ever had on my team, Jim Everett and Ricky Waters, now follow me on Twitter. And they were on my first ever fantasy team, so I was stoked. So we have another question for you, Sal. Here we go.
There's only one Nate Hamilton in my heart. It's not you. I mean, no, it's you. It's you. You're the best Nate Hamilton of all the Nate Hamiltons that are currently in the room.
All right, we're going back to Raiders questions here for you.
So I think Rich Gannon had a really interesting career path. Rich Gannon was legitimately on the path to be a career backup, and he had backed up on a lot of teams, and he landed with Oakland. They were Oakland at the time, and him with John Gruden. Now the original John Gruden, not the one that came back years later. John Gruden had one hell of a quarterback mind, and the two of them together melded together to create an explosive offense. I really loved that team under Gruden and Rich Gannon leading it. What I will say to you is the year that the Ravens won a Super Bowl and beat the Giants and had that amazing, ridiculous defense, that was the year the Raiders should have won the Super Bowl. They lost to the Ravens in the AFC Championship. And if you remember, if not, Tony Siragusa, who just passed away, rest in peace, Tony Siragusa, he dropped all of his weight down on Rich Gannon on a sack and basically separated Gannon's shoulder. And the Raiders had to finish the game 3.5 quarters with Bobby Hoyt in the AFC Championship game. And that explosive offense was 100% completely grounded. They did nothing. I mean, it was a great all-time great, maybe the second best defense, third best defense in NFL history, the Ravens. But I really think that Raider offense could have put up points and made it to the Super Bowl that year. But they didn't, and Rich never got the chance to win. But he's great. I think analytically he's great as well. I've heard him call games. I think he does an amazing job calling games.
Let's see what else we have here. Fanboy. Who you got, Sal?
Darius Rucker. I mentioned that yesterday. I'm a Hootie and a Blowfish fan from way back. And Darius, so Hurricane Sandy, if you guys remember Hurricane Sandy 2012, I live in what is called the waterfront community. My house is not on the water, but it is surrounded by water on all sides, the community I live in. So we got murdered during Hurricane Sandy, my neighborhood. And there was a contest at the time that he was running on Facebook, Toys for Tots contest. And this is before I did any of this Toys for Tots stuff back in 2012. And we won. We won that contest as a town. And he was coming to Long Island to do shopping. And I found out what Toys R Us he was going to go to. Now, I presumed there was going to be a big crowd of people, and I'd have to just maybe get a look at him, hope for maybe a picture or whatever. But when I showed up there, it must have been very low key because there was nobody. It was a local radio station, but there was really nobody there. So I went over and I introduced myself to Darius, and he said, "Hey, do you want to shop with me?" And I was like, "Are you serious?" So I would say for 2 to 3 hours, literally just me and Darius Rucker and his handlers shopped. He asked me questions. We talked about our families, our children. We talked about sports. Big Miami Dolphin fan. And that was a truly tremendous experience for me. Just that he was a down-to-earth guy. I told the story about Thurman Thomas a couple of segments ago, meeting him. My son and his son were playing in the same baseball tournament in Cooperstown when my son was 12 years old, so 9 years ago. And I walked up to him with the intentions of taking a picture with him. And when we started talking, and again, talking about families, and he was just a regular guy, I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to insult this guy by asking for a picture. That moment, that conversation, that time with him meant more to me than a picture to remember. Yeah.
Longest your beard's ever been?
This is it. I don't grow it very long. I don't know that it would grow very long, to be honest with you. I don't know that it gets. I don't think I have the ability to grow one of those big, beards. So this is basically what I get. I trim it to this probably every 3 to 4 days.
Jeremy Ruckert's going to see the field for the Jets, you think?
I don't know that he's going to play a whole lot in year one. I don't. They may get him out there in some blocking packages, maybe some 2 tight end sets. I think they brought in Uzama and they brought in Conklin to be the pass-catching tight ends for the first 2 years. Like I said with Elliott, both of those guys signed 3-year deals that are voidable after 2. So they're going to be here for 2 years, barring an injury. And I think what that sets Jeremy up to do is really learn the NFL game. He can block. He can catch. He's going to get to learn behind 2 professionals, not guys that have been studs in the NFL, but both guys that have been more than serviceable. They're good tight ends. They're not great. They're good tight ends. I think it sets up perfectly for him in year 3 to be the Jets tight end 1. I couldn't be more happy. This community could not be more happy for him. We don't get that in New York. You don't get NFL players that come up from Long Island, New York. It's not a hotbed for NFL players. So this, for a kid, for me to know him since he's 6 years old, this is going to be a fun one. So I wish him nothing but the best.
All right. Podathon question. Who do you miss the most, Kevin, Steve, or the Podathon chair? And after you make your choice, what do you consider the chair's best trait?
Well, it's the chair easily, right? I mean, Kevin and Steve, I had to constantly instruct them as to what to do, much like I was doing with Russ. And I felt bad because Russ is actually competent at what he's doing. And I kept treating him like Steve. It was just reactionary. The chair stepped in. The chair understood stardom. The chair right away, it just embraced everything. And it came back year after year. And only until Steve, out of pure jealousy, set it on fire, was the chair not returning to us. And that is the chair's best trait, being able to remain calm when it reached celebrity status.
Another Podathon question. Next 5 years, where do you see this going? And do you have any new wrinkles in the works?
I mean, I have plenty of wrinkles in the works. Look when I squint my head. I'm getting older, so the wrinkles are in the works. Yeah, what I would say to you, Scott, and Scott, I appreciate you being here for a really large portion of this show and broadcast. You've been in the chat, talking a lot. I see it getting bigger. I see it remaining synonymous with the Scott Fishbowl, obviously, with the official, unofficial kickoff of the fantasy football drafting season. And I think that in the future, we should probably try to take this on the road, maybe get out to some of those live drafts, maybe get out to some bars and do it where we could have more people actually come in and sit on the show and be interviewed in person. I think that is something I'd really like to achieve. I think it may have been you. It may have been somebody mentioned SiriusXM. 2 years ago, it was really close to actually getting partially put on SiriusXM. I don't know whatever happened to that, but I think as it grows bigger and the names that we get, I think it's a natural to be on a thing like SiriusXM's Fantasy Sports Network. So I'd like to see all those things happen.
Justin Fields, we think he's going to become a QB1.
Oh, I think easily I think Justin Fields, all the talent is there for him to elevate. Take the chains off of this kid, let him go, let him do what he does, let him freelance a little bit. And, I think Justin Fields will, if we're saying a QB1 is a top 12 quarterback in fantasy easily, and I think it happens this year.
George is on the clock. Who should he take in the 12th round?
How do I know who's been drafted before, George? I know George is 2015, and he hasn't gotten any smarter. In 7 years, he's gotten no smarter. So take Geno Smith.
I like it. Good advice. Do we have any guys that we have to leave the SFE draft with? Sal, I'll let you go first. Who's your absolute have to?
So I'm a Raiders fan. I had a lot of success with Hunter Renfrow. He's on a lot of my teams. And I think that he's actually going to drop down boards a little bit because Devontae Adams is there, Waller. I've heard people say he's not going to have targets, but you get points per first down in a Scott Fishbowl, and this guy has missed the third down, third and Renfrow. So I'm going to do everything I can to leave the Gotham City draft with Hunter Renfrow.
Yeah, so for me, I've mentioned two players as we've gone, and Larry, I always take this as deeper, right? Like as we're early in the draft, I'm going to take the top player available, but as we're looking deep and you're looking at those guys that are going to end up left on the board, possibly till 13th, 14th round, the two guys I'm grabbing everywhere are Kendrick Bourne and Evan Engram. I think both are going to have bigger roles than people expect. I think both are going to have explosive plays, and I think both of them are going to be pivot plays from where a lot of people are going. So realistically, those I think are going to be your winning type of picks, and there's upside in both players that are coming really cheap as like the new rookies kind of take that spot, right? And Sal, we've seen this in the fishbowl. The rookies take that 10 to 14 stretch pretty regularly. So my theory is that pushes down some of these less sexy veterans, if you will, and those are the guys I'm loading up on. But the two in particular, Kendrick Bourne and Evan Engram, seem to be ending up on my team each and every time. I see we have a new friend here as well.
Those two guys. Hey, what's up, Chase? Those two guys are both players I've had on dynasty rosters for years. I mean, Evan Engram was a big name coming out in the draft, so that makes sense. But Kendrick Bourne, back to the San Francisco days, and I always had him on rosters, and I like those two picks. I've been an Evan Engram fan since he come in the NFL. While I am a Raiders fan, I do live in New York. I see plenty of Giants games, and I do root for the Giants over the Jets. My son's a Jet fan, but if you ask me between the two New York teams, I've always been more of a Giant guy than a Jet guy. Evan Engram has all the talent in the world. He needs to get his head screwed on straight. Getting out of New York is probably a big thing. Not everybody can play under the scope and spotlight of a New York football team or a New York baseball team or et cetera. So I think going to Jacksonville, a team that doesn't have a lot of expectations, has the number one quarterback in last year's draft, a kid that people are expecting a lot from. I think Evan Engram is the type of player you're going to get later in this draft that could really be a difference maker for a Scott Fishbowl run this year.
Love it. Now, with all due respect to both of you, I'll take this one because this is really my sweet spot. Ramondre Stevenson, is this the year that he obtains the number one spot through injury or talent, and what's his upside? So here's what I'll tell you. It will have to be injury. Damian Harris, when you look at his contract situation, very similar to Sal for your team, Josh Jacobs. I think when we look at the contract situation, I think you're going to see both teams beat the brakes off of their two top players right now. So I think realistically what you're going to see is Damian Harris doing the between the tackles work. And in this offense, it's the red zone carries that are gold. What Ramondre Stevenson is going to do is he's going to play a far bigger role in the passing game than people expect. However, if Harris gets hurt, Ramondre Stevenson's upside probably around RB 15. Remember, there's still other players on this team. They actually just drafted two rookies to come in and help because Belichick likes to rotate his running backs. He likes playing situational. He's never going to have a situation where you're going to see a snap share in the 80s. Now, you're not going to have that role with the New England Patriots. Funny because we mentioned Jacobs did have that role previously. The Patriots don't run that way, which puts a ceiling over their players. So I would say Stevenson in Dynasty is the one you want. But for this year, and this year only 2022, Stevenson's going to have some flex play appeal. If Harris gets hurt, top 15 max is his ceiling.
I'll just like to say, because I cannot respond to everything that goes out on Twitter over these days, because if you saw, I have both the SFBPodathon account and my personal account, and I just can't get to all of it. But I want to put out there here, Elliot, Chris, who was just on, he matched, as he said he would, the donations, the contributions that came in during his time. He just put that through. Elliot's a great guy, and thank you, Elliot.
Awesome. Love it. All right, one more here for me. New England Patriots wide receivers. So, George, here's what I'm going to tell you, and especially because Chase is here. The best thing to do is check out every Thursday morning. Your boy puts out people that are outside of the top 20 that are smash starts. And how many times, Chase, because I'm a homer, do I feature one of the Patriots wide receivers?
It's pretty much, so we started the series in November, I think. So you had about 6, I think, articles towards the end of the season, and you hit a Patriot 4 of the 6 times, and every single time you mentioned a Patriot, you crushed your prediction. It was insane.
How we do it. So, George, to break them down, honestly, it's a week-by-week thing, and what you want to find out is what's the game plan going to be. I do like Devontae Parker. I like the addition. If I'm drafting right now, I still have Jacoby Myers first, but at cost is still Bourne's the guy I'm going for. So Myers, I like in about the 9th, 10th round. Kendrick Bourne, like we just talked about, 13th or 14th round. Devontae Parker is right about Bourne in value, but I think the name might pump him up a little bit. But he's still third for me. I'm still looking at him in the 16th or 17th round. However, when you look at the week-to-week matchups, depending on who we're playing against, who the cornerbacks are going to be, what style of defense they're going to do it, and honestly, what I think the outcome of the game is going to matter a lot for which one you're going to want to play, because they all play a little different role. So Kendrick Bourne, where I've been relying on him, honestly, is where you have a weak cornerback too. And I think the Patriots are going to be down in the game. So when Chase mentioned the one that I hit on with him, once it was 85 yards and 2 touchdowns that game, if I remember correctly, right? But that was the perfect setup where I knew he was going to get that late touch, because they were going to have to throw, and he's the guy they're looking for. If they're looking to grind the clock a little bit, honestly, your guy is Hunter Henry, but otherwise it's going to be Jacoby Myers. As someone, if you're looking to grind and get those PPR points. But again, there's a ceiling because there's not really huge upside plays with Myers. So he's not going to turn his game around with one big splash play. That's just not his game. So you're only looking for him for if you want that kind of 8 to 10 points. Overall, I'm not in love with any of them, but cost of acquisition, absolutely love Kendrick Bourne where he's going. So he's the guy that I'm ending up with on most teams. So hope that helped, George. And then Chase, for you, Antonio Gibson's target share.
All right. So here's the deal with Antonio Gibson, right? Like he was a receiver in college. He played a little bit in high school as well. But the thing that Gibson never got to do at any point in time was learn how to pass block. So although J.D. McKissic's not a tremendous pass blocker or anything like that, he still understands the assignments. He still, will stay in there. And although I don't think Antonio Gibson is the worst in the world, he just doesn't have the correct mechanics or the proper fundamentals in order to do it, which is why they went out and they offered J.D. McKissic, a 2-year contract, stealing him away from the Buffalo Bills. So with Antonio Gibson, although I wish his target share would increase, we're not going to see that happen unless there's an injury to J.D. McKissic like we saw last season, which, J.D. McKissic does an all right job of staying on the field, but it could in all reality happen. Antonio Gibson's one of those guys where he could absolutely win you the Scott Fish Bowl, but you have to expect, RB2 production without anything, happening. I don't think people realize that while Gibson, was okay for fantasy, he was actually really good for the Scott Fish Bowl last year where he was drafted because of the first downs that he was getting. I think he was 3rd in first downs for running backs outside of Jonathan Taylor and Najee Harris. Jonathan Taylor was insane, though.
So I want to tell a funny story about that because I love that you brought it up. How I got into the Scott Fish Bowl finals last year. If you remember, Antonio Gibson was iffy with an ankle injury. I decided to roll with him. And the guy the only one who had a chance to beat me in the conference finals, swapped out Antonio Gibson for Devontae Parker, 2 guys we were just talking about. And Devontae Parker didn't have a single catch. If he had one 15-yard catch, I don't make the finals. And he got completely shut out. I have never been shaking watching a game. So it was the Monday night final. I've never been so shaky. And all the person had to do, and if you're in the chat, I apologize for calling you out. All he had to do was look at the scoreboard, and he wouldn't have taken out Gibson because if he leaves Gibson in, I can't catch him. It's over. He walks into the finals, but he changed his lineup last minute because he thought Gibson was hurt. And that's how I ended up in the fishbowl finals. So thankfully, Devontae Parker is worse than Russian roulette and got a 0 that day, but that's how it ended up. But Gibson was huge for me in the fishbowl. He was putting up points regularly. He was a startable running back every week that was going third.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's always going to get his work. And I think the bigger thing is here is that Carson Wentz likes to use his running backs in the receiving game. So we are going to see an increased amount of targets. When it comes to target share, it's not going to go up from what it was last year because McKissick missed, 6 games? So it's just not going to increase. I think you're going to see high-end RB2 production from Gibson throughout the entire season. But for the Scott Fishbowl, he's especially good. And Zach brought up in the chat, he said he got Gibson at the 806 yesterday. That's a steal.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's a steal.
Crazy.
Yeah, you got to take him there. Let's just set up what we got going forward here. Chase is going to step in and host the show now until 4 o'clock. Is that correct? Chase, 4 p.m.
5. Was I going all the way till 5, Mike, or 4? It doesn't matter either way.
I'm on there at 4, but you're welcome to stay with me till 5. Like, you're welcome to stay.
Chase is the guest at 4, so yeah, you're absolutely staying on after that.
Yeah.
So actually, Matt Price, the zookeeper, is going to join me as a co-host from 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock East Coast time. I'll be back. I'm going to go get some lunch. I'm going to go get some fresh air. I'm going to breathe a little bit. If Tabby shows up in an hour, somebody hit me up. I'll jump back in.
And we'll absolutely fit her in. We'll make things happen. Everyone knows that. So thanks, Sal. I'm going to hang out with Chase for like a few minutes, get things rolling. Then I'm just going to work behind the scenes like I have been to make sure that everything goes smoothly, which it should, because Chase, I've been backing up Sal, and you're far more talented. Sal, go get some rest, my friend.
We can't argue with the truth. Josh and Billy, thank you for joining us, guys, and best of luck in your segment coming up.
Awesome. Thanks, brother. All right. So, Chase, we're going to put you in the A chair over here. You're running the show, man. So what we have is a great bunch of guests, and we're going to carry this particular stream in this link to 2 p.m. At 2 p.m., we're going to swap over, new link, and we're going to start the live draft. So at 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., we are doing an actual Scott Fishbowl draft live on the air. We'll have the board up. I think we're going 10 rounds, and I'm going to send the link to every single person in that draft to come on, talk trash with TrophySmack, run your mouth, talk about your picks, blow your strategy, whatever you want to do. They're going to have carte blanche. But first, we have 3 unbelievable segments coming up, starting with this crew. You ready for Dynasty Underdog, Chase?
I'm ready. Let's do it. I love the Underdog crew. I love it.
Sick. Josh, Billy, Uriah are in. And I am out. Funless.
Have a good one, Mike.
All right. First off, somebody needs to make sure that they have their mics on mute.
That might be me.
Yeah. Anyways, what's going on, guys? How are y'all doing today? What are you guys looking for in the Scott Fishbowl?
We're doing good, man.
Yeah, doing great. Got kind of an echo, so sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, we're excited to be here. Scott Fishbowl again. This would be, my first is Scott Fishbowl 9. I was in the satellite for Scott Fishbowl 10 last year. I was like top 100 for most weeks. Did really, really well last year. I think I took Waller in the first, and excited to be back in it again this year. It's just it's a great time overall. Later on today, I'll be doing the live draft in Seattle, and should just be a great time.
Oh, you're part of the live draft in Seattle? That's awesome, man.
Yes, it's gonna be great.
It's gonna be crazy up there, man. I've seen the events they put together up there. Of course, Kevin Murray, does an excellent job with hosting those stuff. So, who else is actually going to be in a live draft? Either one of you guys?
I'm not, unfortunately. Just couldn't make it happen this year. And when I first signed up, I don't think they had all of the live draft cities in yet, so there wasn't one really near me. And then later on, the Fort Lauderdale one came around, but just couldn't really make it happen. So unfortunately, still doing the slow draft. But really, that's kind of what I'm used to as a dynasty player. The slow drafts are kind of my thing.
Yeah,
I'm in the
no, that's awesome.
Oh, my bad. No, I'm in the Fort Lauderdale slow draft also. couldn't make it into a live draft this year, but looking forward to hopefully being in one next year.
So do you guys have a particular strategy that you're gravitating towards with the Scott Fishbowl, or is this just something where you're running into it blind? You guys been doing some mock drafts. You guys have any advice for the people out there? Start out with you, Justin, or Uriah. I'm sorry.
It's super flex. So I'm going to kind of tackle it like I would a dynasty startup or whatever. I'm going to go quarterback. And that's my plan. I'm drafting from the 107, really hoping I land Kyler Murray or Lamar Jackson, something like that. And then I'll just swoop up, grab another quarterback with my second pick. And then, I don't know, go from there. That's pretty much it. I just don't want to be stranded with Jameis Winston as my QB2.
Never want that.
Yeah, dude, that could be terrible for the Scott Fishbowl, of course. Last year we had some quarterbacks. Oh man, Daniel Jones was one of them where he's giving you like negative points. I remember Taylor Heineke gave me a couple weeks with negative points because I had him too. Billy, do you have a similar strategy where you're trying to target quarterbacks early, or do you want to try and grab your secret guy late? Is there a secret weapon for you?
There could be a secret weapon late, I'm sure, but I'm not one to kind of play that game. But maybe in Scott Fishbowl, that's what you should do, right? Because you kind of need to do the crazy thing to win sometimes. But for me, the past 2 years, I've drafted from the 102 spot. I got to choose this year and figured I'd kind of keep it the same. I was pretty successful with it last year. But quarterback, right? Quarterback early from 102. If you don't do it, you kind of get stranded, like Uriah was saying, with some back-end guys you don't really want. So at 102, I'm hoping Josh Allen falls to me there. It'd be great. And I've seen a lot of running backs kind of fall to the next pick that the 102 spot has. So I think that's kind of the way I'll go. And for me, like, I haven't done a ton of mock drafts this year. I think they're very useful. I think I like looking at the ADP more, and in the slow drafts, you have that advantage of looking at the ADP kind of live and how it's going, because it just helps me kind of pick out like the market inefficiencies, and I kind of just play the board as it goes,
So at being at the 102, right? Did you choose that spot, or is that just a spot that was given for you?
Last year it was given to me. This year I chose it. Even knowing the third round reversal, like, I understand that that's a thing, but again, last year I was able to put together a pretty good roster, and this year I've seen a lot of mocks, a lot of people put together really good rosters from the 102 spot. I think that the way that the quarterback position is set up in Scott Fishbowl, it forces people, because they've kind of fixed the QB scoring, it forces people to reach on certain guys early, and that allows more position skilled players to fall to kind of those later picks that the early picks have. So I'm not too worried about it.
Josh, how are you feeling about this year?
I'm feeling good. Like Billy, I'm drafting out of the 102. Normally I tend to draft towards the later end of the draft, so I'll switch my strategy up a little bit. But I'm excited. Hopefully grab Josh Allen with the 102, and then we'll see what happens on the back end of the second.
So are any of you guys trying to take Jonathan Allen early or anything along those lines? I'm sorry, Jonathan Taylor. I apologize.
No, not really. I mean, like I said, with my strategy, I'm trying to do quarterback, and by that time, I'm sure he's going to be gone anyway. I'm just going to deal with whatever running backs there. Like guys like Aaron Jones, Ezekiel Elliott, you look in redraft, even dynasty, those guys are getting drafted well below, I think, what their point output's going to be for you, right? Like, I think, at least for me, I know I've been affected by being in dynasty so long that like these older guys, like I tend to not want, but this is redraft, and all you need to worry about is scoring points. I think those guys like Aaron Jones and Zeke Elliott will be there for me probably in the third round. I'm not going to try to reach for a Jonathan Taylor or a Najee or somebody like that. So I'll just take what's there, and I think it'll work out just fine for me.
So being part of the Dynasty Underdog crew, right, and doing Dynasty, I feel like sometimes it can actually affect your decision making when it comes to tournaments like this and redraft, because you start to value guys that may not should have the value that they have currently, for Dynasty, of course. Like we talk about the rookies with Treylon Burks, who's been having issues. We talk about Garrett Wilson or some of those other guys. So are you guys feeding rookies compared to your Dynasty rankings, or are y'all trying to chase that high producer like Jamar Chase, who won people a lot of leagues last year with that final week?
I don't think there's really a guy like Jamar Chase, as one of these rookies this year. I think maybe if you're thinking Breece Hall, he's a guy who seems to be going fairly early from this rookie class. But for me, I actually try to take advantage of that, knowing that, there's a lot of dynasty players that play in a tournament like this. There's a lot of people who get rookie fever in general. And I try to kind of stray away from a lot of the rookies, go towards the second, third year guys who, we expect to kind of boom. The dynasty community, we spend a lot of time on like hit rate data and just data in general, like a lot of data. So we kind of, I think, do have that advantage of that extra knowledge, knowing when some guys should hit, when some guys won't hit, like the early on tight ends, like Kyle Pitts last year was a guy who, he did well, obviously, for a rookie tight end, but the guy that, knowing the situation, knowing everything, kind of could fade him and take advantage of people going early on that kind of pick.
Well, that's a great point. You brought up with Breece Hall, and it's kind of crazy. I was looking at the Chicago draft and the Atlanta draft, right? And in the Chicago draft, they went 2 rounds apart. One went in the the 6th round, one went in the 7th. And then in the Atlanta draft, Breece Hall went at the 402, and Kenneth Walker went at the 1103, I believe. So, Uriah, I'll go to you on this one. Like, where do you have these 2 rookies ranked in terms of this draft? Like, where do you want to take a chance on Breece Hall versus Kenneth Walker?
Well, I would say probably Breece Hall over Kenneth Walker. I think Rashad Penny still could be a thing there in Seattle. I know that, they've had him all this time and he really popped last year. So I think that Kenneth Walker probably play second fiddle to Rashad Penny. Breece Hall, I think he's the most talented back on that team. They might want to run out there with Michael Carter week 1 and, give him you're the vet, it's your job, go out there. But Breece Hall's going to take it. Breece Hall's going to take it. He's just better. Probably 4th round doesn't seem crazy to me, 4th, 5th round, but looking at the ADPs that you just mentioned, that's the thing about Scott Fishbowl is it's just insane. It's not like your regular, redraft draft where, pretty much you could tell exactly where everyone's going to go. Scott Fishbowl, you really just don't know. And that's one of the reasons I love it.
So Josh, let's go ahead and hit up this question real quick from Husker. How scary is the QB efficiency bonus and the first down bonus upside for Lamar and Kyler?
I mean, personally, I'm not that worried about it. They're going to put up points regardless. It's just something you got to factor into your scoring system as you're going through it and figuring out for ADP and everything. But for me, I'm going Lamar over Kyler, but we're going to see what happens.
All right. Do you guys have a different take on this, I should say? Or are you guys pretty much in line with Josh?
I'm pretty much in line with that. Like, I'm not super worried about the efficiency bonus for these guys. They've proven they can be pretty good in the past, like especially Lamar. He really gets hit with this narrative all the time. And same with Kyler. I think he's been a pretty good passer as well. So I mean, with the first down bonus, like they'll both be fine with that. They're rushing quarterback. So I have no problem with these guys. I think Lamar is actually going to be a pretty good value in drafts like this. This year he seems to be kind of falling a little bit for some reason.
Are you in the same boat?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, these are, like I said before, these are 2 guys I'm really actually hoping I get one of them. Yeah. I really do. I know that the only thing I'm kind of worried about with Kyler is I believe his bye week is the first week of the playoffs.
Oof.
But they got the baked in your median or average score throughout the regular season's getting added onto your postseason score. So I think having the benefit of a guy like Kyler throughout the whole entire regular season, having that a little extra added up, I think I could get by with that week. I don't know. It's kind of a scary thought to not have Kyler, if you make the playoffs, to have your guy not there available for you. But I'm going to take that chance if he's there. I'm not worried about it.
It's only the bottom 10% that get eliminated in the first round of the playoffs too. So you got to keep that in mind. Like if your average score is up there and then you also have the score that you're putting up, only 10% of the field gets eliminated from that. So I think that it shouldn't concern you as much. In fact, Scott went on to talk about how he did this scoring system to kind of eliminate the bye week so it didn't have as big an effect.
That's interesting. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, with the playoffs this year, you guys excited about how the playoff structure is done? Is this something that you think you could take to a home league and be like, hey, I got this concept and it worked out really well?
I wish I could take anything from the Scott Fish Bowl to a home league and them say, yeah, this will work out really well. Yeah, I don't know about I'm excited about the playoff format. I really enjoy the way he sets these up. One of the things I love the most about Scott Fish Bowl is how he tried to, and others obviously have tried to do this, but how he's trying to make the idea of fixing QB scoring in fantasy like a real thing and get it to the masses, because it's so hard to change people's minds about how we go about fantasy in general. Like getting people to add super flex or take a kicker away or take a defense away is like the most difficult thing ever in your home leagues or in any league really. So that's what I like about Scott Fish Bowl so much, is you get that experience with this kind of scoring, and there's so many people get introduced to it, and maybe they are able to go back to their leagues and like, hey, like, check this out. This was fun. Look what we did. And it can work.
All right, real quick, before we hop on to our next question for you guys, I do have to let everybody know our title sponsor for this segment. And these guests that we have right now, the Dynasty Underdog crew, Billy, Uriah, and Josh, are sponsored by the War Squared Fantasy Football Podcast, a year-round, full-service fantasy football podcast with weekly episodes to provide fans with info on their teams and players. Host Tommy, who's always wrong, find him at Freight Brain on Twitter. Doc, who's rarely right, which you can find him at Doc Tim, that's Tim with 2 M's, 13 on Twitter. And producer and degenerate gambler, Seth, at ST Superman 85. Guarantee a quality experience and actionable advice in every episode to stay a step ahead of your league mates. Whether you're a newbie or a longtime vet of the Fantasy Wars, Word Squared is the place for you. Plus, there will be beer. Tune in to War Squared today. And we have our second sponsor of this segment. Hello, everybody. This segment is sponsored by Samba Dynasty League Podcast. Did you think you have a badass Dynasty League? Think again, because not only is the Samba Dynasty League, sponsoring the SFBPodathon, but we're extremely unique. The Samba Dynasty League Podcast covers a single home Dynasty League. How wild is that? Our hosts, Ken the Commish DeRoca, the Insider, Dave Flannery, Nick Mooney Travins, and Bad Mitchie Stoughton have the best chemistry on the airwaves while providing A-plus entertainment and enlightening strategy discussions. Tune in to Samba Dynasty League Podcast today, and thanks for having a giggle. You guys ever giggled before? You guys like to giggle?
I think I still giggle.
Yeah, I don't know if I've actually giggled, but I'm honored to have those as our sponsors. Those were incredible reads. Like, seriously, absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
you nailed it.
I believe Dave Wright put together the majority of these reads, so he does a killer job with them. Of course, big shout out to Dave Wright over there.
Yes.
Putting together this stuff. But let's go ahead and get back to you guys. What's your favorite part about the Scott Fish Bowl? What do you guys kind of cherish? When was your first year in the Scott Fish Bowl? Give me a little bit of insight to y'all's experience with it.
Yeah, so for me, my first year was Scott Fish Bowl 9. I remember getting the email. I was at work, and I was just like, I was kind of new to really being involved in the Twitter community. I was mostly just like in the Dallas Cowboys Twitter, and then a little bit of fantasy. But I found out about Scott Fish Bowl, and I was like, I'll sign up. This sounds cool. And I got the email, and I was like, oh my god! And I see it on Twitter all the time. Like I finally got in, and they're so joyed, right? And so like I remember that feeling. I still remember that feeling, and that's a blessing to be in every year since then. And it's just been a good time. I can't tell you what my team looked like in Scott Fish Bowl 9 or probably even 10, but yeah, it's been a blast.
That's awesome. I remember.
Yeah,
I remember your team. Sorry, Josh.
No, all good. No, I was going to say I've been in it since number 10, third year doing it. It's been a great time. The charitable aspect of it is one of my favorite things, but just getting the community together is always a good time.
Yeah, I was in, I think, SFB 10, 11, and 12. So yeah, I think 10 was my first one. Yeah, like I said, it's awesome getting that invite, and that's what it's about. Like, I think for us, same with like we started Dynasty Underdog listener leagues as well. And it's all about like the inclusiveness. That's what I like about Scott Fish Bowl, trying to get more people involved in the fantasy community, more people involved in Dynasty. And it introduces, fans to analysts, and you just kind of create these relationships. You get in these group chats on Twitter or wherever it is, a Discord, whatever it is. And that's the best part. It's the camaraderie. We had Peter Howard on our podcast and asked him the same, what's your favorite part of Dynasty? And that's what it is for us. Like it's getting in those chats, building those relationships, and just like being able to have fun with fantasy football and outreach, all that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely love that. So let's talk a little bit about what you guys do. Let's talk about what you guys provide, and a little bit about some of the recent content you've put out. Have you guys done any Scott Fish Bowl stuff? What's going on with that?
Yeah, so we're Dynasty Underdog. The name kind of says it all. Me, Billy, and Josh, we joined our first Dynasty League. I guess probably like 4 years now. And it was a 3-copy, 36-team, super flex, tight end premium, and all I was familiar with was Yahoo, NFL, standard redraft leagues. So going from that to that type of scoring, and then navigating my fantasy league, MFL, is a lot to learn, but I really enjoyed Dynasty. About a year after doing the Dynasty and just seeing how like it's a year-round thing, there's a camaraderie, I was like, I really want people that try Dynasty to not get overwhelmed because there's a lot to learn. So I was like, well, we're underdogs. We're drafting with people who've been playing Dynasty for 10 plus years. I don't want the new people to kind of like, oh, that kind of sucked. I got taken advantage on trades. I didn't really know what the value of a rookie pick was or how age matters and all these other things. And I was like, well, let's do a podcast, man. Let's do a podcast and try to really put out content that was more geared towards the new Dynasty player. We could talk about, market share and hit rates and all that other stuff, which we have as we've grown and got more educated. We do talk about that on the pod now. But before it was really just like, hey, how do you navigate a draft on MFL? What does tight end premium mean? What is super flex? These are all things that like, if you're brand new to Dynasty, you've probably never heard before. So we really wanted to kind of hit that market and really just embrace the underdog mentality. Like, hey, you might be new and you might be playing with some veterans, but we could help you out. So that was kind of the whole premise behind it. And these guys are awesome. So when we're on the pod, it's just like we're sitting around a campfire, drinking beer, talking football for an hour. Like it's amazing. We hit on a ton of subjects every single episode. It's not 2 or 3 topics. We just sit around and have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not much more to say. It's exactly how it started. And Uriah really had the idea and came to us and was like, really want to get this going. And it's been great ever since, man. Like we've built up a little community. We have like our Discord chat and it's been great, man. We're just trying to expand it and get more people involved and help people out. We still cater to those, the underdogs. We still feel that way and try to, really hammer in the basics because, you can forget that stuff pretty easily with Dynasty. There's a lot to it, a lot more to it than your normal redraft league.
Yeah, no, we're just in it really to help people out that are just starting out in the Dynasty community and also those that have been around for a while. Our whole thing is bringing everybody together and being able to answer any questions that people have. We have great interaction on Twitter. Whenever any of our listeners shoot us a question, we always make sure we respond to it. And as Billy said, our Discord, which we're building up right now, it's really been a home run, really an easy way for our people in our listener leagues and also our fans just to be able to communicate and interact with us on a regular basis.
So do you guys have a certain individual player that you love for Dynasty, but you also love for the Scott Fishbowl for 2022? Is there that one player that you're not going to leave draft boards without? It doesn't matter if you have to reach a round or two. You're making sure that you're getting your guy.
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna be very fluid, to be honest with you. There's not really that one guy I want to have. Like I know in years past, it's like I was always able to get like a guy like Cole Beasley late. I always like to get like a slot receiver that's going in like the 9th or 10th round. They get the PPR points, stuff like that. Maybe like a Hunter Renfrow might be one of those guys that like if he's there and he's going a little, might not be there like at ADP or whatever. I have to reach for him a little bit. I might take a guy like Hunter Renfrow. But other than that, no, man, I'm just gonna see how it plays out. And having it live is going to be a whole lot different from drafting experience in the past where I have time to kind of wait and see how things are playing out. You get 8 hours of pick or whatever. This is going to be 1 or 2 minutes and I'm going to have to make decisions really fast. So see how it goes.
Billy?
I mean, I have my boy Najee, but coming out of the 102, the likelihood of me being able to get him on the turn on the second is very low, but normally Najee is my guy.
I'm surprised you're not reaching for him at 102, honestly.
I mean, not to say it hasn't happened before, but it's not happening this time.
Yeah, for me, like I'm kind of like what Uriah said. I like to stay fluid. I kind of mentioned that at the beginning, the way I approach a draft in general, but I'm a massive AJ Brown fan and a massive T. Higgins truther. So I probably would like to get out of the draft with one of them. AJ Brown seems to be falling a little bit because of the change in team and uncertainty maybe with the, his target share and whatnot. So that's a guy who I've kind of been just hitting on, and I'm okay if he hurts me in the end because I really believe in the talent in the situation.
Cool. That works, man. I got a question over here actually in the chat. Cody wants to know for dynasty purposes, he's a contender. And are you guys doing Mixon or Brees for a straight swap? What are y'all's thoughts on that?
That's got to be a little team dependent, right? Like, what do you can you wait a year? Or are you like, is this team ready to win 2022? Then maybe you're holding Mixon there, or you're taking Mixon. I moved on from Mixon in the league strictly because I kind of want to get away from running backs approaching that age apex. In Dynasty, we talk about it all the time. You hit 26 and you kind of start decreasing in value, decreasing in production from the running back position. So for me, I kind of like this swap. The value works, I think, in Dynasty. It's, Brees is only going to increase value unless he just is a complete flop. But, I don't really see that happening.
I'm going Mixon personally. I've been a Mixon truther for years now, so I'm not going to hop off that train right now, especially coming off the season he just had.
And yeah, I'm gonna agree with Josh. If I know I'm gonna be making the playoffs this year and I'm gonna be contending, I'm just gonna hold on to Mixon and then try to move off of him next year. Personally.
Okay. It makes sense. I mean, we saw the Bengals actually have the 29th overall pace of play last season, and yet they still produced a very high caliber offense with multiple different dynasty or fantasy assets in this offense. So, Mixon should see an uptick in that with, more familiarity with the offense. I think that they're going to run a lot more plays than what we saw in 2021. So Mixon does have some appeal, but I don't know how you could give away Brees Hall for Mixon straight up. That's crazy for me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we got about 5 minutes left in this segment. I'm going to give you guys some free range to talk about whatever you guys want to, whether that's some more Scott Fishbowl strategy, what you guys are doing with the community. Is there a certain charity you guys support, or whatever you guys want to talk about?
One thing I do want to mention, and I think really like any league you run, you should propose this, or any league that you're in, you should propose this to the people that do run it. But taking a little page out of the Scott Fishbowl, like with our Dynasty Underdog listener leagues, we tried to do something similar. We wanted to give the opportunity to the league winner to take a portion of the winnings. And I forgot exactly what we did, whether it was 25, 50%, whatever it is. And we're going to donate that to the charity of the league winner's choice. So, just going in line with the charitable aspect of Scott Fishbowl, what it's like really about, we play the game for fun most of the time, not really to make money. I mean, that's at least, I think that's most of us on this pod, or on Dynasty Underdog podcast, at least. We really just in it for the community and the fun and all that stuff. So anything we can do to help and do that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, I encourage everybody to do it.
Love it.
Absolutely. And then, we're at this time now where, I guess, kind of redraft season's kicking off. Scott Fishbowl's kind of setting it off. We're in that time of year and we're making the donations and we're making, charitable bets and things like that. And then you kind of forget that this all happened, come November, and you're just, setting your lineups, checking out waiver wire, all that other stuff. And then you get that reminder come Christmas time when you see the pictures of Scott Fish shutting down Target, just loading up massive amounts of toys for these kids. You're like, oh yeah, that's what it's all about. And it makes you feel good, but you kind of forget about all this that's been going on for the last weeks. People getting invites, the podathon, people doing live drafts. It's all going to be over. The season's going to start and we'll kind of forget about it. But look for those pictures, look for those reminders come December when Scott's loading up those carts. And then you'll know, like, hey, this is all worth it. This is a big, big thing.
Love it, man. And seeing that last year, that promotion that he put out, or the video that he put out, you can find it on his pinned post. I mean, that was just incredible, just seeing all the toys they bought, all the carts they bought. It's so cool, like when you actually get to see all that stuff. Josh, is there something that you wanted to bring up, whether it's Scott Fishbowl strategy or, what Scott Fishbowl means to you, or any kind of charities that you're supporting, anything like that?
Yeah, man. Really, when I started with Scott Fishbowl, I knew it as just the premier fantasy football league. I didn't realize all the charitable aspects that went along with it, and being in it now for my third year, plus all the stuff we do on Dynasty Underdog, and we kind of try tying it all together, bring on some great hosts and everything. But we always circle back to the charitable aspect and how we are fortunate to have a platform. And really, at the end of the day, we're playing a game. It's fantasy football. But the moves that we make and the charities that we donate to, that has the real impact in everything.
No, I love that. Love everything that you guys are doing over there for Underdog. So let's go ahead and get this. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. But before we do, I want to let everybody know where to find you guys. So if you want to go through, let everybody know where to find you on Twitter, Facebook, any one of those platforms. Go ahead and give yourselves a shout out.
Yeah, you can find our pod, at Dynasty Underdog on Twitter. Find me at JustYourIFF on Twitter. I'm on there probably more than I should be.
Not as much as me.
But I don't write. I don't do anything else. I just have the pod. So
yeah, you can find me on Twitter at WillieBeemanDFF. You can find all my written content at Dynasty Football Factory. And yeah, just check us out on Dynasty Underdog. Reach out if you guys want to join Dynasty. We will find a league for you. We will get you in. We will help you out. That is what we are about. So thank you again, Chase, and everybody that worked on Scott Fishbowl. We really appreciate everybody.
Yeah, find me on Twitter at Joshua M. Goldberg. And following what Billy said, thank you, Chase, for having me on and being our host. Thank you, Dave, as always. And thank you, Scott, for putting this whole thing together.
No, it's been a blast. And big shout out to Mike, of course, at Daddy's Home FF, and Sal Lito, of course, for putting this podathon together and for bringing you guys on, setting everything up. Big shout out to Dave Wright as well at FF Spaceman over there on Twitter for putting together the reads and all that stuff. So thank you guys for coming on. We appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and get y'all out of here. Thanks for showing up.
Peace out.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
I'm still here.
There we go. We got it handled, Mike. We got it handled. So our next guests that we have coming on are a bunch of really fun guys. We got, of course, Drew Davenport, which you guys can find over there at Drew Davenport FF. On Twitter, he's part of the Auction Brief podcast and Football Guys. Then we also have Brandon and Nick from the Woo Fantasy. You guys can find them over there at Roto Superstar and at The Real Goat, or at The Real FF Goat, excuse me. But before I bring them in, I do want to let you guys know who our next sponsor is for the 1 o'clock shows. We have this segment is sponsored by the Fantasy Whispers Mock Draft Marathon. 24 continuous hours of nonstop mock drafting with Whisper Nation and some of the best fantasy experts in the industry. We would love for you to be a part of it. Join us from Saturday, July 23rd to Sunday, July 24th on the Whispers YouTube page. Make sure you are subscribed, turn on the bell notification so you don't miss the mock, of course, and follow at TF Whispers on Twitter and tune in to the Fantasy Whispers Mock Draft Marathon if you want to draft along with the best in the industry from July 23rd to July 24th. Go check it out over there on YouTube. We also have our next guest presented by the FantasyScape podcast, which entertains, educates, and is always learning to help their audience bring home those coveted championships. Hosts James, Alex, Nick, and Michael engage with the community in order to design a show to cover the most important topics in Dynasty and the overall fantasy landscape. Catch them on Twitter at FantasyScape_ and Spotify as well at the FantasyScape podcast. Also, Podathoners, be sure to follow or to wish FantasyScape host Nick a happy birthday as he celebrates here on the SFBPodathon. So, hopefully didn't butcher that too much. Thank you, sponsors, of course. And let's go ahead and bring in our guests. We have Drew Davenport. We have Brandon. And we have... I think we're missing our third guy, but I'm sure he'll be joining us here very shortly. What's going on, guys? How we doing, Drew? How we doing, Brandon? What's going on?
Doing great. How are you?
Dude, hanging out, man. Just trying to get these ad reads down, practicing. Got to get my reps in.
Sounded fantastic.
I'll take that. Brandon, if you're talking, you might be on mute or you might have a different mic hooked up. Oh, there we go. The Real FF Goat. What's going on? How we doing, guys? Oh, still having a little bit of an issue.
Still don't have you, Brandon.
Nick, we got you. Oh, Nick just disappeared.
Oh my gosh, technical difficulties.
We got. Oh, I think we got Nick in now. I'm pretty sure I heard Nick. Brandon, you might have to change your mic. Nick, we got you. You in here? All right, Drew. We'll start out with you, Drew. What's going on, man? How's everything going over there? Of course, with the Auction Brief podcast and Football Guys. What you got going on?
Man, it's going great. We are pumping out some even more content at Football Guys for our salary cap section this summer. So, I'm heading up sort of an expansion of our content over there. So that's going great. And also, the podcast it's taken off again in summer too, just our second summer, but it's been fantastic. Called the Auction Brief. It's a unique show. We talk legal stuff and auction content and everything in between.
Sounds good. Nick, are you with us now? We good?
I think I'm good now. Everything always seems to glitch up right when you need it to, right?
I can hear you, man. You're good now. We're good to go. We're rolling. Did you? My first time on the podcast, Sal brought me on, but I was sitting backstage watching because I didn't know how StreamYard worked, and so he brought me on, but I wasn't ready. I was listening to it on my TV, but like my headphones were on the ground, so I'm scrambling. It was literally a complete mess. My first time ever on. So at least you guys are doing better than I was because he had to bring me on like 3 separate times because it was messing up so bad.
We use it all the time, but
Right.
I'm just going to blame this all on me. So
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, that's how we technically like to do things. Is we like to blame things on Nick when we're doing the podcast.
Oh, I love that, man. I used to do that to Mike all the time when we co-host the show. I just blame everything on him. Actually, it was the other way around. He just blamed everything on me. Let's be real. But no, appreciate you guys coming on the show, of course. Have you guys drafted yet, or have you guys done any live drafts? Are you doing any live drafts, or are you guys just doing it straight from MFL?
Yeah, no, we actually we did the Atlanta live draft last weekend. Nick was the host of the event down there in Atlanta, right there in the ballpark in the Battery in Atlanta. So we've already started our live draft. We're 10 rounds in. We decided to do the pause at the 10 round mark and then kind of jump back in when things get going tomorrow and do an actual official Scott Fish Bowl.
That's awesome, man. That's a cool way to start it up, of course. Nick, are you doing the live draft as well or no?
I'm in. Yeah. So we had 2 12-person divisions in Atlanta. So I was able to get everything together there. I kind of headed up the first one and let Brandon head up the second one there. Entering picks, just kind of doing everything there, getting everything set up. So it was awesome. We were actually the first one to kick off. So there were 2 drafts whenever we started up the other week. Chicago had the 3 o'clock, but we had the 1. So we had the first official live Scott Fish Bowl draft.
Yeah, you guys had the draft where Kenneth Walker fell to the 11th round. My mind was blown. I couldn't believe that. Drew, are you doing a live draft, Finn?
I'm actually set to go on at 3 on the Serious live draft. So I don't know.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if I should have done that. It's a group of real sharks. Everyone who signed up is tough. So I raised the difficulty, level of Scott Fish Bowl for myself this year. But that's cool. It'll be fun to go on Serious.
No, that's awesome, man. I feel like I'm dealing with the same thing over there with the live draft at TrophySmack. Of course, the sponsor of the show. We have got Bob Harris, who's actually in the chat right now. We have Fabiano, Liz Loza. I mean, it's literally just a bunch of sharks over there. I'm nervous just to be standing next to them, of course, but I'm excited for the draft itself.
Now, one thing I would like, I want to point out too, like when you're talking about that with a lot of sharks in the drafts and stuff, and I've done them several times before with like the Flex League drafts on Sirius and stuff, is I kind of find it, maybe you're a little bit nervous when you first jump into those with a group of like your sharks and stuff like that, but most often times than not, it's a little bit easier because you're kind of expecting the draft to go a certain way. Like, ADP wise, you seem to see a lot of these players coming off the board in certain scenarios, as opposed to, first time Scott Fish Bowl drafters and things like that. You might kind of see a lot of wild cards and players just flying off the board in spots that you're really not expecting in situations like that.
Matt Barkley going 1.02 overall, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
Matt Barkley.
My favorite, Scott Fish Bowl memory is Scott putting out the tweet after he found out what Shane did, where he took Matt Barkley for charity, but Scott didn't realize that it was part of the charity aspect until after he found out. He thought people were messing with his draft, and he's like, dude, you guys cannot be messing with my draft. He later deleted the tweet, so you can't find it, but it was just funny because Shane was doing it for charity, and Shane still made the playoffs in that draft as well. So Shane Manila over there. So Drew, we got a question for you over here. Of course, you're going to be, at the expo, right? So we want to hear some inside strategy for the expo and the poker tournament from you.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm stoked about this poker tournament. It's going to be fun. The only thing you got to know, it's a freeze out, no rebuys, no add-ons, none of that stuff. So got to go in treating it serious from the beginning. But yeah, I think the nature of the beast is there's going to be 60 players, and we got to be done in around 4 to 5 hours. So it's not as much play as I want there to be in the tournament. I'm gonna have to rise those blinds up as quick as I can to get it done. But yeah, there's going to be some real players in there. There's a lot of good poker players in there.
It's funny, man. I'm pretty sure that your TVs are the biggest star of this whole entire, podathon so far. And we're just getting comment after comment on the TVs. Like, look at this. This is crazy.
Is that in your basement? Where are you at?
It is. It's my basement. So short backstory, real quick, because nobody really cares about the backstory. But when I lived on my own in an apartment before I moved in, when I was going to get married, I just had like a bunch of old tube TVs like stacked on top of each other, but I had direct TV boxes to each one of them, so I could watch Sunday Ticket on, get like 6 games at once. So when I moved in here, my wife's like, "We're not doing that. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right." And I was like, "Sounds good. Let's do it." So actually, we have a family friend who owns an audiovisual company. He spent 7 hours hooking all these up and running all the wires behind them into our storage area. That would have taken me 7 weeks, but it took him 7 hours, and all he charged me was parts. So it was cheaper than it should have been.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's so awesome.
cool.
So real quick, we did have a question, so I'll go ahead and mention Brandon and Nick are from Woo Fantasy, of course, and you guys can actually plug yourselves. But have you guys done any recent Scott Fishbowl content that you guys can find? What have you guys been covering? Has there been any kind of strategy behind the scenes? Have you guys messed with it at all, or is that just something that you're gonna run into blind?
No, we actually did. I did the podcast live from our draft last week, so I was covering it as we were doing the 2 drafts ongoing. So I was covering a lot of the picks that were getting made, kind of discussing a little bit of strategy here and there for some of the guys that were actually involved in the draft. Brought some guys up there, interviewed them, talked to them about what their thought process was during the draft and how they were thinking about players coming off the board and things like that during the actual draft itself. And that's over at Woo_fantasy. If they want to go check that out, we've got that content up right now. But that is something that we're going to be getting into here in the next oncoming weeks. We're getting into fantasy football season. I mean, this is technically one of the ways you want to kick things off as you get into July, and the Scott Fishbowl really kind of is the foremost frontier when we get into this type of a season. So we're going to start getting a lot of the content out there, talk about what we're doing during the Scott Fishbowl draft, things like that. And then, also regular ongoing talks and features as we get into the fantasy football season for 2022.
Love that, man. Absolutely love that. So, Nick, is there any kind of strategy that you're taking into the Scott Fishbowl with your, or what I should say, which ones did you execute at the beginning of your drafts? Because you guys already drafted.
We did. We only did the first 10 rounds. So
yeah.
We got to kind of get a little piece, take a little bit of a break. But my strategy was actually the same that I've employed both years that I've been in the Fishbowl. And for me, it's actually wait on wide receiver. I found the longer I go, the longer I wait on wide receiver, I was able to kind of pluck some names a little bit later and go and attack in those other positions early. So won my division, won the Elton John division last year, advanced a little bit based on that strategy. So I'm doing a little bit of the same. I went quarterback a little bit earlier this year than I normally have. So I drafted from the 9 spot, went Kyler Murray, backed it up with Eckler, Derrick Henry in round 3. So that's kind of my strategy, is wait a little bit on wide receiver and start plucking out on some of those names in the middle rounds.
Yeah, I love that, Drew. Back up to you. Of course, Jamie brings into the chat. The amount he's learned from Drew's legal posts is insane, and that's one of my favorite follows. Like on all of Twitter, I have my notifications turned on for Drew just for that reason, because I learned so much from his stuff. So big shout out to Jamie for actually mentioning that. But Drew, what's your strategy for the Scott Fishbowl? Is there anybody that you in particular are fading away or staying away from versus trying to target?
My first idea is I'm going to try not to suck, because I have had terrible results in the Scott Fishbowl so far. No, that's not true. I finished middle of the pack last year, but my first year I came in really paying attention to the point per first down and stuff like that, and it went absolutely terrible. So I have done a little less preparation this year, but from what I can tell, I'm in the 9 hole, and from what I can tell, I'm going to double tap quarterback there around 1-2 turn. I just don't think that there's much more, a viable strategy beyond that. I could probably go quarterback, tight end, but I waited on quarterback in the past and tried to get the, hit a couple of low end guys that were still starters and have them as my 2-3 after grabbing just one. It just didn't work for me. I'm not saying, that's anecdotal. It can work any way you do it, but I've not been very successful so far in my 2 years in it. So I'm just trying to not be the laughing stock on Sirius today.
Yeah, I mean, so we have this thing where, hey, quarterbacks can't win you weeks, or they pretty much they can win you weeks, but they won't lose you weeks essentially. And Scott Fishbowl, it's almost the exact opposite, because you can end up having negative scores for a lot of these guys. Some of these guys, half the season they were getting outproduced by the wide receiver 4 on the people's rosters because they're throwing negative points out there. So sacks were obviously a big part in that. That's not going to be the case in 2022. So is there anybody that you feel like you can kind of target deeper in drafts, Brandon, where it's like, hey, like could be a quarterback who could actually, put up some points for me and could be an asset to your team in rounds 5 and below?
Right. I mean, when it boils down to it, really what you're looking at is efficiency. And is what you're looking at out of your quarterback position. So obviously the guys that are going to go at the top end of the boards, like Nick mentioned, the Kyler Murray, I grabbed him in round 1 myself. A lot of those guys with that rushing upside and that potential are going to get those bonus points for the first down rushing and things like that. So you're getting that extra efficiency added baked into their total. But what you want to look for myself, what I'm looking for in those later rounds, if I do miss out on the quarterbacks early on in this draft, you want to get some of these guys that are going to be obviously throwing the ball quite a bit in positive passing situations. A guy that gets kind of overlooked a lot. You've got a Jared Goff that's going to be out there that's going to be really, really far down the board. They improved a lot of his situation with that Detroit Lions offense this year. And another guy that kind of gets overlooked a lot too is Davis Mills from the Houston Texans. I mean, coming in last year with 11 games, he throws 4 300 yards games last year. I think that's a situation too. That defense is not going to be good. We're going to see Davis Mills being a guy that's going to have to throw the ball a lot, and that's going to accrue some points. It's going to offset some of those negative points that he might have certain weeks too with the interceptions and completion percentage. But those are 2 guys that I'm looking at really far down the board that I might like to get in that 3-4 spot for my quarterback.
Yeah, so Tony over here says efficiency and the ability to scale that efficiency. So you're going to have to see passing attempts. Daniel Jones was somebody that didn't have great efficiency, but under the tutelage, of course, with Brian Dable, maybe we could start to see some of that efficiency come true with what happened with Josh Allen. Plus, you could end up having the half point for rushing first downs. On top of that, we expect Daniel Jones to run a little bit more. So, Nick, I mean, how are you feeling about Daniel Jones, or is there another guy that you might want to take a shot on?
Chase, you're taking the words right out of my mouth, man. He was my 10th round pick. I had Daniel Jones in some leagues last year. When he was healthy, he was a top 5 quarterback, top 7 quarterback, depending on the format you were in. So his rushing ability, when he doesn't fall after a 70-yard run right before the goal line, is amazing. But no, I want quarterbacks that I get a little bit later on to just, I want them to be in an offense to where they have some upside. So Daniel Jones is one of those guys. My 8th round pick, Zach Wilson, I think is going to have a really good year with some of the weapons around him. But getting back to Daniel Jones, I mean, he's got that rushing ability. Hopefully with Dable coming in, he's got that upside to hopefully if he can actually stay healthy this year to do a little bit more something there to where at the end of the year, hopefully you'll see those results minus me having to talk about him being top 5 for the first half of the year.
I love that, man. So, and the biggest thing about Daniel Jones as well is if you want to stack, some of his receivers are dirt cheap as well. Yep. So if you want to try and get some of those values later, that's one of them. Drew, Nick brought up Zach Wilson, and Zach Wilson's very interesting, especially after such a terrible year last year. It looked like in the last couple of games he started putting it together a little bit. They added some weapons. Elijah Moore might be healthy the whole season. Corey Davis, who he had a connection with, is coming back. I mean, do you see any kind of potential from Zach Wilson and an increase in efficiency level, similar to what we saw from the 49ers and how efficient Nick Mullins was, Jimmy Garoppolo, CJ Beathard, like all these quarterbacks that had no business even starting? Could Zach Wilson be even better than those guys?
Oh gosh, I don't want to
do it.
Come on, Drew.
Here's the thing.
Trash it. just crumble it away. We want to hear it.
They're really trying to surround him with talent to make it work. I just don't know if it's going to. What I saw didn't leave me inspired with a lot of confidence, but I'm also not a film grinder, and I certainly am open. This time of year, I think we get too entrenched in our takes. So I'm not a Zach Wilson guy. I'm not seeing a huge resurgence for the Jets offense. At the same time, I'm leaving the door very wide open for that to happen. So I'm trying not to just go with my take and at the exclusion of all else. So I've been mixing in my Jets and my best ball drafts and things like that. But I'm just not a huge Zach Wilson guy. Just not my thing. The guy I'm looking at later on that I keep talking about is Ryan Tannehill, and especially in the Scott Fishbowl format. He took a ton of sacks last year, but I think that he had 2 years of efficient production, and then he had some really bad numbers as far as efficiency goes this past year. I think that with AJ Brown and Julio Jones being on the sideline for large chunks of the year, and then losing Derrick Henry, I think there's with the cupboards restocked, and I think if we look at 2 years of efficiency versus 1 year of not, I think that he's got a chance to get back to what he was doing in the past couple of years.
Yeah, I love that. I'm a little bit nervous, of course, with Robert Woods. You got a rookie at the wide receiver in Traylon Burks. So who do you think is going to be his top weapon in the receiving game?
That's a great question. I tend to think that Robert Woods is going to be better than people think. The fact is that his ADP right now suggests that a lot of people are concerned about him. I understand what he's coming back from and what he faces switching teams. I don't necessarily know that means that he's going to be a great fantasy producer. I do like him at the right price in fantasy, but I think that as far as if you're having to pick a top pass catcher, I know that's not a popular answer. I'm 0 for 2 here, but I'd take Woods over Burks.
I'd actually dig in a little bit deeper there. You got a couple options that are basically cheap. You can go with Nick Westbrook-Akina. That was a guy that really kind of had a rapport late in the year with Tannehill last year. And then Austin Hooper. You're hearing positive reports coming out of Nashville right now between the connection between those two, and a lot of the early camp reports. Hooper's a guy you can get really late in these drafts. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't put out information. My bad.
I keep in mind Hooper is what, 3 or 2 seasons removed from being the tight end 1 before he got injured. I think it was like 8 weeks into the season or something like that. He was the tight end 1. And then he goes to an offense that they use the tight ends for blocking primarily. He saw a few red zone targets and stuff, but he was never going to see a ton of volume in this type of offense. And he's not hyper athletic when it comes to being able to do things with the ball in his hands afterwards. So maybe just getting the targets and being able to get open, I mean, that could be a 6 stack moving forward with Tannehill and Hooper late in your drafts. Could absolutely win you a league. So is Tua, because Tony comes in here again and he brings up that Tua could be a good example. Only 388 passing attempts last year. It should obviously increase, and we should see high efficiency type targets close to the line of scrimmage, I think. I'm not really concerned about, the deep balls and everything like that, although Tua did have, I think, the best deep ball accuracy last season, or at least close to it. What are we feeling about Tua moving forward? Is he one of those guys that could be a steal? Nick, we'll start out with you.
Yeah, I absolutely think. Again, a guy with some good folks surrounding him there. I think he, especially for this format in Scott Fishbowl, is going to be a little bit more sought after. I don't think he's going to come out and have just the amazing weeks you're going to see out of some of these other guys, but somebody that he went in our draft in the second round, but more likely a round 2, round 3 kind of a guy. But he's got the kind of offense. He's got 2 very high upside wide receivers. Who the heck knows what we're getting out of the running back position there, but you got some guys that can catch the ball in the backfield as well. You got a division as well that's not exactly setting the world on fire, in terms of defenses there. So, I think he's one of those guys that if I have him as my 1, I'm not feeling great. If he's my number 2, I'm walking away pretty happy. So
that's cool. I like that. So let's go ahead and move on from the quarterback conversation, and let's talk a little bit about y'all's experience in the Scott Fish Bowl. Is there a certain year that you guys played that y'all really enjoyed? Is there something to where the Scott Fish Bowl meant something special with one of your entries or one of your experiences? Drew, we'll start out with you.
Yeah, well, actually, for me, it was 2 years ago. Even though I went 1-11,
that's why it's memorable.
Yeah, it is. It was got my butt handed to me. No, well, that was my first year in, and I just remember that I started with the football guys in 2019. So in 2020 was my first year in, and I just remember getting the email and just how excited I was about it. And that's what this thing's all about. And I love getting on Twitter and seeing the people getting their invites for the first time, or hey, I'm back again, or whatever. It's just an awesome event, and the way that it makes connections with people. And I still talk to people who are in my chats from the last 2 years. So that's the biggest thing for me is the people that you meet, and then you end up connecting with them, and then going forward, you're friends, and it's all from the Scott Fish Bowl. That's my favorite part about it.
Brandon? Yeah, I was going to say I concur. I've been in. I got in first year was SFB 8. I'd met Scott Fish previously the year before. We did the flex draft from Washington, D.C., and he was in the draft with me that year. And just kind of got back chit-chatting, talking back and forth, and meeting Scott Fish. We always talk about him on Twitter. The discussion is out there about how great of a guy that he is, and he really is. He's the genuine article. When you meet the guy face to face, he's one of the best guys that you can really meet, and really takes the time to sit and talk to you and just really kind of go back and forth about things and take an interest in what you're saying. But then, like, piggybacking off what Drew said, that first year that I got into the Scott Fish Bowl was kind of that, like, it's like, oh man, I made it. Like, it's that sense of accomplishment. And you see it every year on Twitter now, is all these first timers getting into the Scott Fish Bowl, and they're just like, this is the greatest day of my life. And now we get the chance with these live drafts like we did in Atlanta last weekend, where it's just, you build that camaraderie, like Drew mentioned, is you get in a room with some of these guys, you've never met them before, and now you've kind of developed a friendship and a kinship that you can carry on now moving forward with that.
Yeah, I love that. Making the connections, in this community is obviously huge and gives you a lot of people opportunity. The Expo did it for me last year. The Podathon was the reason why I even, got into the community and why I started making a name. And, you can see it just cultivating and continuing to grow. So Nick, how you said you just got in, was it last year, 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago. 10 was my first one, sir, right here.
Yep.
was my first one there. So at least in terms of experience, I've actually done pretty good. I made the playoffs both years. I advanced pretty far in, but for me, I mean, it's great to do that, but the fun really is connecting with folks. Brandon and I have known each other and have done live drafts with each other since 99. I think we've had a long-standing league going that's drafted live since then. But that was, to me, this year has been my most fun. When we did the Atlanta draft, there, again, 24 people in the draft. It was amazing. I think Brandon and I took for granted a lot, the actual live draft. And, we've done it for so long that, it was amazing to see how many guys have never done a live draft. And for Scott Fish Bowl and the format to be able to bring these people together, not only to meet each other, but to draft live, because, drafting live is completely different. Now, granted, you've got, the sleeper app and you got all this stuff kind of telling you who to draft, but, when it's you and you're up and it's time for you to pick, it's way different live than on a computer. We have people staring at you and kind of feel that pressure to be able to make the pick and make the right pick. So, but it was awesome to be able to see everybody and make those connections. We had people, traveling from nowhere near Atlanta to be able to draft in this thing. One guy flew in from Oklahoma just because that way he could actually get in the fishbowl, which he probably wouldn't have made it otherwise. So just stuff like that and being able to connect. We're already making plans to hopefully meet in the first couple of weeks of the season here just to get together and talk. So just being able to keep that up has been awesome.
All right, we're going to finish this one out. Before I get y'all out of here, of course, I just want your favorite rule change for 2022 versus 2021. The one that makes you think, the one that you like, the one that might give you a competitive advantage. We don't have to dive too deep into it. But Drew, what's your favorite rule change for 2022?
Well, we were talking about the sacks. I think that has to be it, because I felt like that factor, while somewhat predictable, made things really difficult. So yeah, that's got to be my pick.
All right, yeah. Brandon.
I was going to say I concur with that, because last year that was a killer. I had a guy late in the draft like a Matt Ryan that was just getting pounded every single week by sacks, and there'd be some weeks he's -5 points in my lineup, and I'm just kicking myself. But I want to go on record to say that Nick's favorite rule change is not this year, but it was actually last year. It was when the kickers were added in. Nick is loves the kickers guy.
Well, y'all take the words out of my mouth. So, but because we're playing on sleeper on the live draft, we have to draft a kicker. So it's not like last year where it was optional. You got to draft a kicker. So I'm all about keeping the kickers in here. So
did you take one in the first 10 rounds?
I haven't. No, come on, man. But I'll say this. I told everybody live that they had to draft a kicker, and one guy, our team 7 in the 10th round here, went ahead and got Justin Tucker. So it has happened. And I think it happened on Brandon's side in our live too. So I'm going to get a kicker. It's not going to be early, but I think they belong in fantasy football. So love it.
Yeah, I do too. I think that the difference between hey, you can't cover kickers versus, hey, I just don't feel like covering kickers. is something where it's like there's a fine line, but yet there's still ways that you can cover kickers, of course,
Right.
and that you can predict certain outcomes. So I love it. Let's go ahead and get you guys out of here. Let us know where to find you. We'll start out with Drew once again.
All right, yeah, thanks for having me on, man. This is a lot of fun. It's an honor for me to come on. You can find me on Twitter at Drew Davenport FF. I'm now over on TikTok as well. I know that's what the kids are doing these days, right? Fantasy Football Lawyer on TikTok, and then my show is The Auction Brief, and you can find my writing over at Football Guys.
Love it, Brandon. Where can we find you?
Obviously, as you can see below, I'm at Roto Superstar on Twitter. We do the Woo Fantasy podcast, and that is at Woo_fantasy. Woo! That is right.
Love it. Love it. I think somebody was asking for that earlier in the chat. Where is it? Go ahead and let us know where to find it.
That's how we normally start the show off. So
yeah, that's the tie back into our old younger days with the Woo.
We still do it. What are you talking about?
We do it. It's the lead in for the show, but yeah, it's that every time your guy would score in fantasy football, you give it out a good woo.
I love doing that. I do it all the time in the water when I'm surfing. All right, Nick, where can we find you?
Hey, you can find me right down here at the Real FF Goat and with Brandon on the Woo Fantasy Podcast.
Love it, man. Thank you guys for coming in, of course. Thanks for joining us. And good luck to you guys in the rest of your drafts and to Drew, who's drafting here in an hour and a half.
That's right.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck, Drew.
Thanks, guys.
Pick number 9.
Yes, baby.
All right. See ya.
That was fun, guys. That was a lot of fun. I hope you guys got some insight to this, but we got another guest coming in. We got Campus to Canton joining us, and we have, of course, a sponsor for this segment. So, Podathoners, is IDP a scary word for you? You want to win and you want to play, but you don't know about this exciting format, right? You don't know where exactly to start. Well, IDPguys.org is the #1 place to help not only with IDP leagues, but every aspect of fantasy football. Come join our community with your first month free when using promo code SFBPodathon. That's right. You get your first month free while using SFBPodathon on checkout for a monthly subscription. Get into our growing Discord chat, use our deep rankings and tools, and find out why we're the best in IDP at idpguys.org. Then we have our second sponsor who's coming in, and they know it's tough to break into the content creating industry. It takes a little bit of technical knowledge and understanding of platforms on top content mastery. Content Design Coach is a product of Reader Design Co. and owner Nate Cheat, you guys can find him on Twitter at Nate Cheat, provides tutorials, interviews, resources, and a community to help you break into your fantasy and to help you break into the fantasy industry and produce the content you want to create. From individuals to staffed websites, get your questions answered, improve your products, and overcome what's holding you back. Follow at Nate Cheat, subscribe to the YouTube channel, Content Design Coach, and keep an eye out for contentdesigncoach.com, which is launching soon. And I'll tell you guys right now, you think you might know everything when it comes to breaking into the content industry, but getting help, getting assistance in that realm helps tremendously, and it will speed up your process as well. It's worth the spend it to get a coach in there teaching y'all. And that's just for me. So what's going on, guys? We have our next guest in here. We have Sports Fanatic MB. And at Debbie Dietz, what's going on, Austin? How we doing, guys? This is Campus to Canton crew. Excuse me. Woo, a little bit of a tongue tie. What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, just hanging out, man. Trying to get through these reads. I'm still getting my reps down. I'm still getting my reps in.
You'll be a pro by the end of this. So yeah, I mean,
I gotta keep trying. So what's going on, guys? How are you guys doing? Any live drafts in the Scott Fish Bowl? Or are you guys doing the ones on MFL? What's up?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm in Atlantis, so unless we dig that up in the next couple of weeks, I think I'm out of luck on a live draft for that one. But I'll be doing it online. I'm looking forward to it. My second year in, so I don't know which league you're in, Matt.
I picked Isla. I'm gonna mess that up. The Jurassic Park one. That's just the easiest way to put it. But I'm not doing a live draft either. I was actually in the Dallas-Fort Worth one, and I had reached out to Scott because there's a lot of people down here in Texas, but I guess not enough of them actually wanted to do a live draft. So I just switched
switched divisions, and I'm in that one. But I'm looking forward to it as well. It's my second year in, made it to the second round of the playoffs last year. No, I'm sorry, third year. And first year was horrible. I think I finished with like 2 wins. Last year, though, made it into the second round of the playoffs. So I'm hoping to continue that success this year.
Love it, man. Absolutely love it. That's pretty much where I sat with my second one as well. I think I made it to the second round. So, Austin, when was your first year in?
Last year was my first year in. So
it was your first year?
Nice learning experience. I think I made the playoffs and lost in the first round. My team faded pretty hard down the stretch. So I'd like to say I learned something, but I'll probably end up making the same mistakes. That's just how I am, unfortunately.
Was there a rule change that you guys favored for this one compared to last year? Was there, we have the playoffs changing, right? We have the sacks, getting rid of for the live drafts. You have to draft a kicker, of course. Was there anything that stood out for you guys in the rule changes for this year where it kind of changes your strategy up a little bit?
I know I'll be targeting kicker somewhere this year. I mean, I know I've seen some people doing some projections and stuff. So I haven't played around with it yet. I need to get in some mocks here really, really quick. But I think that's going to be like a big, I don't know if that's necessarily a rule change, but I'm definitely going to be targeting kickers a little more this year. I mean, not like 8 of them or anything, but
yeah, I like the kicker change too. I had Butker last year. I only played him a couple times, where now I feel like that's going to be more prevalent playing the kickers in, especially in a flex spot and everything. I do like that that he pulled back a little bit on some of the negatives for the quarterbacks. There was some pretty brutal weeks if you guys are rolling with like Zach Wilson. Even my guy, I had Baker Mayfield last year as like my QB3, I think. And there were some pretty rough weeks with him as well. So I do like that a little bit, that's been pulled back just a little to make them a little bit more competitive. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the better things about it is it's constantly changing. It makes you adjust as an analyst going into these drafts and trying to figure out different strategies. And there's no real right way with all of these people in there. So it's just going to be fun to see how all these other teams come out on the back end of the drafts here and who really ends up being IO, baby. I don't know why I went IO. Anyways, thank you, Taylor, for the 08 shout out. Yeah, it's just always fun to kind of see how all these teams play out after the drafts and who really does end up going far. Because there's been times we've seen teams at the beginning of these drafts look like absolute juggernauts, and then they don't end up making the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to kind of look into and try and figure out the right strategy for that. So to your point, since the sacks are kind of nerfed to an extent, are you guys going to be waiting on quarterbacks? Or are you trying to grab your quarterbacks early?
Man, I fought that so hard last year. TBD, I think. I always draft as like take one early and then kind of see if a value falls. That's probably the approach I'll take this year. But I undetermined so far. And Rob says, "Oh, Chase loved my team." There you go.
Yeah, no, Rob, I absolutely loved your team. How about you? Do you feel like there's an advantage to taking quarterbacks early, or do you think that the advantage kind of got leveled out to an extent to where you can take quarterback in the 5th, 6th round and still feel good about it?
So I kind of agree with Austin. Last year, I went Justin Herbert in the 2nd round. Obviously, that kind of worked out for me, even with some of the negative scoring last year. But I think I took my second quarterback was Cousins, and it was like in round 5 or 6. I've seen a lot of all the people posting their live draft results. It still seems like a lot of people are going pretty heavy quarterback. Yeah. So I think the drafts might dictate that. Like I'm picking in the 11 spot. If 5 or 6 quarterbacks go before I get to 11, I might just have to take a quarterback, even if I don't want to. Like I'm going to try and hope and see how the draft pans out. But I do think I want to take at least one in the first 2 rounds and then kind of see how quarterbacks start to go after that and possibly wait if I can. But we'll see. I mean, I've seen some absolutely stacked teams on guys going 1 quarterback and waiting. I saw someone earlier it was like Lamar, Kyler, Justin Jefferson, Miles Sanders. Who is it? I can't remember. CeeDee Lamb. Like their team was absolutely stacked. They went 2 quarterback early. So I don't think there's a right way. It's kind of hard to tell until we get into our drafts.
I mean, you guys aren't going quarterback, kicker.
Maybe.
Who knows?
This is the only redraft I play every year.
Quarterback, kicker.
So maybe. Why not? Cooter's got the right idea. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. No, I love that. I think that there's definitely, there has to be some malleable type strategy that goes on, but typically a lot of these people are grabbing, quarterbacks where they can. And I think that there could be some values to be had where players are falling down. Players like Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. I saw Christian McCaffrey go in the late second. And those could all be actual league winning players if you get them with the right combination of quarterbacks, of course. And then I've seen people actually fade the quarterback position, the superflex position completely, and not even draft a second quarterback because they're going all in on the talent at wide receiver. Is there a certain late game strategies that you guys want to try to pursue? Are you guys trying to draft the handcuff for the running back position? Is there anything when it comes to that side? Do you feel like there's an advantage to some of the rookies this year? Because of course you guys are campus kin.
I wish I played more. Well, I don't actually, but like if I played more best ball, like I did a lot of the underdog stuff and I played more redraft and I was more familiar, I might be more comfortable going 0 RB because I'm always tempted to do it, but I don't play the format enough to feel good about that doing it. Because last year my big thing was I wanted tight end early, and I went Travis Kelce in the first round last year. I thought that worked out pretty well for me. I picked him like the 5th or 6th slot or something like that. I think I still want to go tight end early, and if I want to go tight end early and I want to go quarterback early, and you run out of things you can do early, so running back seems like the one that maybe is just the easiest to punt. But I just, like I said, you can read everybody else's commentary on it often enough, but if you haven't done it yourself, I don't know if I have the guts to go and do that. No, I love that. And it becomes a little bit difficult when trying to decipher what your actual strategy is and where you want to dive in. Matthew, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, for me, I would go. I like what Austin said about the 0 RB, and I think that falls in the strategy of kind of what I do in the late rounds. Is I try to grab a ton of RBs because we see that's the position the most, especially in the NFL, that just has so many injuries, and we'll see so many other guys come in. I mean, Donta Foreman last year could have helped you be a league winner in Scott Fishbowl, so I try to get those backup running backs at the end of my drafts to kind of have guys that I can stack, especially if I lose a top end running back. As for the rookies, I mean, I feel like Breece Hall is kind of the easy answer, is going to have a good year. I think Drake London might be a sneaky one. I don't know how high he's going in Scott Fishbowl drafts right now. I don't know how many people are expecting him to be good. They got Marcus Mariota there at quarterback and Kyle Pitts, but I think London could be a sneaky tight end guy that could get you a lot of points. I mean, he's not playing a tight end. I'm sorry. A red zone guy that could get you a lot of points.
Yeah, I love that. And we actually had a comment in here from Dan. He's saying that it's stuck at 40K right now. So make sure you guys go check out scottfishbowl.com/give. Go donate some money, people. This is always for a good cause. We're putting in a ton of time, 36 hours of this, just nonstop grinding. Go donate over there to scottfishbowl.com/give. Let's go ahead and fill that up. Let's get it up to 50K before this podathon's over. 60K, 70K. Let's get it up there. Go check it out over there at scottfishbowl.com/give. All right. So when it comes to campus to Canton, has there been a player that you guys are sticking with in this rookie class where you've watched him come up and you've been on him the whole entire time, and now you think he's going to absolutely explode into the NFL?
Two easy answers for this for me. I was a big George Pickens truther after his freshman season. And I even kind of liked him after his second year. I mean, there were some quarterback issues, obviously missed the third year for the most part. And I am, yes, Tim, Matt's handle on so many different platforms is like Fantasy McVay.
I have changed it too. Not on Twitter, but everywhere else it's Fantasy McVay. And I feel really bad for him that people compared me to him, but I appreciate it. It's a very big compliment for me.
Yeah, that's a one-way compliment. That definitely is not a 100%. Two-way there.
And my wife hates it because she said nobody calls me that. So I will screenshot this. And every time someone says that, I just screenshot it and I send it to her.
She loves it, I'm sure. But yeah, George Pickens. George Pickens is a guy that I love a lot, and I am a Steelers fan. So I am pretty happy about that. And then I still have faith for Isaiah Spiller. Like, I'm not writing Spiller off. I think he's going to be the backup running back there. If something happens to Austin Eckler, I think he'll be more than competent. We've seen worse running backs. Matt just said Donta Foreman was a league winner last year in Scott Fishbowl. Like, Spiller's certainly not a worse player than him.
Yeah, I'll give you two. A high-end name. This guy sitting right here, wrong way, pointed wrong way. Garrett Wilson. I mean, maybe a homer pick. I've loved him since he was a freshman at Ohio State. You know, doesn't look great for him having, in my opinion, Zach Wilson as his quarterback, and Elijah Moore I think is going to be really good. But I really like Wilson and his talent. And then Abram Smith, the running back going to the New Orleans Saints. I liked them all last year with Kamara's possible suspension coming down, and even with Mark Ingram fading. Like, I think Abram Smith's a guy you grab late and could be a really good player for you, especially when they get down onto the goal line, score you some touchdowns. He's also a really good runner. I think he's a guy that not a lot of people are talking about that you should grab late. Thank you, In Between Media.
Content design coach wants to know when does Scott add campus or college football to the SFB? So that's going to be an interesting one if that's part of it. But no, let's go ahead and let's actually talk a little bit about Campus to Canton, because Felix actually wants to know what the hell is Campus to Canton. Pretty sure Felix knows, but for those people that don't know what Campus to Canton is, can you guys talk a little bit about what that is, what it means, and what you guys are doing with it?
You want me? You're the CEO, bud. Why don't you go first?
Okay, I can talk about it. It doesn't matter
go
to me.
for it. It's all you.
I keep going first. Campus to Canton, I mean, the website itself, like we cover all things college football, but Campus to Canton, the format, is kind of just an extension of Dynasty, where instead of having your rookie draft every year, basically what our format does is we have a freshman draft every year, freshmen and other players. You have a full Dynasty squad, and then you have a full like college Dynasty squad as well. You've got your guys on Ohio State, on USC, on North Texas, on like all these schools. You get points down there. You win a championship in college every year. Somebody does. And then once those guys graduate, they just move right up to your NFL team. So it really just moves that rookie draft 3 or 4 years earlier. You get to know these guys throughout their college careers. And it makes guys like Tim Tebow, like a guy that, was amazing in college, but you're like, I don't think he's an NFL guy. Like it makes a guy like Tim Tebow worth a heck of a lot more, where you can say, well, maybe I don't think he'll ever be good in the NFL, but at least I get to use him at Florida here while he's here and take advantage of that. So that's like kind of the reason that I really, really like the format. It just kind of, gives some guys some time that maybe, would just get written off once they get to the NFL.
Yeah, I think it just opens up a whole new world of possibilities for you. I mean, Austin gave you the Tim Tebow guy there. You could even go with Breece Hall, someone everybody loves, right? Like he was extremely good as a freshman all the way up through a junior. And then he also comes up to your NFL team and could possibly help you win an NFL championship there. It opens up. Everybody loves trading. Well, now you can trade college players for NFL players. If you want to win on your NFL side, you've got maybe, last year Drake London, you wanted to get some better NFL pieces. You put him on a college team that was looking to compete for a championship. It just opens so many more different possibilities for your dynasty leagues. As Austin said, it's just a bigger version of that. It's something that never stops too. Like right now, we're sort of in a dead period for dynasty league football. There's not a lot going on. Well, there's all this recruiting stuff going on. You need to know that. You need to know who's going where. How does this affect the classes that just got recruited? So you're paying attention to that. It's realistically the only format that doesn't stop. It's a 12-month cycle every single year.
Yeah, I love that. And, it's kind of like cool just being able to experience like the whole growth cycle of some of these players. Is there a player that maybe didn't have like a great high school profile that you guys latched onto early in their careers that you watched come up? Is there any player that you guys called essentially that was a kind of a bold prediction for y'all?
That's a good question. I was not ready for this one.
I'm throwing you curveballs.
So I'll give a really good example, and it's not mine. So Felix, who just popped in here and said, "What the heck is Campus to Canton?" Is one of the founders of the site with us. He latched on to Zach Wilson really early on in his career. Was a guy that he said, like, I think this kid is going to be really good. Had kind of had up and down first year or so at BYU, blew up. I think Felix got him in like the 43rd round of a college draft or something. Those drafts are usually 45. So it's the equivalent of you taking, like Tom Brady when he came out in the NFL like years ago, like in the whatever round of your dynasty startup. So he got Zach Wilson for a couple really good years at BYU, and now he's a first-round draft pick. That's a ton of value that basically appears out of thin air because he had the guts to go and make a call like that. So I think that's one that really sticks out to me. I'm trying to think if I've had any. Maybe not. Maybe I suck.
I hate to say this because, it's given this guy who's he gets enough love. He's got, he already thinks well enough of himself, but I think Felix probably has us all beat on that one with the Zach Wilson train, as Austin mentioned. I mean, it was before even his big season there in the COVID year. The only player that I can think of, and obviously he didn't blow up like Zach Wilson for me, was probably Khalil Herbert. He was a guy that I was touting for a year and a half. And then he didn't do much in the NFL. He was good for a couple of weeks when David Montgomery got hurt. But no, I'll say I haven't been doing this long enough. And no, my rest of my calls have honestly kind of flamed out. Desmond Ridder, that they haven't looked great.
All right, we got my girl over there. She's asking, shouldn't you play Debbie first because Campus to Canton is for sicko diehards?
You're not wrong.
I think Devi gives you a somewhat of an advantage if you try, or if you play that first before you go to C2C, because it gets you to kind of dip your toe into the college game. Joe, I know you're a big fan of Ray, as am I. I know you're in his wake up shows every day. You know, he talks so much about the college game, and so you get part of that because Devi, you don't have to dive as deep. Austin mentioned North Texas. Typically in a Devi league, you don't care who's on North Texas's roster. Chances are they're not going to matter for you at all for Devi. I think what makes C2C so much more fun is the fact that now those Devi guys who technically can just sit on your roster for multiple years, not doing anything for you. Yeah, they'll accrue value and lose value based on how they play on the college side, but they're never actually ever giving you points or allowing you to win championships. And that's what the C2C game does. You can draft these guys and then kind of play. They get to play out the college side, as Austin mentioned earlier. You can win a college championship and an NFL championship in the same year. So you can double your pot, double your championships. That's what I think for us, what makes it so much more fun. It's the evolution of Devi.
And just for the record, Campus to Canton, we also have a full Devi team with us. They produced an amazing Devi guide this year. It's like 290 pages or something like that. We do articles and rankings and ADP. So we are fully aware that not everybody is a sicko like us. Not everybody wants to dive quite that deep, and that's okay. We provide information for that as well. So totally get it. I skipped Debbie myself, just went straight in. So yeah.
All right, I'm going to do one more question over here for the Campus to Canton community, and then we'll dive back into some Scott Fishbowl stuff, and then I'm going to get you guys out of here. So wrong one. Sorry. I got how badly is conference realignment affecting Campus to Canton? Is it affecting it at all? Is it something that you guys like to keep your eye on, or is it something that has no effect whatsoever and doesn't really matter into the long-term effect of your Campus to Canton teams?
I don't think it's going to affect them at all. In fact, I think it's going to bring college football to the forefront. There's a lot of this stuff that people think this could end up meaning that's going to go semi-pro. It's starting to build itself out after an NFL model. What do TV execs want more? It's another NFL league. That's why we see XFL, the whatever all these other ones are. I can't even keep up with any of them anymore. This is just going to bring it to the forefront. It's going to make these players more noticeable, and it's going to make this product more wanted on the TV side of things. So no, I don't think conference realignment is going to do anything. It's just going to expand the effect of C2C, I think, and it's going to put a bigger spotlight on college football overall. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens the next couple of years, but I don't think it's going to affect it in a negative way at all. It's just going to make it more visible.
Yeah. I would pretty much echo that 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. You talk about increased exposure. You talk about some of these players, get in front of a spotlight. And I think one of the biggest reasons why I haven't gotten into it up until recently has been, I don't see as much exposure to these games in the network that I'm in. So, putting these better teams together and, trying to get that exposure level up, I think is huge for you guys as a whole, and huge for the fantasy football community as well. So let's go back over to Scott Fishbowl stuff real quick, and then we'll get you guys out of here in a little bit. Is there anybody that you guys are tuning into or that you guys are kind of going to for advice for the Scott Fishbowl? Or is this something as to like you'd much rather go in blind because you don't want to see the effect of, some of these other influencers, and what they could have on you to, I guess, enter into the echo chamber, what we should call the echo chamber of Twitter?
I personally like to go in blind because I see how so many guys build out. Like I said earlier, I was looking at all these live drafters posting their teams, and I'm like, oh, so I'm going to be able to get this guy here and maybe this guy. And then it doesn't happen, and I just get flustered, and it completely ruins my strategy. So I typically like to go in blind. And then again, just as I mentioned, watch and see how the draft goes. It's in all honesty why I picked the 11 spot, because also you get the third round reversal on there as well. So I wanted to pick late and kind of see how the draft played out ahead of me so that I can try and maybe formulate a strategy from there, because it's every draft is different. I remember last year, Rich Dotson at Dynasty Nerds ended up with, I think, like 3 of the top quarterbacks, and Scott Fishbowl, I know he went extremely far. I think he almost made it to the final round. But chances are all of us were not able to do that at our drafts, right? So if you went in looking at Rich's team, like, oh, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And then all of a sudden it's like Kyler Murray, Lamar, and someone whatever, like, well, wait a minute, what am I going to do? So I personally like to go in blind.
Chase, sorry, I want to just jump in right here because I don't think these guys are going to say it. Matt and Austin, we just want to say from behalf of Podathon, huge thank you. You guys have been amazing sponsors for us. You guys really stepped up this year. If ever people have been listening to the entire show, you guys have been, every hour, every couple hours, your name has been all over the Podathon. It's because you guys really stepped up financially. You guys were sponsors last year, and you guys really blew us away this year. So on behalf of the whole entire Podathon, I just want to say thank you guys to your entire team, because not only do you guys really run the Campus Canton community, how Scott Fish and how the entire SFB it kind of embodies, but to step up here and be part of the Podathon and to see you guys on it here, just want to say shout out to you guys and thank you. I'm going to hop back off, but it's been really special to see how you guys have stepped up as sponsors and just be part of the Podathon community.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Dave, you can stay and hang out if you want to.
I'm in the background. Chase, I'm enjoying seeing you shine, man. Sal says it all the time, man. You're crushing this, and I don't want to take away from the Campus Canton guys, but a huge thank you. It means a lot to me personally, so thank you guys.
That's awesome.
No, thank you, Dave. That gave me goosebumps. I mean, we just appreciate, being a part of this, as I'm sure everybody else does, and we like seeing it grow and continue. So we try to do our little part as much as we possibly can. So thank you guys.
What made you guys step up in such a massive way?
I think it's just the community as a whole. Like, I know sometimes it can be viewed negatively, but if you look, I think at like 99.9 of the fantasy football Twitter community, it's a great, interactive, positive, fun space. And what Scott has done with this, I mean, not only just the analysts that I look forward to this, and he brings in so many fans who I'm in so many different communities. These fans talk about like, it's so cool that I just got an invite to play against you guys, right? Like, I don't think some of us give back in that way. So for us, that was kind of what it was. Like, let us do our part. We did not expect, I appreciate Dave saying that. We weren't doing that to kind of get any kind of shout out. Like, we just wanted to support the community that continues to support us as well in the fantasy community as a whole. Like, it's a great place to be. Twitter, for me, for the most part, has been an amazing experience getting to know so many people on and offline that felt like it's, as Austin said, it's great to just help continue to make this grow. We're glad to be a small part of it.
I love that, man. That's awesome. That's amazing. Austin, do you want to add anything to that?
No. I mean, thank you guys. I mean, this is going to be like a whole week Podathon in a couple of years. The rate you guys are growing this thing, it's awesome. So shout out to you guys that give up a whole weekend here, and Sal and whoever else has been on. I listened to a bunch yesterday. So it's just all great stuff. Seriously.
It will not be an entire week. Sorry. No, I'm just going to say that right now. No, it was not.
I saw Chase's face when also said that. He was just like, no, please.
I just know how much, so I'm not backstage with them, right? Like, they just reached out to me. They needed a guest host for a couple hours so that Sal could go grab some food, so that Mike could take a break, and so that Dave didn't have to be, on camera, because he ran it through the entire night last night, pretty sure. They asked me to come on for a few hours, and just the amount of work that they've sent me, like their spreadsheets that they have, everything that's set up, it's incredible how much work goes into this Podathon and how great it is for, the charities that the money they're raising for the charities and everything that they're doing. So to have you guys, as such a massive influence and such a massive contributor, I'm honored to be on with you guys. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, we're very, very honored as well. Sal, he had two phones, an iPad and his computer going yesterday. I think I saw him holding up. So yeah, I completely believe that the amount of organization that went into this is crazy.
If you think about it, I know all three of us podcast, right? And we feel like we put in a lot of work, and just seeing the spreadsheet sent to me about the guest and the spot, I can't imagine. I was right there. Obviously, we're sitting backstage, Chase, as you were reading multiple reads. I would have butchered that 10 million. I'd be and we're here. Nope, that was the wrong out. Nope, this hour. I can't imagine. You guys do so much work, and it's a great thing for the community. So we all definitely appreciate it.
It's pretty crazy. It's a lot of fun though, too, at the same time. So I have a blast with it. But no, it's funny. Dave sent me the promo reads, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm scrolling down and I'm like, dude, how far is this? And I'm looking at the side tab and it says you're at page 12 of 74 pages. And I think it's actually more than that. I think the 74th page is what my read was on. So it's absolutely insane how they put this stuff together. And thank you guys, because y'all the ones that are making it possible for us to be able to do this for you. So we appreciate it.
And speaking of sponsors, I do want to give a quick shout out as well. Reader Design was one of the sponsors here, along with IDP guys, for this half-hour block. Campus to Canton, we launched last March. March 1st was our first day. The website and everything went live. At the year, basically anniversary, we completely relaunched Campus to Canton, completely rebuilt it, added a ton of new items on the site. And this Reader Design, and Nate did that for us. he did an incredible job. So if you were talking about how difficult it is to kind of get all these things going, you have your own site. I mean, Nate did a fantastic job. He was great to work with. So if anybody out there, has been thinking about doing something like that, I would definitely reach out to him. He's great. So shout out to Nate at IDP Guys and Reader Design.
He took what we wanted and made it better.
Yep.
So it's amazing. We can't thank him enough for that. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Big shout out, of course, to, I believe it's at Nate Cheat, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, go follow him over there on Twitter. Go check him out if you guys have any interest in breaking into the community, and creating your own campus to Canton-esque, type business. So excited about that, guys. We got about 2 to 3 minutes left. Let's go ahead and give you all shout outs, let everybody know where to find you and what kind of content you have coming up.
Yeah, so I mean, we're campus2canton.com, the number 2, campus to Canton. Everything college related fantasy. We have pure CFF college fantasy. We have Devi. We have Campus to Canton. We have college DFS, betting, draft coverage, recruiting coverage. So definitely go check it out. If you have any interest in any of those areas, a huge Discord that has a couple hundred people in it, like it continues to grow. So and a whole YouTube channel. We have like a podcast that launches every single day. Like we literally are doing something every single day. So go ahead and check us out over there.
What about you? Did you mention your own name?
We are Campus to Canton. That's all that matters. Yeah, well, that's all that matters. At Campus to Canton on Twitter as well. Like, yeah, it's. I mean, we just sit behind the scenes now. We do as much as we can. But it's really our great team that does everything for us, and we can't shout out all of them here as we only have a minute. But
I'll forget one, and it will be.
I know it'll be embarrassing for both of us. But we'll post them on Twitter if you guys go to the Campus to Canton Twitter feed, and we'll post all of our great, amazing team. Like we couldn't be here without them as well. So we don't want to just shout. We're here because I look like Sean McVay. That draws people in, right? So, my wife's standing right there and she's giving me the finger. So I wanted to be, just make it a little bit more fun for me.
I love that. Absolutely. Well, thank you guys for coming in. Appreciate y'all. And I'm sure we'll see you here very soon.
For sure. Thanks, Chase.
All right, later, guys. Of course. All right, Dave, I'm going to bring you in for this one because we have to transition over. So I want to make sure I do this correctly. We are actually going to be moving on to our second YouTube channel, I believe, for the 2:00 show that starts any second now. So if you guys can actually join us on the second show, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be posting it to Twitter any second now to get you guys over there. I see we have 75 viewers right now. We want to make sure that we see all those 75 again. Go check us out over there for the SFBPodathon on YouTube, of course. And yeah, we'll get you guys, or we'll get started over there here in a second.
Yeah, Chase, it's great seeing you on here. You've been transitioned flawlessly to the host chair, and we're about to move over to the next stream to take it down the home stretch.
Drafts.
So
live drafts. We got live drafts for the SFBPodathon, of course, for the SFB12. We're going to be doing live drafts. So make sure you guys go tune in over there on our second YouTube channel as we get it up and running, and come check out what some people are looking at. We're going to have, I think, 12 people in there, right? Dave?
Yeah. So and it's gonna be over on Sirius XM, I believe, broadcasted too, I believe. So, or something like that. I might be just making that up, but it's 2:00, so let's get on over to the next stream.
All right, sounds good. Can you send me that sleeper link, please, and I'll see you over there.